A very good evening to you. Welcome to the news at 11. My name is Evan Sunokogi. The Edo State Governor, Senator Mother Pueblo, has sworn in Dr. Washington Osifo as Commissioner for Education. Dr. Osifo, who once held the same portfolio, had resigned from the cabinet to pursue his political ambition. Oluwafemi Farayola has the details.
Speaking at the swearing-in ceremony, Governor Pueblo said Dr. Washington Osifo was appointed based on his credibility and capacity to deliver on the responsibilities assigned to him. According to the governor, there was still much to be done in the education sector and urged the new commissioner to focus on the development of all levels of education in the state.
Let me congratulate you, Honorable Commissioner. We believe that you will do well in that field, and that is why we have to appoint you. There are a lot to be done in the educational system. So we want you to please help us to develop the educational system for the people. I want you to follow up all the aspects in education, primary, secondary, and tertiary.
The swearing ceremony also featured Mr. Hagedo Oscar Onaiwu, who was sworn in as a member of Edo State Local Government Service Commission. Responding on behalf of the newly sworn-in appointees, Dr. Washington Osifo pledged his loyalty to Governor Pueblo and promised to contribute his best towards the development of education sector.
Nobody asked you, nobody lobbied you for me to be a commissioner. It was by your choice, and that is why loyalty to your ideas, your objectives, and your noble aspirations for this Edo, your wishes for this Edo, taking Edo to the next level and making Edo shine, it will also be my core objective. So, sir, I want to thank you, and I also want to thank God.
Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
The Edo State government has commenced a palliative work on the failed portions on Igubazua Road by Okomu Junction of the Northeast Local Government area, mobilizing men and equipment to ease movements for motorists and residents. Deborah Wefun has the story.
In the recent past, independent television and radio highlighted the plight of motorists and other road users plying the deplorable Siloko Igwabazua Road. Reports by independent television and radio bringing to limelight the worsening condition of the road, coupled with the harrowing experience motorists and other road users are subjected to, prompted the Edo State government responded by mobilizing men and equipment to the affected portion of the road to commence palliative work. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, was on the ground to supervise the rehabilitation with a view to ensuring the work is executed to standard.
In the interim, we've asked the contractor to come on site to do a palliative work, and the people of Via Federal Constituency have been in jubilation for the past 24 hours. And so far, what the construction company has done, I believe Via people are extremely happy.
Some residents and motorists who have been experiencing difficulties plying the road expressed appreciation to the state government for responding to their concerns and addressing the deplorable session.
As I hear say they don't repair, now make me concern me I contact me I call greet now.
God go bless Governor Pueblo. The way they handle this road, so we like him.
God bless you. I thank the governor.
Commenting on the rehabilitation, spokesperson for the contractor handling the palliative works, Toyebi Oluwatomiwa, explains the scope of the intervention and the measures being taken to tackle the failed portion.
We have introduced a civil engineering practice of a geotextile approach to resolve this problem, and that is what we are doing by laying hardcore and surface dressing it with three-quarter aggregate. The
palliative intervention is expected to improve accessibility and ease the movement of people and goods along the Igwabazua Road. In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
The Edo State House of Assembly has confirmed 7 nominees into the state's public service, marking the first round of confirmations on duty on the one of the new Speaker, Right Honorable Yekini Idiaye. Assembly correspondent Joy Basagman reports that Speaker Yekini Idiaye inaugurated a 5-man committee to investigate the activities of the former Speaker, Right Honorable Blessing Agbubako.
In his inaugural directive, Speaker Yekini Idiaye ordered all replaced principal officers, especially their chief of staffs, to immediately return all official and government properties in their possession with emphasis on vehicles to the office of the clerk. Right Honorable Idiaye also dissolved all standing house committees with immediate effect and inaugurated a new committee headed by Honorable Bright Aitengwoba representing Oriomo 2 constituency to investigate the activities of the former speaker, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebako. The committee has 2 weeks to submit its reports.
The former speaker and the majority leader, including the former chief of staff to the office of Mr. Speaker, that all government properties, especially the vehicles in their possession, should be immediately returned to the office of the clerk.
The House screened and confirmed Dr. Shitu Shaibu as chairman of the Edo State Electricity Regulatory Commission, alongside Thomas Inegbedion, Abdurazak Abubakar, Edowon Yonaiwu, and Patrick Ilobe as members. The Assembly also confirmed Professor David Osaumese Osifo, a former Commissioner for Health, as member of the Edo State Judicial Service Commission. Oscar Agedo was similarly confirmed as a member of the Edo State Local Government Service Commission. From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obai-Siagbon, ITV News.
The just concluded Osun governorship election has continued to attract reactions from legal practitioners and political stakeholders across the country, with issues surrounding electoral compliance, internal party democracy, and the conduct of the participants taking center stage. As stakeholders assess the outcome, the call for stronger democratic practices, accountability for electoral violations, and greater respect for the will of the electorate. Ehis Ohnamuri has the details.
Commenting on the just concluded Osun governorship election, Benin legal practitioners harp on the need for credible elections, strict adherence to electoral laws, and respect for the will of the people.
When we are talking of elections, do well to get your PVC, get accredited. Yes, we keep saying our votes won't count. It will count. It's when you don't go out there to vote that it won't count.
Chairman, Edo State Bursary and Scholarship Board, Honorable John Ahigbe, said those arrested for allegedly violating electoral rules should be properly dealt with and were found guilty, punished to serve as a deterrent to others. He commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his role in the conduct of the election.
The president must be commended. He has shown that, yes, whatever situation he finds himself, he can allow truth to stand. Because if you don't allow people to choose who they want to vote for, you force a candidate on the people. People will vote.
From Warri, Delta State, Comrade James Etiang, a political analyst, while giving the Independent National Electoral Commission a pass mark for the conduct of the Osun election, urged stakeholders to be neutral and allow free, fair and credible election that would change the negative effects in election process in the country.
It's not only INEC that ought to provide a good election for the populace. The politicians themselves and the security agencies who are not owned by INEC. So all these stakeholders need to support INEC for a credible election.
From Lagos, human rights activist Comrade Philip Obodo said contrary to the high expectations of voter apathy, the people came out, cast their votes, and defended it. The activist condemned the violence that occurred prior to and during the election that led to the death of many.
There was a good turnout of people that are ready this time, despite all the security threat, all the harassment, thuggery. The Osun people were determined.
The stakeholders called for greater commitment to democratic principles ahead of future elections. From Benin, Ehis Uhunamuri, ITV News.
And still on political matters now, a few days to the commencement of campaigns ahead of the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections, Political parties in Edo State are stepping up preparations for the campaign and unveil their candidates to the electorate. Adezeibe reports that political parties fielding candidates for the election are set for the campaign, scheduled to kick off on the 19th of August 2026. The report is presented by Ehis Omunamori.
With the campaign period set to commence on August 19, 2026, political parties fielding candidates for the National Assembly elections are putting their campaign structures in place as the candidates prepare to unveil their manifesto. At some party secretariat visited in Benin City, preparations focused on candidates, campaigns, strategy, and issues expected to dominate electionary period. Although representatives of the political parties were not on ground, ADC State Publicity Secretary Christopher Ojehere.
We have from the get-go been very, very relentless in mobilizing grassroots. We decided to build our party along the grassroots, that is what you call from the bottom of the pyramid to the topmost of the pyramid.
However, some political analysts, Honorable Dele Igbinedion, Barrister Gentleman Amego, and Comrade Julius Arimie, said it will be a huge relief from the past where candidates are expected to conduct themselves in a civilized manner.
What transpired in Osun, it is for we to enlighten our people concerning the forthcoming election.
Candidates should conduct themselves in a civilized manner, focus on the areas that they think they will make a difference without necessarily casting aspersion on candidates of other political parties.
The day has come now, and everybody will lay his cards on the table. It's not a question of I'm an octopus or what have you done for the people? What will you do for the people? This is a politicized democracy.
According to INEC timetable, campaign for presidency and National Assembly will commence on the 19th of August 2026. From Benin, Ehis Ohunamuri, ITV News.
The recently introduced Edo State Revenue Harmonization Law 2026 has started to elicit reactions from members of the public in Benin City, with the legislation seeking to centralize the collection and management of government revenue through a unified account. While proponents say the measure could reduce revenue leakages and strengthen accountability, opponents want assurances that the new system will not translate into multiple taxation or increased financial burden on citizens. Donald Hemiye reports.
The new Edo State Revenue Harmonization Law is designed to bring government revenue under one coordinated system, ending the practice of separate revenue accounts operated by ministries, departments, agencies, and parastatals. Some Benin City residents, while reacting to development, said the move could improve transparency, eliminate duplication, and reduce revenue leakages, provided collections are properly monitored.
One of such benefits is to curb incidents of fraud, reduce, such incidents, and also to make way for transparency and accountability. So it's when you harmonize your account or have a single treasury account where easy accessibility to such accounts in terms of fraud becomes very difficult.
The blockage of all those expenditure venues, they are now being unified to one. It gives room for accountability and transparent monetary system.
Every prudency that is being came out of revenue should be direct to the one account.
It's going to promote accountability. There will be transparency in the transaction of government. And thirdly, it's going to hasten the process of progression.
A financial expert, Felix Ahonsi, said the new law will correct financial abuses and misappropriation, among other benefits.
If the abuse have been also seen by government, so government has a right to also find a way of making sure that all its revenue is consolidated and accounted for within a small face of human beings.
The law repeals existing provisions permitting independent revenue accounts operated by state ministries, departments, and agencies. From Benin, Donald Ihiminyen, ITV News.
Away from that now, as road users and residents in the government reservation areas of Benin City await the redesign of roads as promised by the Edo State government. An appeal has gone to Governor Modu to carry out palliative measures to ensure access to the roads prior to the reconstruction and rehabilitation work. Divine Orumense reports that the most roads in the GRA are in deplorable condition and begging for urgent attention. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
At different fora, the Edo State government promised to fix bad roads when the dry season sets. The government assured the public why it is yet to commence rehabilitation of roads in dire need of attention is because there is a plan to redesign the GRA. Road users and residents of some areas in the GRA, including Ihama, Commercial Avenue, Boundary, Adesua, Etete, Aideya, and Kapiona roads, are in dilapidated state and urgently begging for attention. They said the poor condition of the roads is having a negative effect on vehicles due to damages. They described the condition of the roads as terribly bad, resulting in frequent visits to mechanic workshop.
Actually calling on the government, the governor, the amiable governor of Edo State, Modokbel, to come and help us fix the roads in GRA. The roads are deplorable. So our vehicles are getting spoiled daily. We go to workshop day by day. So as a car man, I'm a boatman, as you can see. So we actually spend a lot. I spend a lot in fixing of the car.
You will suffer to buy a car. The road will spoil it. You can see that this road almost condemned my bumper just now. So please, Edo State government, please, let's try to fix this road so that the vehicles we've bought, at least it can last the test of time.
Please, our governor, we are begging you. We are business owners and we are just struggling to make ends meet. This road is affecting our businesses. This road, every year, it keeps getting flooded and they keep repairing it. Before you know, they will repair it to get flooded again.
Motorists and residents harped on the need for the state government to commence palliative measures to bad roads in the GRA Benin City. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
4 Almajiris, Quranic school pupils, have died in Kano after 18 foods suspected to have been contaminated. The national chairman of the Nsagaya Media Network, Alarama Sani Musa Nuhu, confirmed the incidents in a statement on Monday. According to the statement, the affected students were from Malam Iliasu Me Nsagaya Kadaga Sharifai Ungogo local government area of Kano State. The statement explained that the affected students were rushed to Malam Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital following suspected food poisoning for medical attention. Nuhu stated that the students, however, reportedly died at the hospital on Sunday night, August 16, 2026. He further stated that the remains of the deceased were subsequently buried after approval was obtained from the district head and the divisional police officer. And with that, now we end the news tonight on Independent Television. Thanking you for watching. My name is Evans Nohuge. Do have a pleasant night rest.
ITV, certainly the best.
One route in. Guards have overlapping fields of fire. Cameras, dogs, drones. I'm gonna have to get creative.
Maybe if it's the kind of question that
we have levels of communication. We have basic communication. We have this. So when you know that it's something that, just for instance, now when children want to ask, how does baby enter tummy, and drink water, you know, that the kind of basic communication I'm talking about. So when children comes up with such question, when they come up with such question, just give an answer that can suffice for the moment, instead of just telling them, shunning them down, to make them feel that what they're answering is not relevant. Even if it's not relevant and something that have an answer, why not just give it to them? With that, you build confidence. You build a bond between them. That a time will come when they begin to meet people outside, begin to hear it, they will still come back to you, because the mommy is always there to answer. So that confidence, the child, because that will help you to build the confidence with that child, and that one will help you to know when things are not going right with your child.
Okay, now you did talk about bullying.
Yes.
Now, how can the child, you know, be able to do away with bullying in the school? Now, when the child comes to you, what will now be the responsibility of this mother? How would the mother, you know, take up that responsibility of making sure that the aspect of bullying stops?
Well, you cannot stop people when they are doing something to you. You can only change the way you react to whatever they are doing to you.
So what's now the responsibility of the mother to that child?
Yes, the mother to let the child to, you know, like I said earlier, you have to get a father figure for your child. So when you get that father figure, let the child be calling the person father. It doesn't matter. Call the person father. So when the time comes, you tell them you have a father. That's your father. As time goes on, the child will get to know the truth. But in the interim, for the psychological mental health of that child, you have to just create an advent, make sure, improvise for that child at that moment. Communicate with them. Don't let them make, you need to sound it to your child every now and then that you don't have to let whatever they are saying to get to you. You have a father, and that person is your father. And there is nobody like that. Talk to them that it doesn't matter that you have a father, your father is somewhere, that you are communicating with your father. He may not be physically be here, but you have a father. Just look for a way to communicate with that, because it's your child. You know how the child assimilates information.
The psychological
yes, from that child. So just teach them to not let whatever anybody says outside to affect them, to get to them. Because you cannot now stop bullying. Even at our age, you cannot stop people from to say they should not like you, but you can change the way you react to whatever is being done to you by anybody. That is just
all right, so let's look at, you know, loneliness, we get exhaustion, and also emotional stress. So how can a single mother, you know, cope with all of this?
It's not easy. It's not easy. Loneliness is loneliness. There's no way two ways about it. You know, these are the part of the challenges that the single mother faces. You know, so some of them, they in their quiet moments, in their closets, they cry, they express their emotions. So when those times come, you just let it flow. Just let it flow, because there's nothing you can do about it. You're already there. So especially for those people who find themselves in that situation without planning for it, who never wanted it. There's some people that say there's no room for loneliness. I want to vibe things. I want to be vying the whole thing. But for those people who find themselves, especially those who are widow, you know, those kind of things. It's not easy, but just pray to God that God should give you the strength.
Okay, now quickly before you go, what's your advice to, you know, single mothers out there? Quickly now.
Oh, we are here waiting for you. It's not easy, but we also know that the society is not also smiling at you people. But whatever it is, you just have to know that there are women out there that love you people, that clap for you people, that support you in their prayers. That no matter what, we know it's not easy, but just stay strong for your children, and God will help you to raise up these children as if they have father present in their life.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, Mrs. Dorcas, for, you know, taking our time to be with us today and give us elaborate, you know, explicit explanation as far as single mothers and dealing with their children. So we'll be seeing again next week for another exciting time on Woman to Woman. Women out there, take good care of yourself. Bye for now.
certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota la ni wa ugi bota vese ma du gi bota na du la no kwa ya de mode ma ya du ge ugi bota de na ni wa okay ka bo akan ma ya sisense kate ave okagele iredu no mono ba gbe na tie ona tie ya ya na gba begwa eni ya ma gwa kan ni wa no gun ni ana gun egwa yebe na ore ma wo tan re pastor kabaru na mu
iwe do no women wa be ne kai wa be idayo wa bi tota ofun igbo sa ogba go yaro oba atokpe
ise ore ma re ti ma re Victor Gisugbe
Dona uzomo wa weseru wa na gbe okoto ya dan he ewe matare urana kugbakere osole gbonu ti ho nu wa ya hene wa re anwu na lele oba atokpe ise
me o sa bo se je no ye no re do ba yo fa re do ya fe ina be ha ka gbo ni ye worldwide me be to wa ya fe o sa ba no je man ma ya fe
ise
oba atokpe
ise
anyway re ma gbo ka wọ́n wá wọ́n kà á lè dìde rẹ̀ ẹ̀dùn ọ̀pẹ́ ìmàkẹ́yìn ló kàn án ṣùgbọ́n láyé tó ta òkìkí náà mọ̀nàbọ́nà jìnnà tí ẹ̀yà fẹ́ kéná yáyù láwẹ̀ náà kéná má yáyù láwẹ̀ wọn láti àwọn èdè wèé ní agbá òde ní agbèrè ní orí iye ẹ̀ lámìkì náà dọ̀lẹ́ yẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mẹ́ náà ní wọn ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ ìrìnà kẹ́kẹ́ náà kàyù wà ọ́ na miewe ezono ro nu wa we dadu wu orewo dadi gwe onu wa kan yi kede ade tewe oto na we kin inu oto na kin inu ya niye ma ewowo inu ya niye ma jo we ewo jo we ye inu ya niye ma oka ewo ka oye inu ya niye ma logi ewo logi ye ena ya fe ni wa e ma ho na gwa kan wọ́pọ̀ ìwà ní ẹ̀rùdáwẹ́ ọba máa ọ̀kàlẹ̀ kúròyè lọ́kàlẹ̀ iná bá máa wọ́n ọjọ́ wẹ́ ọ̀ọ́lẹ́wẹ́ làdíà ọ̀rẹ́kọ̀ mẹ́jọ làdíà ọmọkẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbọ́jọ́ wẹ́ ọmọkẹ́kẹ́ ló fi èkè gbẹ́wò ní wọ́pọ̀ ìwà náà èmi ni ọmọdé yọ ní wọn sẹ́yà òtẹ́dọ̀ máa ẹ̀kẹ́ náà láì ọ̀rẹ́ ìrìnà rẹ̀ èdán rẹ̀ wò láti ẹ̀ máa kẹrọrẹ kẹsọ adé kẹrọrẹ wẹka adé kẹrọrọ rọgba adé máa kẹrọ kẹ máa la ọrọgba ya kàn sẹ èkó anábùkú anáàrí Ghana ẹwọn àti ẹgá anáàrí Sierra Leone ọrọgba ọyẹn ni yàfẹ wà ní ẹdẹdọ Dahomey ọnáàdé ọnáwẹyẹ ìwọn lè Dahomey ìsí Dahomey òbí sára àná ìyàwó nọwé kan kó ìyókò orí ẹ̀dùn pa ẹ̀rọ àádọ́rọ̀ láti wà ní Dahomey ìsí Dahomey ọlọ́dọ̀ wẹ́ ìrẹ́ ìyẹ̀wà ahóní àti Benin Republic alákòóyọ̀ níwọ̀n wáyà sí ní yàfẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ́nà wẹ òwú akẹ́yìn manú ma ọkẹ́kẹ́ ní wà manú wà ọ̀kàyè ìrìnà tí wà bá òtò wà rà ní ìgbú wa pa ọ̀rẹ́ ìwà kí ẹsẹ̀ inú náà ṣànẹ̀ ẹgbà wẹ́ẹ̀sẹ̀ ní búwa ó kó lè máa hàn sábà ní kókó láìwọ́ náà. lẹ́yìn ní máa tó tọ̀ ní bó wáyé yẹn náà tó tọ̀ ní tó tà yìí ìyẹn àyùmọ̀ kó bọ̀ àyùbẹ̀ yẹn kò ní máa yẹn gbélégbélé rẹ̀ yẹn kò ní máa yẹn kẹwọn rẹ̀ yẹn kò ní máa yẹn mádàgbáyò rẹ̀ yẹn kò ní máa yẹn ẹni yàfẹ́ rẹ̀ ìyẹn àṣẹ ikọ̀ ayé wẹ̀ wò ní máa yàn ẹ̀ èyí náà yàfẹ́ anáwó náà gbà wò dédé wò yé ẹ̀ náà tẹ́lẹ̀ pásítọ̀.
Dọ́mọ̀sá ilé ìdùnnú ọgbọ́n wà bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ká wà dáhùn ẹ̀ mẹ́rin máa ìnáná bí náà yà gùn àkàn mẹ́ẹ̀ ìwìnà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀. Nùdáwẹ̀ dèmí zẹ́ nọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀ nàrẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ nàrà mìíràn ìgẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ̀ni wọn bẹ̀ diọ́ gà ìtótà yọ̀gbẹ́ diọ́ àkìnnà dúró ìkọ́gẹ́ náà wọn ìgẹ́lẹ̀ náà àágìí ní ayáwẹ̀ òwú ìmọ̀nìyàrọ̀ àágìí ní abòdẹ̀ náà yíyókò ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀rọ ní nùdáná mìíràn dèmí náà ìgá súnú èmi wá èdè ọ̀ma abẹ́rìmà ìyẹ́sẹ̀ ti yọ ha ìyẹ́sẹ̀ ti yẹ kẹnuwúye náyà ìkọ̀ kẹ́nàmà mi wẹ́ ìgẹ̀rẹ̀ ládà ọ̀bọ náà èmi wá èdè ọ̀ma bí ládà ọ̀bọ náà pa làwọn yóò bọ́ wa ro wa ọ̀yà dé tó ta ọ̀rọ̀ àná mi wẹ́ ìgẹ̀rẹ̀ mi ẹ̀ẹ́wò yà fẹ́ lò sọpin yà mẹ́ ọ̀ka lótù nàti ọ̀ka ìgẹ̀rẹ̀ sọpin ọ̀ka ìgẹ̀rẹ̀ ni ọgwụ edioma abeniwa idu iko na ya ene na taba yeke kpa ya gwe igele du iko we ene no la dia be ike ni wa no de na ke o geni sokma aga zema no ga fe o asefeni no ya bode opiano erike na dionia o etochi no no ya ka bode wa bi emi ne so no isu na dia kẹ̀kẹ́ mẹ́mẹ́ òdòmọ́ọ̀mù yá sùn rẹ̀ àṣẹfẹ́ níbùn ẹ̀mọ́ òdòmọ́ọ̀mù náà nìyà níbùn náà yí miẹ́wẹ́ yá dùn yà múnà tẹ̀ kidnapping ìka ayélujára lọ́rọ̀ àṣẹfẹ́ ní wà bìgẹ́lẹ̀ làwọ̀ abẹ́ òwẹ́ abà bìgẹ́ abẹ́ òwẹ́ abà làwọ̀ àìtẹ̀ miẹ́wẹ́ èyí òdòmọ́ọ̀mù ní kí yà sẹ̀ kí wọ́n yà sẹ̀ ẹ̀kẹ́ ọba àgbàlíyàmùnẹ́ yà ilẹ̀ sẹ̀nà ní àmúà ìmúnà kàgẹ́lẹ̀ àṣẹfẹ́ níbùn ẹ̀yẹ́ nìgẹ̀ èdè ọmọ ẹwọ́ ni ọjọ́ ìwọ́ ni ọtùpògèrè àwọn ni ọtùpògèrè àwọn ni n'ala àwòwò èmérí máa mọ̀ n'ọba náà dókó àpọ̀lọpọ̀ lọ́dún dá ètò wàwẹ̀ n'apá gbèrúwe n'ara oyotọ̀ n'ahìẹ́ abodẹ̀ n'aya hẹ́ ni awẹ́ ni màgẹ́rì ibi yẹ ni mú ní gbogbo ẹ̀mú ìmàríà èmú ní ẹ̀mú sàkàrẹ̀ rẹ̀ ìmàríà n'apá gbè n'ahẹ́ ugwu n'abẹ́ kẹ́rọ ọ̀wẹ́ àmìẹ̀wẹ̀ òwò náà àmìẹ̀wẹ̀ iyọ̀ta ọ̀rànlẹ̀ ìwọ̀rẹ̀
ọ̀sẹ̀
ẹ̀dùn àtọ́pẹ̀ yìí.
èyí wà wà ẹ̀ nọ́tà ọmọlọ́bà tí awọ kàyè lè yá fẹ́ ẹ̀zẹ́rẹ́lì káàtà sí alágun yàgò ẹ̀rìn látàmì ẹ̀yà ẹ̀ lè dádọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ òwúlá ẹ̀dádọ̀ awọ kàyè lè wà ní ọ̀kọ́ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ wà tó bú wà lè kùgbé wà yá amẹ́kọ̀ọ́ wà á do ọmọ ìkẹ̀lẹ̀ wà á náà do ẹ̀ wàá kí ààrẹ ní wọn wàá èkó èso wọ́wọ́ wáyà ní wàá èkó èso òtọ́ ní wàá kí ààrẹ ní wàá yà kókò gbá ọ̀rẹ́ èkèlú wọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó ńlá òtọ́rẹ́ ẹ̀dó state kẹwẹ́ kátíkátẹ́ Benin City dèkìnnà ńlá lọ́dẹ́kan òdẹ́zẹ̀ sápẹ́lẹ́ gbáràn òdẹ́zẹ̀ mìíràn gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ òdẹ́zẹ̀ ẹni ìyàfẹ́ rẹ̀ àyàmúmàmì máa mahenya ne maso nya we nya nyara nya ami mai esoro wo wede re wo ka o gelegele nya makwe na mo yo wai pe gelegele iko eni were ba nya uzon we nya wanya mai wo pe nya ke ariwa but so pa nya nya to o tene bizu gbezo
dɔmɔ a b'a wɛwɛ se a bɛna yunu kan yɛn na a ko wa sɔmɔ ɲɛmɛ o tɛ mɛ ta bangɛ kavari ɔna wo te kue mu waa ho wɛ iyɔ tan ɔlɔwɔ mina wɛ ahiɛ tɛ nia wɛ ɔkari tɛ do yi wɛ ɛkpɛ ɛmu ɛwɛ idun wele mɛ gbɛgi yɛ na nia iyo tona do alo ekpena do amu ewe bidun ewele bo se gbe ibe ni ana ofuwe no a atilebi wa no a amati eni kwaro no a ra o ha mu me no awewo ho ga ko ye na wo ba ana mi ewe eyigele na gele pagbewe lónìí mà yá sí wọn dédé gbé wọn pàgbèrè wà gẹ́yìn rí ẹ̀ yẹn náà pàgbèrè rí ọ̀rá lọ́wọ́ àtẹ̀mí ẹwẹ́ ọgọ́dọ̀ mú òun náà wà tó gbé náà gbìyìn náà àtẹ̀mí ẹwẹ́ ọdọ̀ vẹ́wà òtẹ́dọ̀ nígbà ọ̀wẹ́ do yíw mà sọpọ́n ẹ̀wọ̀n pa ẹ̀yìn àta mọ́mí rí ìmọ̀ràn àgbèlè kùkù gbé nígbà wẹ́ àkókò gbé ọ̀rá agbó wẹ́ náà máa náà ti bù ẹ́ akukugbe ọ̀rọ̀ agwize nege na vun na ahukwa mami ohun ọpa ọmọ ma bowo owo isoro to ami owo ni seyin mo wa owo na ahe oto o ma re ki wayo oruwepo wa fun do ni yo ni tuti abe ikaire le na baze obo ma he wa obe yeru musu wa ibu ogba dolero ariwa ba ọ̀rọ̀ náà máa ń yẹ fún wa láti yé gbẹ̀rẹ̀dógún $1 yìí ọ̀rẹ́ wẹ ùsùn ọ̀pá nọ́bà mẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀yìn èyí nìkan ó ní kẹ́nu kàfù wẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ èmi ìwé yọ náà ta gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àbí kíkìlì wá ilẹ̀ gà ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ náà wùgà mìíràn ọ̀rọ̀ kàkẹ́ ìrìnlẹ̀tẹ̀ mu ni ọ̀hán mágbọ́n yìí yó ìmú hùn dáná rẹ̀ gbà mẹ́rin yẹ pò pa. Ara mu me ọlọ́gọ́ tèmi ẹ̀ mílíọ̀nù naira fẹ́ gbé làdíá kèwádìí ìpànìyàn délé náà mi ẹwẹ́ ọdún pa ta ìwé èmi sùnù wẹ́nìyàn o ìrèlè ìyàn fẹ́ làdíá ìyàn lágẹ̀lẹ̀ lẹ̀ mú dáwẹ́ ìrèlè ọ̀rọ̀ ha ọ̀rọ̀ ìyàn ẹ̀rọ ìwẹ̀ náà bíọ́ náà yòówù rà wọ́n tọ̀ wọ́n kèénú ọ̀tọ̀ wẹ̀ la wọ́n kèénú gbò ewé ayọ̀ ọlọ́tún ọ̀rọ̀ ìwọ̀n àwọn ọlọ́dẹ̀gbẹ́ nìyà òru yẹn ti ìhà ní sọ̀wẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ́sẹ̀ ti ìhẹ̀wò ẹsẹ̀ rẹ òru yẹn là ìhẹ̀wò sọ̀ọ́mà sọ ọ̀mọ́tọ̀ wọ́n wọ́n mọ́tọ̀ ọ̀rọ̀ yìíkì rúdọ̀ ni wàláhọ́ ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀ náà máa dé yúfíẹ̀ ni wà kìlìgbìlìgbè wọ́ náà gọba dọ̀lẹ́wò yìí ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
iṣẹ́ ẹ̀yin wọn ẹ̀yà ìwà màtánà àwọn kàwélè ẹ̀ máa bọ́ gbogbo àná ọ̀sẹ̀ gbìrẹ̀lẹ̀ ewọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ gbìrẹ̀lẹ̀ ewọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ gbù wà ní àníwọ̀n ẹ̀ mànátà náà ni wà kúgbe ẹ̀ kàwọ́ gbé àwọn ọ̀nà ìdùn ẹ̀wọ̀n náà kúwẹ̀ nà káyé lọ́wọ́ èmi yé ǹdẹ́ wà gbìnlẹ̀ bá mẹ́ wù ọ̀rẹ́ dàdọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀ kìlú wù láì wẹ́nu wò wá fìbọ́ bọ́ọ̀lù àwọn kẹ̀kàn wẹ́ wà gbọ̀ ẹ̀kàn ẹ̀rọ kan wọ́n wà màríyé hànà ohun wo wa ìwà àdòmẹ́wẹ́ ohun wo wa àdòdó wà mú ohun wọ́rẹ́ èkèlú wọ́rẹ́ tó láì àwọn náà gún àkànnà náà mẹ́wẹ́ òdòmọ́ òmù máa dúró náà wà mú yìí náà lùwà sí òkú gbé àwọn ẹ̀wẹ́ náà yẹ ẹ náà mẹ́wẹ́ dé ohun iná rẹ̀ àmọ́dún màmá ilẹ̀ kọ́ àwọ̀ wa wà ilẹ̀ rí dọ̀ọ̀nù lẹ́bùkẹ́ orí Abuja máa dọ̀lù wáyé ọmọlọ́ba yìí ta ọwọ́ àdọ̀lẹ́ ni wọ́n ẹ̀ tọ́ lọ́wọ́ dèyí mọ̀ yá kàn kó rẹ̀ gẹ̀nẹ́ dẹ̀ yìí èyí àyè rọ̀ ìyẹn rẹ̀ nìbó wí nẹ̀ sọpọ̀ ara gbọ́ alọ́ ara miọ́ ìbí nìyà lọ́rọ̀ àmiọ́ náà yà á mú ìgbé ẹ̀ẹ́nu wẹ́ yà rọ eré odò yà á gbọ́ ẹ̀ oge fà kàn wọ́n wà dùn wọ́n wà rẹ̀ wò ọmọ sùn nẹ̀dẹ́ ń dá ọba ọgbà ọrẹ mayafẹ ìnáwó náírà ẹ̀ẹ́rù kátíkátí ọrẹ náà sì òsì rẹ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà òsì gẹ́gẹ́ gbúwà ìmọ̀wá inú wa ìdádọ́ rẹ yìí kú gbàgbá níyẹ ọgbà náà mẹ́wẹ́ òkú gbanú àrè gbani ara rí osisi dàwẹ́ ẹ̀ẹ́bàwẹ́ ara rí ọpẹ́ àfihàn ọmọ ẹ̀rẹ́ ìnáwó rẹ eni yabu nana we kori opiari ero oloro ya azi owe kene ade oge no ewe ni ata yen di ya mi ilasiwa ebi bi so yin a yaro o are wona na we ewa to boy no we gbere na no ya hon ko ni bu ya fe ya yiro ni wa na me we ma de wona yesi ne lo mi ma be kan boni
edunu pelu edionwe okaru kebe okagele o sanogo do ayu wa we unta ni da se fe ni unta we gberage ogo fuwe no nunda eri ma mo no ba na doku apolopolo wori ze okagele o sanogo do azodion we ana miewe oba we bezo kao enigi le la se fe ya otedo be na ga ya dole woyi no na ya fuwe o tornado bi we bi mala agege fuwe akine ya ariwo ye po be na mana be o we oligi bezo ma si o tebu unda ede na ya miewe ogagi seve e mono ride wa do awre be gui kawe ba isi ayo to fe ma eke no ma ke ni afi unyi ya ga fi uyo ebe soro no kaye leje ebe ya kaye leje ne dio weye anu karapila la pisen na dolu poji so para ke no to ebe soro ro owe nu we ka be otene ka e ba we ekwe no be pe adu amu egbe wo yo ka do egele unda na ye igele ka ni ki abode emeki ememwa emegbeyo aisi amen di adu yo babo eni ni mwina no ka ge na begele ki eni na la wo eni ma ti wa o ma be bo ti wa o be ke ni wa eni ze no salo bana zuwa yira be me na sa wa ka be ina no ko te are ye gburo la wa ara enye janere yo aladi ababa iwe na rijena ari nie ma no hode no wa bode ebe ne de da dudun ake ode
da de wa hode
so de da de wa hode imeje ugbokun gi e wiki ni ugbokun dare one ebe so wa ro ugbokun gbe agbo gbiyan ojira alara ya dunya ni ifano ibi ara ya bi e imuna ni amuna we de gbe e ra ki aba so ya re yan era bi aba la dia ya ka no wa ru gbe no gbo ni wa so gbe ka e no wa hode ogbo so wa e ke fu gi ogie e ya wa ro awa nwan yi abiosi mo bo ana do mi e we na so ni ide na ga mu mi ya ni mwe so agiga ime so won so abage na agiga ri na aba mo position na were na ro ana mi e we ona do yoto ye so ro be mo na ko de le dugbo baba ko de ade ko ye wi ma de na so ye ipa dakota ya ri oba fi ya ira ko oba fi de e mato sako ni amu ugbeso e governor is say of gede arun we ni agbe no sisi ni ayo sisi gbe o governor is so gede na ayo sisi gbe o arun we motorcycle ama wa wo na ege na ide am bi we e mai do akode odugbo ara da mu ni apopo lare we mu gbe ugbo gede lare we mu gbinya wọ́n mi yàn ń fánà ìyàn ara kíákíá wò dẹ́wọ́dá yóò sì fi à àwa ọba mú amúnárígbé ọjọ́ wèé gbèsè àgbèsò àbúrò gbèsè àgbèsò àdébọ̀rẹ́ ìlú náà ẹgbẹ́ lè rí yìí ẹ̀rọ náà lè má ra ó ló tọ̀ èyí dáṣẹ́ ti sùn wá èyí yàmì àárín yẹn tèmi mú ẹ̀rẹ̀ náà yóò tọ̀ náà láwọ náà sí mi náà tó wa ẹ̀mọ̀rútu ewé máa dé náà ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀mọ́pàrútu mariabe gbàdúrà ayé sí gbèlégbé náà wàbí akúgbe lóòdẹ́wò màmá gbánímà ẹ̀rọ bí na mímọ̀ wọn ní ọ̀nàdọ́ agbámisìkàwẹ́ ya bùrẹ̀dọ́dẹ ara rẹ̀ rà yìí ẹ̀tì wáyà gbèlégbé náà wà mẹ́rẹ̀lẹ̀ náà wàdí agbèrè àwòdà yìí hàn wàdí máa mú òkú ọ̀dà yìí hàn ẹ̀ẹ́nì máa dọ́ àwọn ìgbégbé máa kọ́ nígbà ọ̀hún ọmọ ìmẹ̀ náà níyàwó ẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ni ẹ̀ mọ́tò yà láwùtẹ́ do ní màá gbégbé máa kọ́ kí á tó àgbè wíyà lọ́dọ́ kí yà bá níyàwó ẹ̀ wàyà gàn yàrá síbá yàrá mi ọ̀wà náà nẹ́rẹ́ tọ́ yà yẹ tó bí ayé sí fi ẹgbẹ́ wa ọmọọmọ yìí kọ́ ni màá gbá rẹ̀ yọ ẹ̀gẹ́ ni òbí yẹn lọ́dọ̀ kó hù usabala na gbogbo ni apo
iṣẹ́ ni wọn ya iwada he matana awo ka gele e o ojo we awo ka awe ni gba ore mo wa e mo wa gugun na uda ino se mo latana ro ma pe na no mo lo ba tu wa ya fe ona tu wa yi ko na guwa gun we gere ne wo je wa he do no se ma wa we wi so e no we ri enu wa no we unu wa we gemi no here no we ya me we e mata yen ta yen giwa hu ne na mi we akugbe aro nu wa e ma na we gbe we ya wi bota na kugbe gele aro nu enu wa o tan e ga ya bo ne
ana abo kaigele kekere igoba do level aye gun akan na awo kaigele upo no kwa mu wa yi na ọ̀wọ́n no bagye wu ugan no kwa yen ha ni huda adu ekroba na fi abo na yohan eriye ero ye ro ma na no samudia ke o han egbe ogbe run amudia ni yoko to bun pi ara amudia no rede to bun gan wa eru ba to kin asu wewe no mo sawe kin ari asu e una gele mo egbe yuri anwina awo kaigele dadebo ayekunu wu dadorela demoralize mudawe wa mudiayowe amasimi anya o ya fi oboyo rere uwe no ya baku adowe nebote we ship ground ona sikobona kere no paro sikobona kere we wo ma de se ba we ya fi oboye ibate kesu gebugo ogeva uwe patapata adofin eyeva ahimi onu ero won egbu matenya o oni ede no gba o ma be bian ae pa oro ae nana fiawu oro ae nana to owe uto mere gbo wa kan gbo mi we uto mere ro uwu no we de na a ti oni no ma kan ma yo but ko ba hu we na o wa wu iya we wa ko we wa to ni u wa ya fu de yo e gba o wa ni mai gbo ma o mai gbo won no na mi o kere
o se
o ba to pe
you say anyway I walk out on bogugwana ma mi ebe na o tuma pa agbere o ka o ite ma ro o ka o ite akenzo ye ba we no pe yi owo kan kino o kino wa no ke aro ọ̀kàrẹ̀lẹ̀ àwẹ̀ wàríyàn mo bọ lẹ́wẹ̀gbẹ̀ yàsẹ̀gbẹ̀ ọdún wòye ìmàhóni màtàlá dìán wẹ ọmọ kẹ̀kẹ́ ní wàá gùn olùyàrúwẹ̀ kú wa wẹ náà kàrẹ̀lẹ̀ wẹ̀ ọkà ọdún wòye tó bú wẹ̀ mú wa ní ọpa èyí tọpa ọkà òye ọkà òfé ní bóyá fẹ́ ọdún wòye wọ ọkà ayákòókò wẹ̀ wíkú gbé otote ọjọ́ we ọkà òye otote ọkà ọjọ́ we ye ọjọ́ we ọdún ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀wò sọ̀rọ̀ ọkà inóge arọ̀ ọkà ọ̀rọ̀ ọjọ́ we arọ̀ inóge ya ìzẹ́ ọkà ìzẹ́ ọjọ́ we kìlọ̀sẹ̀ sopa ọjọ́ we nàkànà ọ̀rọ̀ gbẹ̀dùn ọ̀nà àwẹ̀mí yóò tó bọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ ènìyàn àmàwẹ̀ obewe no so obo no muge oka sopa eyin e ko ere no ye na aniyan wo ba ke ya fe oka o joni wa ya fe no ka oye wa to bo wa no oka no rite na wa gbe okoto awe tu wa ya fe na we no geva we le we ye we na adi egbewo nda ma keke no wa ni te wa do luga we o de verio gbeni matana na kugbe mi ke na aro nuwa ya kini wa maka bo pon me e ma ya fe ni da hima ugi ibota e ba ta di na e ma ma mu gi ibota di na yoto oba to pe sir
Oh, ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
It's quite interesting and of course amazing to have you join us on a fresh episode of This Morning on ITV. Good morning Nigerians, good morning viewers on independent television as we roll into the issues surrounding what's happening in the polity. Most especially, we must first of all be grateful to God Almighty for giving us a fresh start of the day. My name is Philip Omo Gyupo. No doubt you will be concerned about who are with me and being in studio. It's not far-fetched from having my controversial set with me. Let me start with Lawrence Osifo.
Who is controversial?
Well, no. Forget about what I said. I know we want to banter. Forget about what I said.
Good morning, Philip.
Good to have you join me, Lawrence Osifo, and of course, Anolu Apostolins.
Good morning. I think you actually started with a controversial person, if I'm just to say that, because certainly I'm not controversial. Anyway, how are you guys doing?
We're good. After the aftermath of our show election, so we're good. We're here. And yesterday was also a rowdy one in Edo State. The chambers is embroidered with back and forth, impeachment saga. You know, Edo State House of Assembly has been known for impeachment.
All right, wait.
Anyway, it's safe to say that politics is politicking at this point.
Okay.
Yes, politics is politicking in Nigeria from left to right, nook and cranny, everywhere.
Well, I think it's not far-fetched what I said concerning the controversy or controversial set I have. I know it's because of what has been hatched in Edo State.
Yeah.
Of course, the controversy surrounding the resignation of
He did not resign, he was
speaker.
impeached.
No. Let's hold. We are getting there.
Well, that's also another controversy.
Hold. Yeah, wait.
Okay.
Let me break, please.
All right.
Controversy surrounding the resignation of the former speaker, Blessing Agbabako.
Yeah.
That is having issues surrounding if he was really impeached or was it that he resigned, according to what he said, or was he really impeached? Well, reports having that will unfold as we go. But let's quickly join you, Messalina, from our Lagos studio. Good morning, Messalina.
Beautiful morning to you, Philip. Good morning, Lawrence. Good morning, Anu. Trust you guys are doing good. It's a beautiful day here in Lagos, and we're grateful to be alive this morning.
All right, good to have you join again. Emeka Yanacho from Abuja Studios. Good morning.
Good morning, Lawrence. Good morning, Philip, and Anu Olubakbo, as well as our colleague in Lagos, Marcelina. It's good to have you guys on this morning. Great morning to all of you. It's been a wonderful time here in Abuja. In fact, now we are scared of rains because the last one that happened, it turned out to be, very disastrous for some sections in some persons in Abuja. Some areas were really flooded, and then properties were lost. And then I think there was no casualty anyway in terms of human life, but a lot of things were lost in terms of property and the goods of Nigerians in the Federal Capital Territory. Is quite unusual anyway, but this is our reality at the moment in Abuja.
Thank you so much, Emeka. Like the saying goes in our local parlance, now where the pain person, now you put near fire. You can see I told you that today's set is very controversial. I started with bringing on board my colleagues with me from the Benin studio. It turned into another issue. Wow. We know basically we're going to trade that. Again, we also brought in from Abuja studio, Emeka Yanacho. He brought about the issues of flooding. And again, that's quite very, very imperative. When I saw that report, I was taken aback. And it takes a whole lot from us if we fail to do the needful. I know it's a global challenge, and again, there's need for us to see how government is evolving to make sure that as challenges emanate, it's been proactive enough to tackle all of this. I think the planning in Abuja will have to be replanned.
You're talking about Abuja. You're not talking about your state, your city where you stay.
I'm bringing in what he said. Okay. So let's go with what.
Let's not what's happening here in Benin.
Okay.
Do they have drainages in GRA?
Okay, no. But right? Can you just add to what he said concerning what happened in Abuja?
The truth is, it's a global phenomenon. We agree. It happened in the US, it happened in Canada. We saw the bigger one that happened in Lagos, where the boys that stays in the big area, the Lekki axis, were using, was it not Kano, a big boat to run out of their house. We agree. Now, I want to drag somebody here now on this matter. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Edo State.
Okay. Honorable
Nusa Adams. I've invited him twice to this platform on this occasion. He declined. So I'm pretty sure he might be watching, or his cronies or those around him will be watching. I've invited him twice to this very platform to talk to us. What is the plan of the government this rainy season? For like 1 week now, it has not rained. Everybody assume, oh, it's August break. But give it 2 weeks from now, everyone will be flooded again. Look at very close to us here, the S&T. That's very close. A major road is flooded. So these are the real issues.
Don't forget it's a federal road. Don't forget it's a federal road.
In your territory.
Yeah, easy. Hey, God.
Philip, no. That is why you called me controversial. I agree. I can't be calm because people are suffering. The people are suffering.
Okay, anyway, but if you are throwing that at the state government,
yes,
you will be shooting too far.
I won't shoot too far.
Because it's a federal road.
It's a federal road.
I expect that if you want to tackle
state officials collect,
you start collect federal government.
No, state officials collect revenue
where
from
the
there.
State government can assist.
Who the party in power is
you
not
don't
the same
put
party
the burden of the federal.
I'm not supposed to say Philip.
I am concerned on the I think we should have decorum on the table at this point, but perhaps.
Well, coming to rescue this situation.
Thank you so much. Let me add my own 2 cents here now. Well, whilst we should be expecting perhaps this is a federal road, please bear with us at some point in that place. But when we talk about government and planning, I don't think the Nigerian government really have any plan as to whether or not flooding or just, natural disasters, as we get to say. Here in Nigeria, thankfully, we have an amazing, beautiful natural resources. We don't get to experience some of the things we see in other countries.
Like landslide,
so everything that we are currently experiencing is a people's problem.
Thank you.
Now, somebody said in Abuja, it's actually quite shocking. The first time I saw the video online, it trended over the weekend. The first thing that came to my mind was, is this Lagos? Because it's only in Lagos that we get to see all of this, horrible stuff in the VI, in the island per se. But in Abuja, the streets of social media, I actually picked a comment from someone who said, Wike brought rivers to Abuja.
That sounds loud indeed.
Well, thank you. Well, I think we have to go in this lane, most especially as it has been brought up. And of course, we have the challenges of already facing Edo State House of Assembly. Could we call it a challenge? Because we can't tell, because the former speaker said they resigned. I know you are a champion in this. And you want to
Let me take you back to the history of Edo State House of Assembly.
All right.
Under the speakership of late Zakawanu Garuba, to Bright Omokodion, to Uyi Igbe, to who else again, Justin Okonobo, to Elizabeth Ativier, to a whole lot of them. Ask me how it has been. Edo State, this is the 8th assembly, right? One expect 8th assembly to have 8 speakers. But Edo State have had about 16. If we do the calculation, 8th assembly ought to have at least 8 speakers. Or in most cases, not even 8, maybe 6. Probably one will do 2 terms. I don't know if you understand by calculation.
You're right.
But we've had about 16 speakers in one House of Assembly.
Because of the buzz that happens.
And it always happens. When it happens, it does not happen peacefully. There must be fight, mess must be stolen,
and it must involve financial impropriety.
That is what they've already accused the guy of. They've alleged that the guy awarded contract.
Not until you bring about financial impropriety.
It's not complete.
The weight will not be heavy.
No, it will not be heavy. So that was what led to the whole. They said the news already featured us at yesterday's plenary. So he now came. He did not take over plenary. The deputy speaker took over plenary. Do you get the game now? Probably he has already heard. But so many.
But according to reports, he resigned.
Hold on.
He said
his paper was not accepted.
He needed to accept what has been said before him to resign.
Where did they say that before him?
Look,
on the floor.
It's over report. We're going to take it on the pages of the newspaper.
Let's
it's over report.
Let's take
so he said he resigned because he needs to make sure that there is peace, and he heeded to the advice of the governor for him to resign for peace to reign. And we understand this fact that there's always leadership tussle when it comes to the legislative business. And of course, it's always tied to financial impropriety to remove the speaker, you know, and bring in another leadership. And again, who tells us that the what's embroidered the former leadership won't again entangle
the new one?
Leadership?
Exactly.
We keep having all of these changes, but there's something that has to come in place here. This is the legislative business, and every speaker must be able to carry the legislators along. And at the time they are not able to carry the legislators along, something will happen.
Now, it seems the legislature,
it's natural.
It seems the legislature, they even don't know their powers.
Okay.
The constitutional provision makes Section 4 legislature, Section 5 executive, Section 6 judiciary. As legislature was first captured before any other arm of government. But you see these guys, because they want to look good in the eyes of the executive. Once the executive comes, you decamp to the executive party, which was what happened to the guy.
That's a different ballgame.
I think
it's that business, so we allow them go.
It's good to see how he's bringing the constitutional part of it, but then again, you seem to forget that this is Nigeria. So we can have a constitutionally backed rules and regulation, and then on the floor, it's a different game entirely.
Yeah.
So it's safe to say, as I said earlier, that politics is politicking in Nigeria at this point, and Edo State House of Assembly is not left out.
Yeah.
Well, for a lot of persons, what happened yesterday at plenary is not new. It's not a shock.
It's not.
Because even on the street of social media, very great to always bring out the netizens part of it. We had a video.
You know, that's where you belong, actually.
Right, TMI socials, right? Well, we had a bit of somebody who already gave feelers about what will happen to Blessing Abebaku. Right, that was on Sunday. That was trending on social media. And then Monday came, and we heard the news first thing that he was impeached. Later on, we had to quickly change it. I know he wasn't impeached. He resigned. So at this point, we do not know what really transpired, whether or not he was impeached or he resigned. All we know right now is the fact that
it's no longer controversial. It's no longer controversial. We know.
Our new speaker. Can I have the floor, please, gentlemen? So right now we have a new speaker, Honorable Yakini, and a lot of persons are expecting more and a different change from him. But I'm just going to end on this note that it seems to a lot of persons that in Nigeria, he who plays the piper, they take the tune. How do you say all of that? I think that was just playing out. And we're going to see more things unfold in the coming days right here at Edo State House of Assembly.
He was not impeached, but he was also suspended.
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
So
you cannot suspend
investigation to be
No, he was impeached and suspended.
He was suspended for 3 months. He was suspended for 3 months.
It means 3 months. His constituency will not have representation. The people of Oman West will lack representation for 3 months.
Well,
and somebody's telling me he was not impeached.
Well, like you said, like Anu said, which we all know.
He resigned.
Yeah, like Anu said, which we all know.
Right.
For it to happen, there must be smoke first before it comes with fire. For it to happen, we already knew, and it's already everywhere. And even the speaker even said it. It wasn't hidden that there was already a pressure on him for him to resign.
Who pressurized him?
And if you fail to resign, excuse me, if you fail to resign, then basically you will be impeached. And reports have it that 18 of the legislators out of 24 were already out to remove him. And that would have happened yesterday morning. Well, let's get your thoughts on this, Emeka, from our Abuja studio.
What's happening in Edo State is actually, when I say not surprising, but it's part of what it is in down there in those states. You've had this kind of issue come up in the past, and then this is not an exception. What my worry is that at this point is the fact that Nigeria has actually, it's been one story from one story to the other. We've not been able to resolve any matter. We had over the weekend there was an attack, terror attack in Benue State. Nobody's talking about it because the election in Osun State took over the discussions. Then the death of that young nurse at the residence of the minister is still there, unresolved. That issue of the probe of an agency that nobody knows or can understand how they came up is still there. Okoye's family feud, the P squares, those are issues that are still out there. And then we are, at this point in time, looking at the unusual. When I say it's unusual, it's truly unusual. The flooding that happened in Abuja a few days ago is quite disheartening. Some people say it is the alteration, the alteration of the Abuja master plan. Abuja actually has a master plan, while those in authority are saying that it is the, the practice of, malpractices of the residents who fail to, leave waterways. They keep erecting structures on waterways and then also keep dumping refuse just indiscriminately. Those are kind of issues that have actually caused this kind of havoc in Abuja, but it has not really happened like this before. That is why there is a mention of it. It's unusual in the Federal Capital Territory where there is a master plan, and then we have not really seen it this way before. Cars were submerged, and then buildings, I think, collapsed, and then a lot of things happened, and then we are hearing that the FCT minister, Yeson Wike, is going to go around this morning to look at those areas and know what actually transpired, and perhaps see how we can bring succor to those who are affected. It's really unfortunate, but that is the reality in Abuja.
So much, Emeka. Let's get how it pinches you, Messalina from Lagos studio.
So when I saw the report yesterday about the speaker resignation, some of the people that spoke during the report, made mention that, it is important that he resigned instead of being impeached. And the question is he actually, is it actually resignation, or it was actually impeached? Like I said, the pressure on him was actually much for him to resign. He had to resign. Like Anu said, politics in Nigeria is politicking, and it has gotten to Edo State. I mean, nobody know what happened, for him to be pressured to resign, and now he has resigned. And most of the person that spoke said the fact that he resigned is actually better than him being impeached, because it would have, actually affected his political career. But from Lagos today, we'll still be looking at the, Osun State election, Adeleke's win. We'll be looking at it, the intra-party disagreement, what has transpired, how it will affect 2027 forthcoming general election. We all know the campaign is starting soon, tomorrow, I guess. And, election is just by the corner. What happened in Osun State, even though some persons are saying that, you saw that the voters came out to vote and their votes count, and some other persons, are saying that we shouldn't be fooled by what happened with Osun election, thinking that is how it's going to be in, the forthcoming presidential election. But at the same time, we all saw what happened. We're going to be talking about the vote buying, intra-party disagreements, Osun election general as a whole. So that is what we're going to be talking about from Lagos today.
Messalina, thank you very much, Messalina. A whole lot we must say, but do we have enough time to talk about it? Just like what Emeka said, a lot that we have not even spoken on, but well, God will help us. We're going to be also having all of these discussions surrounding the Osun election from Benin studio, and of course also look into the what is happening in the Edo State House of Assembly, the leadership tussle in the Edo State House of Assembly, and how it turned in the new speaker and person of Right Honorable Yakene Ediaye from the Akoko 1 constituency. And of course, we look at all of this. We will be having a one-on-one touch with the Right Honorable, who is now the new majority leader, and the person of Honorable Sunday Ojeziale shortly. Well, we will be taking a short break. We take a breather.
No, we take a breather. We take a breather
because I know you want to say something.
I hope Edo State House of Assembly does not turn out to be like that of Lagos. I know you can remember how Lagos played that now. Exactly, the Obasa to Miranda, Mojisola.
We don't have factions. I don't think we have factions.
Can tell.
I don't think we have factions because we already have 18 members who we are moving.
You are not
so the rest of them
there could be some factions on the ground.
I think with everything,
there can't be factions.
With everything has been spoken so far, I feel like one thing we missed out on is the speed at which it was done yesterday. Everything just happened within the space of 24 hours.
Yes, I think
somebody resigned and we had a new person sworn in immediately.
And they went to the governor. They made the governor as well.
No. The former speaker has calmed everything down. The former speaker said he has resigned.
For peace to reign.
Yes, for peace to reign. So which means we are not holding on to anything that has to do with tussle.
Philip, you resign or you're suspended.
He said he resigned, and in his words, that he yielded to what the governor said. He advised that he should leave the state for peace to reign.
Still learning,
and then we saw the governor, even receiving the new leadership, and congratulating the leadership. So
congratulating them.
It has ended.
It has ended.
Edo Shada in the EDH area has ended. Well, we will be looking at what the comments of the Right Honorable Sunday Ojezele, who is the new majority leader. We will basically hear from him and see if really it was a resignation.
Okay.
Or impeachment.
All right.
I think we'll put a
break on
there. We'll take a short break, and after we look at the pages of the newspaper. Do stay. All right, quickly, let's look at the pages of the newspaper. And our first point of call is the Punch newspaper. And let's see how punchy it is. On the Punch, we have the major headline here begging for attention. It says 31 states spend 252 billion naira on security in 6 months. And of course, we have a 22 state security bill jumps by 90% as governors tackle insecurity, and spending covers security equipment, personnel, security votes, and others. And experts seek tech deployment into tackling this. Of course, we also have it from Kogi, Plateau, Bauchi, spent only 32% of security budget in 6 months. Well, we can tell how the other 6 months would be like. Okay, let's see what we have here on the top of the cover page. WAEC under fire over 2026 results, alleged grading anomalies. Pension arrears, ex-soldiers set to protest at Defense Ministry again. All right, we have this. It says terrorists killed 28 in Sokoto community, Army GOC visits. And just at the bottom of the cover page, we have this. It says NDLEA destroys 301 billion drugs, arrest 10 in Edo, right in Edo State. And teachers' crisis, a lot we look at here. Well, that's much you can take on the Punch newspaper.
The Daily Trust newspaper is up next, and it's leading with an interesting headline in business news, as it says food prices rise as inflation slows. Food prices rise as inflation slows. The question is why? Now, interestingly, on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper, we have pictures there of what went down in Abuja over the weekend, as it says that some of the houses flooded after rainfall in Maitama extension. Flooded Abuja mansions raised questions over green areas on page 7. Well, hopefully our Abuja studio will do justice to this conversation soon. Now, as regards other interesting headlines this morning on the Daily Trust, Oshun Adeleke supporters moved to take over Council Secretariat. On page 10 of the Daily Trust newspaper, NDLEA destroys 301 billion naira drugs in Lagos. On page 17, 23-year-old hacks mother to death. Still on page 17 of the Daily Trust newspaper. Away from that, over 200 lecturers resigned from Kaduna University. The question is why? Well, on page 7, you find out details of that story. Campaign cancel, consultations intensified as INEC lift ban tomorrow. And finally, on the Daily Trust this morning, NICOM recapitalization fee raised dust. All of this and more on the Daily Trust today.
All right, on the Nigerian Tribune, which is the one I have here, because the catchy one from Edo is here. We have on the masthead is reason with UK raises concern over vote buying. NBA warns of Beavers challenges ahead of 2027 election. That was after the Osun election. On page 7 above the masthead, Nigeria's inflation drops to 15.43%. Food prices remains high month on month. This is according to the NBS. They released the statistics yesterday. Also on page 6, EU approves $1.5 million emergency aid for Nigeria's cholera response. NDLEA destroys 301 billion naira worth of cocaine, heroin, opioids, others in Lagos. EFCC probes undeclared $73,000, £159,000 intercepted at Kano Airport. Customs hand over 399 seized rifles to Office of the National Security Advisor, NSA. Sperm count falls as body fat rises. This is according to study that's on health. Then 22 killed as bandit attack Sokoto community. And finally, on the Nigerian Tribune, Edo Assembly in fresh leadership crisis as Speaker resigns, 2 others removed. That's on page 15 of the Nigerian Tribune. I have to take that part.
Oh yeah, very important.
Very important.
I wanted to even raise it on the Vanguard newspaper why he resigned, according to what he said. But
Yeah.
well, it's all enough for you to go dig into the stories properly by getting to the nearest vendor close to you, and of course go online. There's much we can take on the pages of the newspaper. We take a short break, after which we quickly launch the first discussion from the Benin studios, where we are looking at the Osun election review issues, lessons and implications for 2027. To stay. Of course, review of the Osun election is what we're looking at right away, and of course looking at the lessons, the implications is going to be having on the 2027 election. Well, we will be joined right in the studio by someone who has a very, very deep political history, and of course a political juggernaut. He was the chairman of NDCP, and of course former candidate House of Reps, Ego Ikpoba Federal Constituency, and he has served as vice chairman in the North Leaders Forum in Gombe State, and also has done that in Taraba, and of course in Zamfara and other states, which also galvanized him into becoming a national leader, and of course leader particularly of the Southern Group. Honorable Dr. Michael Obasi, big thanks for joining.
Thank you very much, Philip. Good morning, viewers.
Thank you for coming.
Good to know that despite your busy schedule politically, and of course as a medical practitioner, you're still able to churn in your presence here.
Yes,
Thank you.
In fact, once I leave here now, I'll go to the hospital.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Also joining me via Zoom, we have a global affairs analyst and another political juggernaut, and he was a former gubernatorial candidate of the Accord Party in Edo 2024 Guba, and he is many things to many people. He is also the MD CEO Oduwa Blockchain Infrastructure Limited, that comprises of Wakamap and of course the Oduwa coin that is domiciled in Africa. He is also a political analyst and of course a social media influencer. As we make welcome Dr. Bright Inabulele, aka the Nana Obudazie Oduwa One. I have to take time to mention that. Nana Obudazie Oduwa One. Good morning, Bright Inabulele. Good to have you join us from the United States.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thank you.
All right, quickly, let's start with you, Bright Enabulele. A lot has happened in this few moments of the Osun election. And of course, what are your thoughts in this? Because a lot was expected that looking at the 2027 election, and of course using this as an off-cycle election in Osun State that is critical, what do you see as the electoral umpire meeting up with expectations, and of course the emergence of Adeleke, the incumbent governor, as the winner of the election?
Well, it was very significant for the 2027 election. It's always very important to recognize that it's always good to have opposition in the country. It allows people to double down and make sure they do the right thing. First of all, I want to congratulate His Excellency Adeleke for his victory. Not only that he came into the election, he came in with almost like a grassroots preparation. He knew what he was expecting, and he never wanted to lose that election. So it went across the 30 local governments in Osun State. He won 19 local governments compared to 17 local governments in 2022. So there was a lot of work behind the scene. So I want to congratulate him for the effort. That it shows that no matter what we are doing, little party, small party, even though he's the sitting governor, but for what he has put right now, it gave everybody hope in the country that election can go anyway. Thank you.
Okay, 511,065 votes he used, winning his closest rival of the APC, the gallant 444,000 plus. Now, what do you think spoke for Adeleke as the incumbent governor in this election?
First of all, the outcome of the Osun election has caused a realignment of the political history and structure in Nigeria. Because an incumbent governor who was a member of the major opposition party, the PDP, dumping the PDP and taking a smaller vehicle, such as the Accord party. It's like somebody who is to reach Lagos in 4 hours, and the person is supposed to use a Hilux vehicle. Now the person now condescended to use a bicycle. And then when we wonder, where will this bicycle take you to? This bicycle cannot even take you to Ore.
Exactly.
So that is just what happened. Now, dumping that party to a Accord party, and now winning the election against or defending his seat against the onslaught of the opposition, the major ruling party, the APC. I mean, that counts for something. It means something. It means that, number one, Adeleke is a popular person. Number two, it means that Osun people love him. And then also, there are contributing factors that contributed. It didn't just fall from heaven.
Okay.
The contributing factors I want us to look at today. Number one, the invasion of Osun State by the APC bigwigs. Talking about governors from the 36 states, from the 35 states in Nigeria, including city senators, senate president. All of them were in Osun State.
It was a beehive.
It was a beehive. It was an invasion. An invasion. A grand invasion. And then the Osun people may have reacted and said, no, this looks like a scenario for conquest. Taking the Osun people as a tool for conquest. So there will be this counter reaction. So there will be a positive feedback mechanism which will perpetuate the people to want to rebel against the power that be and tell them that, look, we own Osun State, we are Osun people, you are not from Osun people. So you see, I don't understand how a senior president would think that he can come to Osun State and then even for once change the trajectory of what will happen or what is to happen. You see, this is what we're talking about. Now that contributed. Another thing again that contributed is the fact that there was already a quagmire within the ranks of the APC. Talking about Governor Oyetola imposing his own candidate in the party. The person who was not the gubernatorial candidate was imposed there by Oyetola. And it didn't sit well with many people because they felt that, oh, this is democracy. I mean, of course, there's a reason why the party at the Senate sponsored the direct primaries. Okay, there's a reason why they sponsored that day. It was in preparation for something like this. So now coming back home, You see that you now impose a governorship candidate on the party, and then the party will keep quiet. Say, okay, no problem. We'll work, no problem, we'll work. And then at the end, they do whatever they want to do or whatever they can do, and then leave. And another factor again that helped Governor Adeleke was the remarks and utterances made by our dear governor and brother Mondo Perolo, His Excellency Senator Mondo Perolo. I think I should address him very well.
Yeah, he's our governor.
You know, so Senator Mondo Perolo made certain utterances about the dancing senator and every other thing. So the Osun people saw this as an affront, as an insult to their governor. I mean, and a governor coming to Osun State to insult their governor. I mean, without even clearance, according to Adeleke. And these are the things.
He also dances anyway.
Yes, he dances. Of course. Don't I dance?
Of course.
Don't you dance? Everybody dances, you know. Dancing is movement of part of the body. Yeah. And then when you dance, you know, it sends certain signals to your brain. Serotonin, 5-hydroxytryptamine is released. And it makes you very, very young. It makes you relax. It makes you look younger. Like me, there's no day I don't smile. There's no day I don't dance. There's no day I don't sing. Because these are activities that keep the soul together. So if somebody has done that and then the person says that is his hobby, then let the person be. Okay. That is different from governance. So for me, these are some of the factors that led to his winning the election. And then, of course, we must also forget the Davido factor, the Davido triple factor. You know, Davido was able to galvanize the sympathy of the youth in Osun State and beyond. I was able to also attract international community to hold the INEC people and the government for accountability and transparency. And despite the fact that there were glitches, you know, everywhere, there were vote buying, of course, some of my people who were on ground, physically on ground, told me that some were offered up to 40,000 naira, even as high as 100,000 naira. Depending.
It's not up to that amount.
Yes. It's not up to that amount. Vote buying is no longer 10,000 naira. It's not up to. In fact, let me tell you, as a politician, I can tell you that when we prepare for election, for some of us who the people are behind, we invest in the people. But for those who the people are not behind, what they do is
invest in money.
They invest in vote buying. So there's a particular fraction of money when you are campaigning that you put in your wardrobe and say, this is for vote buying.
Set aside.
This is set aside. It's a budget. It's a budget. Okay. You don't do it, then you fail.
Okay, let me go to Dr. Inabulili in the United States. Doc, I know you can hear me clearly. Now, let's look at one of the factors too from my end. Do you think the people of Osun were tired or are tired of the administration of APC? Reason being that policies at the federal level and some state governors and all that. Do you think that was the reason the people gave their mandate again or their vote again to the incumbent governor? Let's take away the power of incumbency now. Yes, he's a sitting governor and he's going for another term. But from your point of view, do you feel that the people of Osun were tired of APC's administration and they say, oh, like the illustration he gave, somebody going to Lagos instead of going with a Hilux van that takes you to Lagos in the next 4 or 5 hours, you're using a bicycle that will take you for 10 or 15 hours as the case may be. But the people tired.
Well, let me just say something very important here. The governor put a lot of work. Don't forget, when he left PDP, he didn't leave PDP alone. He left PDP with the entire structure. And when he ran in 2022, it was just PDP, Adeleke, and the election. Now it was PDP, Adeleke, and a court party. So there was a lot of, across the 30 local governments, there was a lot of sympathy votes for Adeleke because they were thinking, just look at the amount of APC powerhouse that went to Osun to make sure that the election went a different way. And the people were happy with Adeleke. They wanted to prove it wrong in 2027 and say, we respect our vote, and if we have a choice, and the voice of the people should play out here in this election. And they actually did. If you look at this election, last election, Adeleke only won 17 local government. This election, he won 19 local government. He also won his polling unit by 421 votes in Ede. So people just want to make sure that Adeleke has nothing to leave behind for APC. Look at the last election. Now it's almost 500,000. The last election was 403,000. So it's a big margin. So there was a good turnout for Adeleke because the people wanted to make sure he's the returning governor of Osun State. So there was a lot of sympathy vote. There was a lot of participation. There was a lot of like, we are tired of APC. They were tired of APC in Osun, for real. The people were tired, and they wanted to show, they wanted to let people understand that whatever happened in 2026 is going to play out in 2027 if APC don't clean up their house.
Okay.
So I congratulate Adeleke. Yeah.
That brings me to one more question before we come back to the studio. Now, the governor, after he won, went on a broadcast appreciating the president for, I don't know the reason behind it, but people are already picking that statement. Why should he appreciate the president because he won? Is that really proper in a setting of such? He does not belong to the president party anymore as we used to know, or he is not in the president party. But if he was in the president party, we would say, oh, power from above, you know, power, federal might and all that. But he still went ahead to tell the president, thank you for the level playing field of the election. Would you say in your own, you know, thinking or thought that what he did was right? Because people are already faulting that broadcast he made.
Well, first of all, you want to just let the president know thank you for not allowing people to interfere in this election. Because people were thinking they're going to ring him out. For allowing the voice of the people to be heard, it was almost sending a message to the president. Thank you for allowing Osun to play out the way it's supposed to play out. Because people think, okay, APC is in power, they're going to come up with all their powers out. Just imagine, almost the governor went all in Osun State. So, but what happened? Adeleke still won. He congratulating the president and saying, look, we won the state, but do Accord Party actually have any presidential candidate that's going to run for 2027? Maybe not, because I had a candidate came up and collapsed the structure for APC. And I now realized that candidate was not actually the re-chairman of Accord Party. So what the governor is saying is, Osun people, we love Osun State, I'm the governor, but if you need my support, if you do what you're supposed to do, we will rally around you and make sure that you are a president of the nation. But if that's the situation with Osun people, I don't know. But I think that was the message was sent to the president, that I want to thank you for not allowing anyone to interfere with the Osun election. So in return, we will support you. Okay. That was the message I got from that, yeah.
To Dr. Michael Obasi, let's look at the margin at which the incumbent governor won. He gathered 511,067 votes to win the closest rival, 444,000 of the APC, 444,815 votes, which is about 60,000 plus. 66. Now, that again shows dexterity on the part of the APC, matching closely to it. Again, we also heard reports from Bush Radio that also said that, well, there were ghost voters that featured in the election. I don't know what your thoughts are on how to manage this information, although it was dismissed by the leadership of INEC that they're wearing ghost voters, and beavers would have tackled that headlong and make it impossible to do. So with the technology advancement deployed by INEC in the beavers, and of course the number that got close of the APC to that of Adeleke's scores, what do you make in terms of the possibilities of ghost voters? I'm afraid we have a challenge getting across to you, Dr. Bright Enablele. Can you hear me?
Oh, no, I can hear you now. Well, I don't believe, you know, in every Roman, we have to look at examine it properly. I think the election is over. Adeleke won the election. Well, people will come up with different sentiments and accusations just to marginalize his victory. For me, I want to congratulate him. It was a lot of work. There was a lot of, we were all thinking it's going to go to APC because the news and all the tensions around the state, just like what played out in 2024 in Edo State. People thought, okay, this might go the same way, but you know, the will of the people, the voice of the people has played out in Osun State. I don't agree with the ghost voter. If there was any, I think the Beaver should be able to counter that. But for now, Adeleke, His Excellency, is the governor of Osun State. So we will leave that questions for INEC to answer because I was not on ground. But I look at that as just a rumor because every time that I don't want this to go to a point where we are thinking, okay, let's challenge this election. This election is won, it's over. Adeleke is the governor. I want to congratulate him and Accord Party for a humongous work that they put into this election. They won 19 local government. There was a lot of participation. There was a lot of turnout. He won his polling unit. You know, he won his ward, and so let's just respect that moment. Let's celebrate with him instead of coming up with all these ghost voters and all that stuff. Because this election is over. What we need to do now is prepare for 2027 and look at this election as a benchmark for preparation. That look, if you're as a governor of your state, I don't care if you're APC or not. If you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, they are going to vote you out. And we're also looking at the next election coming, and also in Edo State. So I was a former gubernatorial candidate for our court party. We put in a lot of work. I also challenged the governor in the appellant court back in the days. But now he's a governor. We respect him. We just expect that Edo should be great again. He should do the right thing in Edo State. But don't underestimate a little party. Don't underestimate, because now Nigerians are very sensitive. They are not going to just go by the party. They're going to go by what you're doing for them, how you're improving their lives. What program do you have in place? What economic rescue programs? What welfare programs? How do you empower the youth? A lot of things are going to play out in this 2027 election. So let's just keep watching out and let them know that if you're not doing the right thing as a governor, whether you're APC or PDP, the people are going to vote you out. Thank you.
Go back to the indices of vote buying, because even reports having it, even from
like you said,
that of the ADC, candidates, and of course the spokesperson, also said that there were inducements going on, and that because they didn't induce, made them to achieve a smaller number of 17,000 votes, according to the ADC spokesperson. So how do we tackle this inducement, or what do you think about reports of inducement in that election involving both major political parties?
To be candid, I think vote buying was across boards in that Osun election, regardless of the Accord party, regardless of the APC, regardless of the ADC.
And ADC.
And then let ADC not say that they would have scored higher if not for, because they didn't have money to buy votes. I'm not saying buying of votes is a good thing. No, it should be condemned in the stronger terms. But however, they couldn't have even still near the margin of 100,000, because there are several indices to use to calculate for if a candidate is going to emerge victorious in an election or not. Now, for vote buying in Osun State, we noted a lot of irregularities or discrepancies. One of them is that the security agents who were supposed to discourage vote buying were, in fact, one of those people who were now even used as tools for the vote buying. A security agent who was holding money, in custody of money. He was in custody of the money that was used to induce people, putting it in a local parlance. Ghana must go. A Ghana must go bag, and from there he was even the one disbursing. So these are some of the things that we say. And then look at the margin that Adeleke won is closest rival of the APC, 66,000 votes. That's not a small margin. That is mathematically significant.
Okay.
And I tell you, I heard now that the APC is trying to say that there are discrepancies everywhere, and so they want to gather materials and see how they can challenge the election tribunal. They should not even bother. The reason why they should not bother is because, let's even assume there were discrepancies. Adding those discrepancies together, plus or minus, from both sides, if there exists any, is not enough to upturn the 66,000 votes margin. It's not enough. And then I must also thank the president and the commander-in-chief, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for one reason. Yes, although personally I don't think that he could have upturned the election or decided the outcome of the election, because it was like a horde. The election was like a tsunami.
Mostly, if you look at the turnout, over 50% of the election. 43% turned out in that election.
Total number of accredited voters were about 1,011,000. 1,011,000 were accredited, and around 2.3 million total registered voters in Osun State. And 1,011,000 turned out for that election.
That's more than half.
That is 43%. It has never happened like that before.
The
last time that thing happened was in Edo 2020. The 2020 battle,
the second
which
term
we all
of
fought in
Obaseki.
Edo, which was the second term of Obaseki. That was this thing happened, where the people openly defied the powers that be and said, no, we must take our votes in our hands, and they did it. So that's exactly what happened in Osun State. And let me also warn, this is like a template of what will also happen in 2027 election. Although, personally, I think that Mr. President may have been very political by trying to, stay aloof to the election, trying to paint a scenario of, I am a democratic person, I stand for democracy. You stand for democracy? Is democracy selective? Is democracy now osmosis? That is like a semi-permanent membrane, where you are undemocratic in Edo and you are democratic in Osun. So these are the issues here. I want us to take this home. You see, in 2027, Osun is an off-cycle election. But in 2027, it's not going to be an off-cycle election.
Yeah.
Akpabio will be fighting for himself. Oshobola will be fighting for himself. Myself, I'll be fighting for my people. The Mr. President will be fighting for himself. So everybody will just be fighting for themselves. So nobody will have time to come and be listening to another person's headache. In fact, the last time something like this happened was in the the election of 2023, when Labour Party swept through like a locust across the nation. And in that election, you see, the people did not want any money. They collect the money from you and they vote their conscience. And that was exactly what happened in Osun State. People collected as much as 100,000 naira from a certain candidate and they still voted their conscience. So I think right now, people are afraid. Certain bad politicians are afraid because they know for sure that they are in trouble. What happened in Osun State is enough to give somebody panic, especially if that person has evil intent.
Okay, well, let's look at 2027. And of course, what has happened in this critical off-cycle election in Osun State gives us a taste of what probably could happen in 2027. We could see how even the APC said internal wrangling in the party, cost the defeat they had. Again, coming to 2027, the big election, the presidency, what do you make of this, Dr. Bright Enabulele? Could this also happen if internal wrangling within the party of the APC isn't tackled come 2027 for Bola Ahmed Tinubu's second bid?
Of course, you should understand that the 2027 election it's not an off-cycle election, it's a general election. We're going to be dealing with the National Assembly, we're going to be dealing with the presidency. It's like my fellow guests on the show. Everybody's going to be busy. We're going to be busy in our states. So there's no room for somebody mingling to someone's election. So the key here is the people. There's hope. There's hope for the people. They now have a little belief that INEC, because it gets to a point where we never believe, people start doubting that INEC cannot be fair and free anymore. But this Osun election, people have hope. They know that, okay, let's go back to the polling unit. Maybe we'll have a turnout, because sometimes people lose faith in the election process, in our electoral process, and the voting turnout is very low. But this Osun election, we kind of encourage people again and say, look, go and vote your will. Allow your vote to count. Because at the end of the day, there are many things that's going on in the country today, in different states. Insecurity, there's hunger, there's a lot of people concerned about the economy. People want improvement. 2027 will let people know that if the country is improving or not, the will of the people. Whether it's on the state level, whether it's on the federal level, the people are going to come out. Believe me, this Osun election is almost like a template. It's almost like giving people the roadmap and say, look, we are ready to go and vote. But if we has went other way, I tell you, people will be discouraged. But now they know that it's not about the party anymore. Yes, of course, Adeleke is an incumbent governor, he's a sitting governor, but the turnout was good, almost 43%. So 2027 election, it's not going to be a joke. So I'm telling everyone, fasten your seatbelt. It's going to be a new paradigm for the country. And for me, any governor of a state, because I want to go back to the state first, because most of these problems that we're dealing with in the country today are coming from the states. The presidencies of the government have allocations. There's no salary that has not been paid. But the question is, do we have an even distributions? There's hungers. There's no wet distributions. People are not getting connected to the grassroots. They are not feeling the impact of the economy. So they're going to voice out their mind. They're going to go to their polling unit and say, look, I'm going to vote. I'm going to vote for this man, not because it's in this party, because I believe that this man will deliver the country. That's what's going to happen in 2027. So I'm excited. We're all excited. And first of all, now Accord is not like a major force in this election. So let's see what happens. I'm excited. So I'd like to answer your question.
Okay.
I think 2027 would be we change the narrative, and we don't know what's going to happen. It can go other ways. So we are right now in August. So let's see how the campaign plays out, and people will now fill out. And let's look at the manifesto of all the candidates and see how the party plays out. Because right now, we don't know where the country is going.
That's also is about political structure.
Yes.
And we understand the fact that even the Edo State governor was there, to garner support for the APC.
Yes.
But again, we also understand the 27th election is coming shortly, and the governor of Edo State has really promised to provide 2.5 million votes. As a guest, what we have in Osun State just now, and the electorate turning out in huge number, do you see political structure counting for the ruling party come 2027, or the electorate determining it?
Well, first of all, the era of saying that if you belong to a political party, or you purchase a nomination form under the umbrella of a political party like the ruling party, the APC, guarantees, in quote, your success in that election is over. It is very clear in this Osun election that a ruling party with all the governors in place, with all the funds in place, could still lose. And then when you talk about 444,000, that the candidate got 444,000.
Yeah, by the APC.
Are you saying
but that's another huge number?
Yes. Are you saying, because there are questions we ask when we hear things like this. Are you saying that 444,000 people agree with insecurity? Are you saying that 444,000 people agree with hunger?
These are concerns.
Are you saying that 444,000 people agree with poverty and kidnapping? These are the issues we ask ourselves. You see, because it is very, very pertinent when you ask yourself these same questions. So you don't lose your mind. So you don't lose your mind. Yeah. You just go crazy. You just go crazy. You just pull your shirt and you just enter the streets.
But don't forget political structure.
When you hear
that could have also come.
Let me tell you, there's nothing like political structure. Who are the political structure?
But
I am a politician, so I can tell you about political structure.
They have APC members.
Listen, let me tell you, even the APC members they have voted against them. Yes. Look, hunger touches everybody.
Of course.
Poverty touches everybody. Insecurity touches everybody. The other time, was it not one of them that they kidnapped his nephew?
The former minister.
Yes, exactly.
One of them. Adilabu.
Exactly. So it touches everybody. Yeah. So I can tell you, I have friends across all political divides. As leader of the Southern Group is an apolitical group. It's an apolitical organization, as just like the Northern Group of Nigeria. Now, I can tell you that, yes, we have friends all over, and they're all complaining. So it's not about me. It's not about Edo State. It's about Nigeria. Now, back to your question.
Yes.
You see, we must be very, very careful, because people are watching. Political structure now has so diminished that people now think when they enter an umbrella like the APC, it's an automatic ticket. It's not an automatic ticket.
You may be wrong if you say it has so diminished.
Yes, it has so diminished.
Because, no, you may be wrong. Look at what you just said. Okay. You were even about not agreeing to the figures in favor of the APC. 444,815 votes. That's loud.
And that is why I said that. People think that when they come to a ruling party like the APC, it's an automatic ticket for winning. That is not true. Because, like I pointed again, as we saw in the Osun election, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen.
But the numbers must have spoken to the fact that at least the APC's policies also counts hugely in terms of how the voters will turn out to vote in favor of the APC come 2027. Looking at the figures we have in Osun.
Okay, now, Mr. Philip, let me ask you. What policy in APC will make you vote?
No. I'm looking at 144. We are looking at the figures. 444,815. That is from the APC candidate in Osun. Now, what we tell for the president in 2027, looking at the policies of the government, that the political structure of the party could also massively come out to support him over in order to win elections. And again, don't forget the inducement, the vote buying syndrome.
Yes, the vote buying syndrome.
The money politics of politics that also comes in play.
Well, I'm not here to bash Mr. President. Mr. President is our father, is our political leader. In fact, the leadership of the Southern Group agreed with him when he called Ademola Adeleke to congratulate him, which is the right thing to do. However, issue of vote buying cannot be totally neglected. It will play a very big role in 2027 election. The reason is this. It's very simple. As I speak with you, how many people in Nigeria can boast of 10,000 naira in their account? It's a problem. You'll be surprised.
Well, you're a medical doctor. You can boast of it.
No, but that is me.
He's out of it.
So that is me. That is me, just one vote. What about Nigeria has a population of over 250 million citizens. Of these 250, I know other people call me daily to say, leader, not today, leader, not today. And I send them. And you don't be shocked at the people calling you. So poverty is biting hard. Inflation is biting hard. The economy is biting hard. Therefore, the people will also bite very hard when it comes during this election. I'm telling you, something will happen in this election.
Okay. Well, let's get your thoughts on that, Dr. Brighton Abulele. 2027 election, and of course, looking at the indices, the empirical figures for the APC in Osun. Some have said that political structure could count for the APC in 2027. And of course, other factors like vote buying could also come into play. Do you see the possibilities, in spite of the economic hardship biting hard on Nigerians, turning victory for the APC, looking at what happened in Osun? And of course, the figures are credited to the Osun APC candidate of about 444,815 votes. How do you see that turning out in 2027 for the presidency?
We cannot truly rule out vote buying, because there's hunger in the land, and there's some people that are still going to be influenced by money to change their will, because an hungry man is an angry man, and an angry man is a dangerous man. People are complaining, but I also tell you that some people are already aware that they cannot sell their 4 years life just for a bag of rice or a bag of gari, because they're tired. There's awareness now. There are a lot of voters and educations that we want to also promote before this general election. Where in August, we want to join the rally and educate the people and say, look, are you willing to accept these for 4 years and let your people suffer? Or are you willing to make a decision that will change your life? Get someone that can really fight for you, democracy for the people, by the people, and for the people? Or you're willing to just accept 10,000 naira and say, no, let me suffer for another 4 years. Like I said, we're not going to rule out vote buying, because at the end of the day, you can't change the mind of everyone. There are also people today that 5,000 naira means a lot to them, but the awareness is also there. As the CEO of Udua Blockchain Solution, as the CEO of Wakamap, our goal is to do a lot of voters education, to tell them, look, 2027 is not going to be business as usual. It doesn't mean all about political structure. If a governor is doing well, let's bring him back. But if they're not doing well, let's vote them out. Because at the end of the day, collectively, it also matters to the president. Because everybody blames the president all the time. But sometimes we have to go back to our own states. We have to look at the local governments. Everybody has their own funding. But what are they doing with the funding? There's embezzlement, there's corruption up to the state level. So we should be tackling our problems on the state level. Then we'll look at the federal level. Because what is going on in Ekiti might be different from what's going on in Abia State. And what is going on in Abia State might be different from what's going on in Edo State. Look at that. Most of the allocations have increased, but there's no improvement in most states. So it goes to the question is, are the governors doing the right thing? Or they just have immunity to do whatever they want? So my opinion is, let's go back to the grassroots. Let's look at our local government chairman. They should be all responsible. Let's look at our governors who are in charge of the state welfare, who are the #1 security of the state. Are they doing properly? Is there a distribution of wealth? Have they reduced any stress? Is there insecurity in that land? Because we cannot just, it doesn't matter if it's APC, we cannot just hide under the umbrella of political party and just continue corruption. We should look at the candidates themselves. Candidates that are reputable, candidates that understand that change is constant, that the people want change in the land.
Okay.
And that's what's going to matter.
Not to cut in, but just to guide you. You contested in the gubernatorial elections 2024 in Edo State. You contested side by side with the governor of Edo State, Senator Monday Okpebholo. Now, with the policies of the state, like what you said concerning driving the state into bringing positive results, with the policies of the state governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, do you see support being garnered in favor of the APC come 2027, wherein the people will, synchronize with the policies of the senator and match their votes in support of the APC?
Well, what I'm hearing on the ground, the people are complaining. There are certain areas, especially in the Edo South, that the development is very weak. The roads are bad. Okay, I don't know about Edo Central. I don't know about Edo North. But in Edo South, which is the heartbeat, which is one of the giants of the Edo State that brings the generation of the IGR and the revenue, there are many places that have been abandoned. So I want the governor to improve on that if you want to be returned back in 2028, because the people are not happy with the state affair of Edo State right now. I must be honest. So it all matters about what we are doing. It all matters how we cut across the 18 local government. From my state where I run for election, people are saying, yes, the governors are making roads, fixing roads, but that's not just the problem of the people. There's no economic rescue program. The people are not feeling it. There's no money. The small traders, the business people, the bankings, the fundings, they don't feel that impact of the governor yet. I know, well, leadership is not an easy thing, but when we take a hold of government, we should be able to exercise our duty fully. And it's the responsibility of the governor to make sure that we tackle insecurity, we tackle hungers, we empower educations, we allow agro farming. Those are areas, and youth empowerment, so that at the end of the day, people are saying, yes, you are doing very well. But right now, from the voice what I'm hearing on the ground, people are not satisfied with what is going on in the state. So, and that would.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you. We appreciate your time. Doc, now let me come to you, yes. Dr. Basi. With what played out in Osun, do you think we're moving away from the trajectory of, in quotes, political party to individual? Because if you look at it, with everything that happened, everybody felt there was no way Adeleke somehow will win the election for a second term. If I thought he was, probably the influence of his nephew, yes. Davido. Yes. Davido was outside the country as at on Friday. On Saturday morning, the guy was already in Nigeria. I don't know if you understand. So do you feel we're moving beyond the political party and looking at the individual? Because I think the individual should really count. If probably Nigeria was practicing a system where sole candidacy works, like only you, people just pick you and say, oh, you are the one, no party sponsors you, nothing. I think we would have had a better system of democracy, other like what we're practicing now, where some delegates go and collect money, yes, and impose somebody on the entire will of the people. At the end of the day, the people no longer have choices to make. They're just saying between the devil and the deep blue sea, like we say. So do you think we're moving beyond the political party and to the individual?
Well, I think people are creating alternatives now, rather than the devil and the deep blue sea alternative. Yeah. If you put my people, for example, I'm from Ego. I was born and brought up in Usulu. My ancestors came to Usulu when Usulu was a bush part. So I know all the houses in Usulu. I can tell you, Usakolo lives here, Usas lives there, this one lives there, and this one lives there. So that is it. So now, if you put people in between the devil and the deep blue sea, they will defy the devil and defy the deep blue sea. Now, coming back home, yes, you are correct. The trajectory of political parties now shifting to personalization of candidates, because if you don't eat yam because of salt, You eat sauce because of yam.
So one have to go.
So one has to go. Now, for some persons in this election, I can tell you, for example, now, there are some persons in this state, if they want to run for election, devoid of political party, I will support them.
Okay.
I'm going to support them because, number one, we have a political history, and number two, they are my friends. So people also look at that. It's different from is APC, vote APC. No, they don't do that anymore. Or is PDP, vote PDP. No, they don't do that anymore. Or is ADC, vote ADC. They don't do that anymore. What people now do is, who is the person there? Oh, the person is Matthew Dekeme. Okay. Ah, that's my man. Oh, the person is Mondo Sadabo. Oh, that's my man. Oh, the person is Aswego Dalo. Oh, that's my person. Oh, you see it now. So that is how people think. Like me now, today, I was telling Yekini Jaye yesterday, I said, I'm going to congratulate you personally on your emergence as Speaker of the Legislative Assembly. I'm now APC. Well, one may argue that I'm APC at the federal level and I'm PDP at the state level and I'm NDC at the sectoral level. So no, it's not like the party. You see, there's now a redefinition and a redelineation of the definition of what I just described right now. Okay. My brother Wike will agree with me that when I say I'm APC in the national level, and yes, I'm not wrong. Of course, the president and commander-in-chief is my order. Although I talk certain things here, but then that does not change that, Now, let's come back home. When somebody open his mouth and say 2.5 million votes is going to deliver it.
Okay.
I laugh. Now, yes, you asked that question, Mr. Philip. You asked that question before. I'm pointing back to it now because my ancestors just reminded me now that I should talk about it. And if I don't talk about it,
okay, you have 30 seconds to round off.
Now, 30 seconds to round off is this. 2.5 million votes. Where are you going to get it from? Even Osun State, that was an obstacle election, where Ademola Adeleke was very popular, he didn't even get 2.5 million votes. So if somebody opens his mouth and says they want to get
local government,
and they have more local governments, they have 19 local governments. They don't have 18, and they have more voters turn out there. Now, if somebody says he wants to get 2.5 million votes, where are these votes coming from? Who are going to vote?
All right, thank you very much.
And who will even count the votes?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael Obasuyi, for taking our time to be part of this. I want to say a big thanks to you, Dr. Brighton Abulele. In 10 seconds, can you round off, please? Your final remarks,
I was just trying to contribute to what Obasuyi was talking about, the 2.5 million votes. Well, a lot of people don't know their polling units. And you can realize 2.5 million votes if you have a lot of, across the states, a lot of nationwide campaign, voters engagement, voters education. And that's why they should engage Wakamab, so that we can help them spread. Because I don't think we can get 2.5 million votes the way we are right now.
Thank you,
but
Dr.
If the governor is very serious about 2.5 million votes, he should make sure he has voters education going across the state. Thank you very much for having me in the studio.
Big thanks for taking our time to be part of this and for denying yourself of sleep to be part of this. Well, we'll take a short break, after which we'll be joining Abuja studios for their conversation. Do stay.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
All right, welcome once again to Abuja Network Studio of Independent Television, ITV. You're still tuned to your favorite breakfast show, TMI. It is no longer news that incumbent governor of Osun State, Ademola Adeleke, emerged once again as the governor of the state. He is to run for another 4 years in office. This time, he actually came on board on a different political party, unlike the last 4 years of his reign as governor. the election must have come and gone, but there are a lot of reactions still following that process. Meanwhile, during the build-up to that election, of that exercise, a lot of dust were raised, a lot of violence recorded. About 18 persons, according to some reports, lost their lives during the build-up to that election. And just as the election had taken place, and then after, a lot of things have been happening, and those are areas we will be looking at here, and then a glimpse into what is likely to happen in 2027. This is a continuation of the discussion here in Abuja, and then we'll have some of our guests on standby. For the moment, we have Dr. Chinedu Obi, who is joining us via Zoom. He's the national chairman, National Rescue Movement. He's to help us analyze further what's transpired in Osun State, where we have Ademola Adeleke re-elected as governor of the state. There are a lot of things that have transpired, and then we would like Chinedu, Dr. Chinedu Obi, to help us analyze them even further. We witnessed during the build-up of this election, I would say good morning to you, Mr. Chinedu, for joining us. Thank you for being there.
Good morning, bro.
Can we hear you?
For inviting me, and good morning, Nigerians.
All right. Yeah, it's good to have you join us this morning. We witnessed the build-up to this election, in fact, the exercise itself as well, and then the aftermath of the election. Are there lessons to be learned, through the entire process? You think there are lessons to be learned during, for what must have transpired? Do you think Nigerians have lessons to learn through that process?
Okay, once again, I appreciate you for inviting me, and to say, yeah, there's so many lessons to be learned. The build-up to the election was tensed up. There's a lot of politicking. There's a lot of escalation of, if you like, crisis. In your report, you talked about 19, but the records we had, that as much as 29 people died before that election. So much so that many of us were highly agitated, that are we actually going into election, or is this a war? Yes, some political philosophers would say election is like war without gun. But you now notice that in the case of Osun, it became like a war with guns, which is not expected in a democracy. But principally, what is the biggest lesson from this? The biggest lesson is that, like I always maintain in this studio each time I come over, that the power in a democracy belongs to the people. The citizen is the greatest office in a democracy. The Osun people have proven it, they have shown it. Recall that when DP started having some leadership issues, the Ademola was in a confusion as to where to launch his re-election bid. He even made a effort to go to the APC, the ruling party, which was what his colleagues were doing across the country. But some forces within the APC made it difficult for him to move over. And as a man who believes in himself and the power of the people, he chose a remotely unknown Accord party. And today he has shown and proven that point that I've always made, that political parties in Nigeria, 22 of them, each one of them has the potential to return a leader. Each one of them is big enough to return a leader. What is important is the character of the leader in question. Nigerians now know that they can rally around the candidate of their choice and elect that candidate. So the will of the people is what we have seen clearly. Again, is the reward for hard work. They always say is more work. If a governor had, over the last 4 years, touched the life of his people through intervention in all the sectors, health, education, infrastructure, and the election should be like a referendum on his performance. Now, what Osun people have said is that they appreciate to a very large extent what the governor had done for them in these 4 years, and are willing to reward him with re-election. And the confidence of Ademola going to a remotely unknown accord to say, let me test my popularity with a new party, and has proven, like he said, is the bulldozer. He's been able to bulldoze his way against all odds. The build-up to the election shows even, if you like, deployment of state institutions against him. EFCC tried to freeze the state account. There were reports of state interference. Yet, the power of the people played out. So we commend the people of Osun State for rewarding hard work. That will propel future leaders to know that if you on your mandate, if you deliver on your promises, the people are willing to reward you with re-election, because reward for hard work is more work. Then for those who also...
A moment, Dr. Chinedu. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's have Mark Adebayo, who just joined us now, who is the national spokesperson, Coalition of United Political Parties, who just joined us again via Zoom to give us his thoughts on what also transpired in that Osun State governorship election, which Ademola Adeleke has actually emerged as the governor again for the second time to lead his people. There are lessons again. I would want to ask Mark Adebayo on what transpired there in Osun State.
Thank you so much for having me. Incidentally, Osun State is my state of origin, so I understand the socio-political landscape very well. You see, the biggest lesson, especially for the opposition to learn, meanwhile, let me, I am no longer the spokesperson for CUPP, so I don't want that to be confused. I'm the current president of Federation of Political Parties and Associations, an opposition pressure group. So the lesson, one major lesson for the opposition to learn from Osun State is the fact that a fragmented opposition can never be able to achieve political victory in an election. You see what happened, and I like the way the national chairman of NRM has put it. When you deliver on your mandate very well, you will secure the love and confidence of the people, and they will make sure they renew your mandate. That's one lesson for all of us to learn. But the critical lesson to be learned by the opposition today now, in about 2 or so hours time, the G100 is convening a meeting of major opposition figures in this country, especially the presidential candidates, to see if they can achieve consensus in terms of fielding one presidential candidate. Because if we go to this election without the opposition supporting the Peter Obi, for instance, for us to have a consensus candidate in Peter Obi, whereby former Vice President Atiku Abubakar will support the candidacy of Peter Obi, if they go differently, then the opposition should just forget about 2027, because none of them, as individuals, can defeat the current president, except we are able, as opposition, if we are able to achieve consensus. That is what is going to give us victory in 2027. That is, what happened to the APC, which is an opposition in Osun State, is the fact that now they went to the election with a lot of disgruntled leaders of the party in the state. Being a fallout from their consensus arrangement in Osun that didn't go well with many leaders of the party. So the APC went into the election fragmented, disunited, angry, and disgruntled. So we must learn, the opposition at national level must learn a critical lesson from that, and understand the fact that except all of us come together to support a single consensus opposition candidate, there is no way that you can even think or imagine of defeating a behemoth like President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Because give it or like him or not, the man understands politics and the machinery of winning elections. So if you want to go to that, you need to go with a united front. That's the biggest lesson for the opposition. That's bigger. The APC lost as an opposition in that state due to they went into that thing with a lot of leaders in the party fragmented.
Mr. Debayo, can you hear us? We will talk more on that. We are going to discuss this build-up also to the 2027 general elections. I know there is a plan for a coalition, and that's what we are trying to address at this moment, but we'll get to that. A lot of issues were pointed out as part of factors that helped Ademola Adeleke regain his mandate in the just concluded election. Part of them is what people could call, I think they call it the invasion of the state by governors of the opposition party, that's the APC, as well as some party leaders, who came into the state. Many people say that they came in to conquer them or kind of intimidate them until they saw it as a challenge and had to, come all out for Adeleke and ensure that he regained his mandate. Can we have Dr. Obi, help us address this issue? Do we really have, is there any substance in that claim that is part of the reasons why Adeleke actually had his way this time around?
Okay, I think what some of our leaders need to go and own is what they call emotional intelligence. There are ways you can sit in the comfort of your home and begin to dictate to another person what happens in his home. Build up to that election, let's take the ranting of Governor Bobolo, for instance, claiming that you can extend your territory beyond Anaman's territory. The people of Osun have told him clearly that Osun State is not a Edo State. And those are the kind of things that you can do. You build sentiments, because you don't sit down and begin to claim territories you don't own, or begin to make people feel that you have captured them. There's this resilience that the average natural human being responds to when you come to pose a threat. There's much that you're going to show dominance in a territory you do not have any control over. It has a way of motivating the people. It has a way of people holding back to their self-esteem to say you cannot do this to us. That's played out clearly in that election. That Osun people were ready. You saw some of them attacking talks sent from outside the state. You saw some of them even confronting people who are trying to rig the election. And like I said, that is the strength of the will of the people. In a country where the people are united, they cannot be defeated. So the lesson, which is the biggest lesson Nigerians should learn in this democracy, is that if all of us decide that we're going to change any government or sustain any government, not even that government has the capacity to stop it, because the will belongs to the people.
All right, Mr. Adebayo, a seasoned politician, let him also address this issue. That issue that is termed as invasion of the state by the opposition leaders, opposition party leaders who came into the state. What do you have to say? Is that truly one of the reasons that people went all out for Ademola Adeleke? We saw the margin at the end of the election, how he emerged the new or the re-elected governor of the state again. Let us have your thoughts on that, Mr. Adebayo.
Well, you see, exactly, it is part of the reasons. It's one of the major factors, because the Osun people hate to be threatened. The Osun people hate to for anybody to come and say they will overwhelm them. Historically speaking, when there was in the 1827 Jalumi War, when there was incursion of militias from the northern part of the country, it was in Osun State, it was in Osogbo that they were defeated and sent back across the border, from Umuaran down to Ilorin, where they made sure they push them back. So there is this mentality of Osun people that if you cannot come to my house and intimidate me. You cannot come to my house and harass me. I will not agree with you. I will fight back. I will fight back with everything that I have. And that is why they decided to choose to go to the polls and pick their choices, because people they rejected money and went for their conscience, and that's what they did. So it's one of the things, and when people begin to make inflammatory statements, that diminishes the dignity of the people, you can expect the Yoruba people are not going to settle for that, and that was what happened. People came, 42 senators, about 30-something governors, all manner of ministers, serving and retired, aspiring governor, aspiring senator. They bombarded the state. The Buddha, thinking that they will be able to intimidate the people, they were unable to intimidate the people, and the people chose that day that they were not going to engage in violence and they were not going to allow violence. And that is one of the major factors that happened, because they saw that people came there to intimidate them, and they said, no, we refuse to be intimidated. We refuse to be intimidated. And then there was also the factor of sympathy vote. You know how many months since the federal government has continued to hold on to the local government funds for that state, and they even went ahead on the eve of the election for the EFCC to say, oh, we are freezing your account, and then it became a factor, it became an issue. So that was a sympathy vote. That was a sympathy vote. Oh, we are going to stand by our governor. Our governor has done well. We stand by him, and we make sure we stand on the man.
All right. For want of time, let's also look or take a glimpse into 2027 general election, which is just gearing up to start in terms of campaigns. It will begin maybe in the next 24 hours or thereabout. But we have seen what has transpired in Osun State. Do you think this can be, I don't know whether to be replicated at the national level? National Assembly elections will also take place in the course of this 2027 election that we're gearing up to. What happened in Osun State appears to be a reflection of the will of the people. Do you think the will of the people again will prevail in 2027 general elections? Let me still maintain Mr. Adebayo. Can I have your thoughts on this?
Can be a reflection of the people's will, if and only if the opposition can come together. If the opposition can come together and produce a candidate that is acceptable to the generality of the electorate, there will be victory for the opposition. But if not, if the far corner cannot hear the far corner and the center has collapsed, then we must just make sure that it is the opposition that will help the president to retain his seat in 2027. Because unless there's a consensus by the opposition to produce one candidate, for the opposition, for instance, I will support Peter Obi, for instance, to be the flag bearer for the opposition. It is then that you can be assured of victory. If former Vice President Atiku Abubakar chooses patriotism over personal ambition and supports Peter Obi, the election is already won by the opposition. But if not, just leave it, because the Tinubu will win the re-election. That's it.
Let's have the thoughts of Dr. Chinedu on this. If you are mentioning the fact that the opposition produce a particular candidate, Dr. Obi, do you think this is the right thing to do for us to have perhaps an election we will say is well contested and well executed, for Nigerians to have a leader? And then we also look at the National Assembly elections. Are you looking in this light that there should be credible, candidates? We already have the candidates there. There should be those who Nigerians feel should be able to deliver this job, and then go out there and vote for them. One major factor that we have always, advocated for is the fact that Nigerians should actually turn up in their numbers and ensure that they participate in the process of electing those that they truly want to represent them. Are we going to have something in this like 2027?
Okay, I believe that my colleague's conclusion is probably the easiest route, but certainly not the only route. If Nigerians will troop out in their numbers, as at today we have approximately 100 million voters, registered voters in Nigeria. If we can have voters turnout in Nigeria increased by another 20%, and are willing to vote persons based on their capability, and the various institutions that monitor elections are professional, INEC willing to be be free and fair, the security agencies being professional and neutral, and there are no interference of governments in the election. And the people are willing to elect persons of their choices. I can assure you, even with all the parties going into election now, a new president can emerge if Nigerians decide to say, we're looking for competence, and all of us are targeting towards competence. Not necessarily asking anybody to stop participating, but the 22 political parties, or the number of, I think about 18 parties that have presidential candidates, feeding their candidates in this election. But Nigerians resolve to avoid vote buying, intimidation, INEC to be neutral and be professional in delivering their mandate. If all these institutions are neutral and Nigerians are willing to use competence, they should be able to pick a candidate of their choice, even outside the ruling government, to deliver a new government for Nigeria. So I believe that.
Dr. B, Dr. B, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Unfortunately, this is as much as we can take from the Abuja Network Center. We've been speaking with Mr. Mark Debayo. He's a seasoned politician, and then Dr. Chinedu Obi, who is the national chairman, National Rescue Movement. You know, they have actually given us their thoughts on what transpired in Osun State, and then a glimpse, they've taken a glimpse into the 2027 general elections. We'll be handing you over to the Lagos Network Center of Independent Television, where Marcelina is standing by.
Many thanks for rejoining on CMI this beautiful morning. I am Marcelina Nkwo. Of course, there's a lot to talk about to run this table. And Dr. Victor Hai is here with me. Doctor, good morning. Good to see you this morning.
Good morning. It's I say it's a new dawn, not just for today, but I think for Nigeria, its politics. The weekend was a breath of fresh air.
It was. And also our guest this morning that would help us talk about this topic is Citizen Sam Wasinda. I said we should address them as Citizen Sam Wasinda. He's a political analyst. Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Good morning, Nigerians.
All right, this morning we'll be talking about the Adeleke wins, governorship election, and the impact of APC intra-party crisis. So, like I said, there's a lot to talk about today. We know that Adeleke polled 511,067 votes, defeating the all APC candidate Bola, who scored 444,815 votes, winning margin of 66,252 votes. Once again, congratulations to Ademola Adeleke. Before the election, you know, there were competing claims over the leadership and control of the Accord Party, with some party figures questioning the legitimacy of the structure that produced Adeleke as the party's candidate. There was also reports of internal oppositions to Adeleke's candidacy, including claims that some Accord leaders backed alternative political interests earlier in the campaign. Accord shifting and some of Adeleke's political association also defected to the APC then. The more seriously, dispute has moved beyond ordinary political disagreement into legal battle over who legitimately controls the Accord Party. Chieftain argued shortly before the election that even if Adeleke won, Adeleke has won, the leadership dispute could create legal complications for his to remain in power. We're talking on the impact of APC intra-party crisis, what it means for 2027 forthcoming election. I mean, we're also going to be talking about votes buying. And like I said, there's a lot to talk about. Let's, Dr. Hai, let's get to hear you.
Yeah, so it's interesting that, you know, a candidate who left what was supposed to be a more established party, PDP, move into a new party and within a short time create the kind of disruption that we saw. Obviously, this could not have happened without, like we are talking about today, so, you know, internal wranglings within parties, disagreements here and there. We'll be examining all of this in our conversation, and I'm sure at the end of the program we'll be able to unravel so much more.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Citizen Wasinda, let's get to hear your take about the Osun state election. I mean, we saw the way Osun people came out, to support the incumbent governor, Governor Adeleke, and he was declared the winner. The president congratulated him. Some of the opposition, like in person of Atiku Obi, they congratulated him. And now let's talk about that first. What is your take on the Osun state governorship election?
All right. I want to also start by also congratulating Governor Adeleke. That was a good win and a big win, not just to the Osun State people, but to Nigerian democracy at large. Coming back to your question, you see, this proved a lot of ideology of some people very, very wrong. And this election is one of its kind, because this is the last by-election we're going to have before 7. So it's actually a study case of how 2027 was going to really look like. And see, there was the logic is actually focused towards that election. So on Osun State, because it's more like a prototype of what we may likely see in 27. And you could see it has turns out that the people had a choice. And the whole thing that plays out really, you could see a will, for democracy. However, it's unfortunate that our electoral system is because we would have improved far better we actually have rowdiness and how we went. But move beyond this kind of system. But however, it actually shows that the will of the people will always prevail if they are exactly what we saw in the election. So the people know who they wanted, and they went out for who they wanted, and they were able to also defend their vote for who they wanted. Now you see, it also ruled the fact, like people are saying, will people actually come out 7? Will people? The reality is that, you see, Nigerians are getting aware by the day about the need to participate in whoever governs them, because if to chance they may have a life. You could see that Osun State were able to actually drive that course and to prove that this thing can work. So they did not only vote, so waited to defend their vote. You could see even on the social media as late as 1-2 a.m. they were still there at the collation center, making sure that that vote counts, their vote counts the way it counted from the voted for. Not only that, don't forget that even while I saw a bus that was actually carrying ballot, but you could see how guiding them to that collation center. That doesn't happen before. But now Nigerians are becoming aware that these people can turn their tables and avoid it. Let us go for the camp. Again, it's a plus for Adeleke, because it shows that Adeleke actually works. Because if it doesn't work to back the people, then this election would have been a flop, considering the might that APC came with to the state. It would have flopped down. But because the people had trusted him, and he also had, proven beyond reasonable doubt, at least to a reasonable to them, they feel that this man should be given it to continue the second term. So I think the win is not even just about the party. The win is about Adeleke, because Adeleke is the focus of the whole thing. Because if you consider the party he came up from, it's one of the quiet party in that state. So it's not the party per se. The party is just a platform. But for me, the real party is Adeleke.
I mean,
so
this has, sorry, Doctor. I mean, this has given for Nigerians, the citizen of Nigerians, this thing that they have, come out to vote, my vote counts. This will change their mindset.
Yeah, no, the problem is that while we're even thinking that our vote does not count, for me, I just feel it's a narrative, just to discourage voters from coming to vote. If your vote does not count, I'm not sure, I had it on the social media. Some people were giving as much as 50,000. If my vote does not count, for somebody to give me 50,000 for me to stand in the vote, that's a contradiction. It's the same people that makes you believe that your vote does not count, and the same people that are offering you money so you can align with their party. Do you understand what I'm saying? So there is never a time that our vote has not come, but it was just a play, a manipulation on the minds of the voters, so that they will just feel that their vote will not count, and then on the said day it will be discouraged. And then secondly, they've not understood that this game is beyond just coming to cast your vote. You need to stay there and defend it. You know, once upon a time they used to tell you that when you vote, you go home. You know, that was the system. When you cast your vote, you don't need to be around there, you go home. But if you must stay like either 100 or 200 meters away from there. So they make you feel like, okay, everything will be fine. But Nigeria have come to realize that go home is not because peace should reign at the venue. It's because they want to carry out their act. So we've come to understand that as citizens. So now you don't tell us to go home, we will stay there. It is we who cast the vote, and you will read the result. And you could see part of the strategy they did. They were, as you are declaring the result, they are also uploading it on social media, so that it will be difficult for you, to try to manipulate it. So these are some of the things I feel that actually really, really give this man edge. Otherwise, with the might that came into that state, they didn't come there to play. They actually came and they really mean business. But unfortunately, the people have made up their mind to go for their choice, stand by their choice, and defend their choice. And that is what we have gotten. And I think it's a good template for 2027. So whoever is not performing already know what this course will look like. So that's what has played out.
Preston.
All right, so let's look at the performance of INEC in this election. I was following the video on Twitter. I remember one of the posts he made where he said that at some polling stations, the polling officers were saying that they will not collect the figures at the polling unit, but that they will take it to the collation center, and he had to call out INEC. The cases of the IRF not performing, and and in some cases being very slow or not adequate. You had the polling unit with over 1,000 and only 1 hour serving. Considering that it's only one state, and there are IRFs that are lying idle at INEC's offices and all that. But be that as it may, how would you assess performance overall?
Well, I think INEC has to do a whole lot. And I'm a bit worried. Maybe, some of the things that happen activities, because I feel by now there should have been orientation trainings that should have been good among the INEC, so that they'll be able to upgrade from pattern and style, of conduct. But I already serve me right. I don't think I've had or I know of any, of such. And that is what is also reflecting, that is what also reflected in this previous election. I'm not expecting much. A proper orientation is done. We are just having a repeat of 2023, because if by now the IRF, grievance machine, and the rest are still very slow because of the internet. I remember, was it the former Atiku who have raised an alarm that these gadgets they were using are part of the old versions of some of these gadgets, so that it could be upgraded. Because you see, one thing with this system is that there are some certain things that if you have a lower version of an Android or any of these devices and you want to run it on 5G, you will crash it down. 5G, you will crash it down. And this is exactly what he raised before now. And I don't think INEC is actually ready to do anything, because I think I had one of their officials some time ago was saying that there was really nothing wrong with that there was nothing wrong. There's a way they can just work it. This is some of the problem. That's why I said the issue of orientating the staff, the officials, and the officiating INEC official is very, very important. If that is not part of the challenges we are going to have. However, I think Nigerians too have learned to see how to also navigate their way. The possibility of INEC trying to, align themselves with the current, how do I put it now? With the current reality is still backward, and that will also be the problem. And that is a thing that Davido had to go say, okay, even you guys will not do it, let me raise an alarm so that people will know exactly what is going on. You understand? We shouldn't have this point. We have more of this in 2027, but Davido had already let them know that this is exactly what is going to be happening in 2027. So Nigerians are also ready. So if they decide to use the old gadget that is slow, they have a means on how to get it done. And what are the means? If some of them declare from there, they will transmit, and then they will follow it until conclusion. So for me, it's rather very unfortunate that INEC is still backward, you know, when it comes to civilization and the current move of, you know, the society at large. INEC is still backward. That's why we're still having what we're having.
What about
Otherwise, I'm coming, sir. Otherwise, by now we should be able to even vote from our homes. Must we need to really go to polling unit? I should be able to sit in the comfort of my house and vote. There's NI, which actually NIN that actually authenticates me, both my details and my age. So what stopped me from voting and monitoring my vote from my house? It's just because they have not made up their mind to catch up with the reality that is currently on ground. So that's where I see about INEC. They are still not in touch with the reality. They are still trying to play with us in 2023.
But there are actually a lot of people out there that think, so they're saying that INEC, they're actually doing their best, especially with this election this Osun State governorship election. They applauded INEC that they are actually trying and doing their best. But you're saying INEC
I don't know what yardstick. I don't know what yardstick they actually use, because like I said, if you see in the social media that people have to use a bike, those were not INEC officials. These are the citizens who are using their bike to monitor their votes to the collation center. And you're telling me that they should applaud them how? Okay, applaud them that about 16 governors left their states, which I don't know whether by electoral act is allowed, to come and stay in another state for another election. In fact, to a point that a governor came in and came with some people who were also making, you could hear all nonsense that we are now in Osun State, want to come and remove the government. You are coming from another state to come and say you want to remove the government. What did you hear that the INEC people did about it? Is it part of the law? If I have left I've left Lagos and I went to Osun State and I'm not voting and I'm caught, do you think that that's how they will treat me? I'm not supposed to be there. So why were the governors there? Are they voters? Are they going to vote? Some of the talks that were there that we saw on social media, what's their business? And they are coming to say, we are coming to remove, we want to show, you know, they make all kinds of utterances that I cannot say here. And then you're telling me that we should applaud INEC. What has INEC done about that? Are they be sanctioned? Did you hear about it? This I and you know what would have happened. We would have been in one of these security agencies and they are trying to ask us, what did you come to do there? Who paid us to be there? That's what you'll be hearing.
Can you assess the security agencies and their performance in this election?
Again, not still far from 2023. How do I mean? We still have the issues and the bites. In the higher numbers this time around, those days it used to be 5,000. And I think it grew to about 10,000. Now we're talking as much as 50,000 now. I'm yet to hear the numbers of people that are arrested. For me, these are some of the proof that would have shown that the agency actually had worked. In the whole analysis and the whole pictorial we've seen on our terrestrial TV, I've not really seen a concrete people who are actually brought into a book, apart of the few we saw on social media who were apprehended by the citizen, not even by the security agencies. People that actually apprehend the people and come to say this is here. So I don't really think I felt the presence of the security per se in actually their input in particular election to an extent. But however, we should still give it to them. We didn't have a case of violence, during the election. So for that, I think thumbs up for them. But on the other side of vote buying and other activities that took place, I don't think they really did that much.
We saw a lot of vote buyings, even before the election, some persons were sharing rice, money. And what Nigerians did that shocked me, okay, I wouldn't say I was shocked actually. Some persons came on social media, on the internet to say, oh, I collected the money and I still vote my conscience. I still vote the person I wanted to vote for. Is it that Nigerians, that they are realizing, or they've woken up that, okay, with what is happening in this country, you cannot buy my vote. I'll come out, collect whatever you're giving to me, because it's still our money. Collect it and come out to vote for whosoever I want to vote for. What would you have said?
I've said that countless time on your station. Countless time, and people come back to badge me that why will I say that the moment you collect it your conscience is born. I said no. And I remember one of the days I said please, if they don't mind, I can send my location. They should bring it to me. I will take it and still vote my conscience. Okay, now imagine a simple analysis. You are giving me 50,000 naira to get my vote. and you're going to sit for 4 years, meaning that in a year is 12,500. Doesn't make any sense.
Put it better than and some fractions every month.
Every month doesn't make any sense. So it's better I collect it and solve my immediate problem, but put you where you belong. The fact that for you to even come to buy me to vote for you shows that you didn't work for me when you were there.
True. True.
Because if you actually worked for me, why give you the money?
Okay, let's look at the issue of how the election turned out. APC is now alleging, after the fact, that it was because they were not united. That's why that Adeleke would not have won. That because they are not united, the candidate was not their choice and all that. What do you have to say about
that? I'm almost saying that I laugh in Swahili. I don't know whether they say Swahili laugh anyway.
I laugh in vernacular.
Oh, really? Anyway, you see, I was expecting to make more press release and say whatever they want to say. They knew that they already had internal fracas. What was the president of the 16 governors there for? We are not fools, we are not daft. These people should stop thinking that we are just one zombie, that you just tell us something and we just line and sinker. We've gone past this stage. You see, for me, I feel the APC are still applying formula using past political giants that most of we citizens have retired them, they didn't know. Thinking that when you bring them, you recycle them for us because we see them, then we are going to vote for them. Otherwise, for me, if you know you have internal fracas, those 16 governors that came, they should have concentrated in fixing that problem rather than, pushing a narrative of a governorship candidate that they came to support. So for me, it's like medicine after death. Of course, I expect them to come up with excuses that it was because of didn't they know that would affect them before they went in? These are things they should have seen. Political gurus that should have analyzed and know that based on this, the possibility of we losing election is very high. So why would they go into a fight that they know they will already lose and come with that kind of might? For me, their present should have been an absent, so that we would have known that, we already know that that was why we didn't come with that kind of might that we came with. Because, one governor alone is a power. Then you are talking about 16 of them. And then you are now coming to tell that it is because of the internal rancor that you people had. That was why Adeleke had an advantage. That's a story.
But when she read when she started, in giving the background topic, she also, in fact, dwelt more on the intention with the Accord Party, right? And was that an excuse we're waiting to use if we fail the election? Perhaps, but what I'm trying to say is, Accord has the problem left for the APC from, that intro we heard. And yet the governor was still able to make it. So what is the role of that, things like this in the emergence of candidates?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that for me, they just need to come up with something. Okay, do you know what it is to come in with powers that be? Maybe people who are more like spokesperson party and they are governors, and about 16 of you in the state, and you lose election, and you just feel like you keep quiet.
About 70-something billion was...
okay, so me, I had about 60, so give and take billions. Now, so we have billions spent, we have over 16 governors. At some point, even I think the Senate president came around, I don't know at what point, So when you sum the whole of this thing, and at the end of the day, the person lost out in an election, how do you explain? You just keep quiet. No, you have to come up with stories. The issue of internal wrangling is in all parties. There's no party till now that does not have that. Yet they are still facing their election. So for them, it's fine. They have to come with the excuses. Okay, like you just said, even the Accord Party has its own. People left. In fact, the former left about a day or two. went and declared his support.
What a loss.
Do you understand what I'm saying? But in the whole of this, that's why I said in my opening, also said that for me, Accord was just a platform. The actual party is Adeleke.
Okay, so let's talk about the fact that, Adeleke came out to say that, the president called him, to congratulate him at first. And he's saying that, he actually came out to thank the president, for allowing democracy prevail, for a free election. And I mean, we know that the president is from Osun State. Is our own, is from Osun State and all of that. Do you think that would want to make, for the forthcoming election, do you think that would want to make Adeleke and probably the people of Osun State, support APC?
Okay, you see, we should also understand when there are political statements. I wasn't expecting Adeleke to say otherwise. If it was the other person that also won, they would have told you that the president congratulated him and the election was fair. The issue of not fair usually come when you have lost that. Everybody would answer. Even Adeleke would have come and said the election was not fair. So first, it's a political statement. Accept it or not, it is one of the speech that should be made. The election was fair because it favors you. Take it or leave it. It's a statement all of them makes. It's not the first person to have made that statement. Check their speeches. You always hear. So problem with that. Let's keep that aside. Secondly, the issue of whether they are going to support the president. Now, I think this is where Governor Adeleke has to also watch it. He has to watch it very carefully. The people voted for him as a person based on his job. If he has pledged, which I've heard him, he said his speech, and then I think when he had an interview with one of the sisters, he echoed it. For me, like I always say, when the governor says he has about 32 or 34 governors at his side, he only has 34 votes. So Adeleke will make up another number to that vote. But that Governor Adeleke said that he's putting his weight and his support does not in any way connect that it is Osun State that is speaking.
The people of Osun State.
It should be separated.
I hear.
Because the people also have their choice. So he speaks as a governor and he speaks of himself. So the president should know that he has one vote, and that is Governor's Adeleke.
Interesting.
So it may not translate.
It may not translate into the citizen. We have grown past this stage.
So even yesterday when Governor Adeleke came out to say that, he has withdrawn the case he had with INEC, EFCC, when they freeze his accounts, and the president called for them to freeze the accounts. And yesterday he made the statement that, I withdrew the case. And a lot of persons were saying, is it not too early? Probably because he's happy he won the election. That's why he's doing all of this. What do you think?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You see, when you also understand how politics run, you would look for the right choice of words to say. That he won an election, I can guarantee you that the APC may probably be working on the ground to file a case in court.
They said they're going to.
So if there are statements he will make now, it will jeopardize his current position. So even if I was the one who won, I should speak and to appease the set man so that my dust can settle. Because I don't expect him to come and say, well, because of what you people did to me, I wanted to give you people my support before, but now I made up my mind. He will be shocked at what will happen to him. But I'm not speaking for his mind. I'm just analyzing that I don't expect him to have said outside what he has spoken. So it could not even be an excitement. He actually meant what he's saying so that dust around him can settle and he can concentrate on his 4 years tenure. And these are part of the things he needs to assure the opposition party, particularly the APC, so that they will know that he's going to work with them when it comes to 2027. And that is what the president wants. He wants people that will work with him. And he's not the first. We have the governor of Anambra State, who is of the ABGA, and he has pledged his support for the ruling party. So it's not a new thing. That alone will even calm the nerves to an extent. So the man is actually playing the politics that me I expect him to play. Of course, a lot of Nigerians are offended and they are not comfortable that why we say this and that they are feeling disappointed at it. You don't understand how this thing runs. The man needs to play by the rules so that he can get his government right and then work for the next 4 years. Otherwise, don't forget that it's a by-election. So that state is known for this kind of wahala. He doesn't want to repeat history. Otherwise, one thing will happen, one thing is cancelled, another election, the date has been shifted again. So to avoid it, it's better you align as a The alignment of Governor Adeleke is not the alignment of Osun State. It should be separated. It's not the alignment of the people of Osun State. Some of them may and some of them may not. So, but he only spoke as a governor and as a person. It should not be assumed that it is the whole state that is speaking their mind. The whole states have their own candidate also in mind. So they voted him because of him, not because of even Accord party. Okay. So you should also know that when it comes to the presidential election, these people have a mind of their own. They will still vote the people that they want. Okay. So that should be stated clearly.
Well, just I hear, politicians usually, when they say to you, we're with you, just go, we're behind you. It's seldom what it means. True. But you talked about the issue of letting the dust settle so that you can focus. What do you think Governor Adeleke should be focusing on going into his second term now? Now that hopefully the dust will settle a bit.
Well, I think when it comes to development of the area, he's doing pretty well. I've not been to Osun State, but from the reports so far that have been gathered, he's actually doing very, very well. And that is, the proof of that is, is from the outcome of the votes that he has secured for his second term. So my take on that is that he should not only continue on the good work, he should improve on it. Some of the infrastructures that he had promised them that have not yet come to play, he can go back and revisit it now that he has a second tenure and he has a chance. You see, what also he does in the next 4 years will also determine his successor, because if he does well, it's possible that he can also influence the people of the state, telling them that this guy can actually continue this good work, except if he wants it to end with him. Then he can change the game the other way around, like other people will always do. Your first 4 years, you put in your best, and then your next 4 years, you harvest because you feel you have nothing to lose. So, but he should see it beyond that, that is his state, that is his hometown, that is his people. He should do the best he can do for them now that he's there, to the point whereby if he even endorses a candidate, the people who buy that market himself, works he has done and the integrity he has shown to the people. So for me, he should, rather than even maintaining the pace, he should improve in whatever he's doing. He has been doing so much well, even with the withholding of some of their state allocation. And he's still performing. Their salary is not being held, and then he retain a lot of things about them. So he can also improve by bringing some system that could also liberate the people the more.
So do you think these Osun State results will trigger defection from APC to other parties?
I didn't get that question.
The Osun State results, I mean, Adeleke winning, do you think it's going to trigger people in APC actually to defect to another party?
To another party or
other
to
parties,
party?
Another parties, maybe Accord, other parties. I mean, for them to just leave APC.
Well, for me, APC, I don't really see them, even if you have a mind to decamp, may not be now because of the president. Because the presidential election is very paramount to them, to the president. That is why their campaign started from the day they were sworn in. So the issue of the campaign, they will just manage whatever it is to ensure that they secure 2027. Maybe after 2027, then we could begin to see that. But for now, I don't see much happening. They could have a lot of rambling. It will even escalate beyond what we think, but they will manage themselves because of 2027. The ambition for 2027. So they just consider that they have just lost a state, but there are still seats, like the senatorial seat, the House of Rep seat.
They didn't lose a state, it was not
so it is just so. They are going to handle, they are going to also see how they can leverage on that, So I don't really see defection in APC, whether they are defecting to Accord or to other party. The only challenge I feel is that Governor Adeleke will have to deal with it in some of the baggages he carried from PDP. That's going to be probably
talking about PDP.
That's what happened.
It's interesting you brought in the issue of PDP. The state that PDP is in right now, particularly in Osun and in the rest of the country, do you see a situation where his followers in PDP, because PDP supported him, and the candidate actually stepped down, and declared his support for Governor Adeleke. Do you see the PDP structure in Osun merging into Accord, or do you see him going back to PDP? I know he attempted to enter APC, but
that is one of their biggest regrets, because if they knew, they would have absorbed him. For me, it's the biggest regret.
Yeah, but the people on ground were fighting him, and maybe the fight would have even been worse. But yes, right. So, what do you think about PDP in Osun State right now, in the light of his victory? Because he didn't really have a problem with his people in PDP. But it was just a pragmatic move he made, because in the light of what was going on. And do you see him remaining in Accord to say, okay, let me be an Accord chieftain, and then, because he's obviously the leader of the party nationwide right now? Or do you see him working alongside PDP, maybe bringing PDP into the party, or perhaps working alongside PDP?
Yeah, that's why I said that's the only challenge I see. But I didn't care from the way, if you understand him, I think he will find a way to blend them. Because for me, he going back to PDP, he's going to be faced with crisis. Because the crisis of PDP, as long as they are still having these factional issues, it will last for only God knows how long. So it is safer for him to be in Accord and see how he can align the PDP in Osun State, not the national, the PDP in Osun State, who had always been aligned with him. He will see how he will align with them, and then see how he can carry them through. My only challenge is, again, the Accord, because it will now look like a dominary, because, they are of a small party in that state. Not until he came in. He's the one that makes the party now relevant in that state, to what it is now. And the normal thing, I just hope that what happened during the Labour Party will not have that same issue, coming in now, because some of them will not feel that, no, it's our party, that's as usual. So you can't bring these people now and do this. But
so
yes, so that will test his leadership quality. But I think he will be able to have a blend somewhere along the line, because where he is the party as far as I'm concerned. So they want to align with him because they've seen the acceptance from the citizens. So that's just it. So that's the only area I feel that he will have some challenge. But I think his leadership quality and ability, he'll be able to scale through that.
So let's talk about 2027 election. How do you think this would affect 2027 election? I mean, the APC.
Okay, affect the APC or the election generally?
The election in general. I made mention of the APC because it's the ruling party.
It's the ruling party. No, this will let them know that they need to go to their drawing board. I feel that the Mr. President by now should have started having a rethink. That is not just having governors in power. You see, he should have to still start to reassess these governors, because when you bring a governor that the people already have rejected, and you have him on your side, you already know that you have a problem. So he needs to go back and make some of those assessments. This recycling of some of these old politicians that the citizens have already retired them. We don't want to even see them around politics. And he's recycling them around himself. These are already a pointer that we, the citizen, may not take him seriously. And that is what played out in this election, because Adeleke is just one. We didn't hear that any other person, any other governor came and stood for him. So he was like 1 against 16. And he won. The only Accord. That should send a message to Mr. President that even though they are the one in the ruling now, they are the one in power now, that politics, the game of politics have changed. So if you don't have the right people on your side, you don't expect that victory. So for me, I think a lesson, a take home for the president, first and foremost, is that you should go back and look at it. It's not about having governors on your side. Because this one has 16. When you divide the ratio to the nation, this is the highest level. Because the whole governorship in the whole nation is about 36 or thereabout. And in one state, we have 16 already on ground, and they lose that. That should send the signal to him that it's not about the number of governors you have. It's about what you put in place for the citizens. So he should start concentrating on governing the people rather than politicking with playing politics alongside this governorship and some of these old people that they are trying to recycle themselves in a system those are already a minor. Most of us have rejected those people. Election have gone past that. We're more enlightened, have more better understanding that we used to have. So you should not think that it's going to be business as usual. So it should go back to its drawing board and work. The same thing applies to other opposition parties. Everybody should go back to work. And then whoever is part of anyone that wants to retain his second tenure or whatever tenure he wants to do, he should know that the people now judge by what is on ground, not what you say. That's where we are. So 2027 is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so I watched one of the polling units while the election was going on, where when they brought the voters list, about 1,300 and something, and then the young people there rejected that list and said, this is not the complete list, that election will not hold there. Then they went, brought another list again, and imported people from another polling unit. The young people rejected it. Finally, it was an elderly man that was giving this narrative now, because they told him, Baba, just calm down. Election will not hold here today until they do the right thing. Finally, they went and brought the proper list. So finally, we saw young people coming out in Osun. If anything, I think they control this election. I don't know if it was the Davido effect or whatever, but what role do you see young people playing going forward in the next election? Do you foresee an upset, a disruption, if young people should take an active interest?
Well, the young people have already taken an active interest. The only reason why it looks like it's on the calm side is because campaign have not really started. And I think campaign is starting Wednesday. I don't know if it's this Wednesday or next week Wednesday.
Tomorrow.
That is when you will know that young people are now active in the electoral matters. But it looks like everything is looking quiet and calm now, and it's looking like the young people are not interested. The truth about the matter is that there are so many forums and organizations where young people are talking, are engaging themselves, and they are making up their mind on their candidate, what to look for. But why the discussion had not gotten to that point is because campaign have not started. When campaign start, that is when APC will know whether they are actually truly ready for 2027 or not.
Interesting.
Now, why I'm particular about APC, because they are the ruling party. So, you know, when campaign have not started, it looks like we are still leading. But when campaign start, when they'll start bringing facts and details information, data about analysis of what the government have done in 3 years, that's when they will know whether they are actually ready for this election or not. But for the young men, I can tell you 120%. The young men are ready for election come 2027.
They're ready for election.
You will see the reflection.
Come 2022. Interesting.
2027.
2027, pardon. Interesting. All right, thank you so much, Citizen Samwasinda.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Dr. Hi.
Well, campaigns are about to start, and I would say that Osun has taught us a lesson, that our votes can actually count.
Exactly.
We can go there, police it, and I think that's the lesson and the takeaway from this. And on that note, I'll say, on that bright note, what to say?
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you once again for coming.
Yes.
So you all have heard guest and Dr. Ohai that your votes will count. You do not need to be scared that what if I vote or my votes count? Go out there, get your PVC and vote, and don't forget, vote your conscience. Thank you so much for joining on the program this morning on ITV from our Lagos studio. Thank you all our esteemed viewers, and ensure you have a beautiful day out there. We're still on CMI. Do not go. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio. I am Marcelina Unkwa.
Welcome to TMI Social, where I walk you through what is trending right now on the internet. Yes, just as it hits the internet, I bring to you the trending news. My name is Eneja Wisdom, and here is what's trending. Man finds a bag of money at one of the polling units after, they just concluded Osun State gubernatorial election, and he insists on keeping it for himself. What a plot twist. I mean, this money was allegedly supposed to be used to buy the votes of the voters, you know, from the citizens, the voters of Osun State during the election. And probably one of them misplaced it or forgot the bag of money somewhere. And after the election is over, this man finds the bag of money and feels very, very fortunate. He says, I am not going to return it, and he insists on keeping it for himself. Let's see the video together. Have a lot of reactions on that note. While a lot of people are concerned about the fact that he showed his face in that video in such a sensitive matter, others are wondering, I thought we all agreed on not selling our votes. Why is there even a bag of money in the first place? Meanwhile, other people think, you know what, this is the perfect plot twist. Since they wanted to buy our votes, we're going to keep the money to ourselves and we'll vote for who we want. Let's go through some of the reactions. The first one here from Agenda Must Agenda. I so much support this. It is possible that we can be this serious. Is it possible, rather, that we can be this serious during the presidential election? Next from Vicky Bide. The only investment with a 100% loss and 0 votes in return. Novek says, this man shouldn't have shown his face. I think that is a smart one, truly, because why show your face in such a sensitive matter when you could be tracked and maybe the money collected from you? But oh well. The next comment here from Chakam. He says, now so you suppose be. Beat them, collect the funds, and still vote your choice. Tell another bro, the last comment here for that story, this is the way to go. Clearly, he is supporting the idea of taking the money and still voting for who you want. All right. My support for Tinubu is just based on he is a Yoruba man. You heard that right. The newly re-elected governor of Osun State, I'm talking about Governor NDLEA, he granted an interview and said it outrightly that he is picking President Bola Tinubu to be the president for the next 4 years simply because he is a Yoruba man. So he's endorsing him again simply because he is a Yoruba man. And you know, it's causing a lot of thoughts, a lot of mixed feelings, reactions here and there, because people are wondering, with all of the things going on presently in the country, although you have your right, I mean, your vote is your right, right? You can pick who you want to rule, to lead you, and that's the whole idea of a free and fair election, of voting for your own leader. So he has that choice for himself. But does this endorsement mean every single person in Osun State has to support the same person, has to vote for him in the upcoming election? What does it truly mean for Osun State? While a lot of people are concerned about these particular questions, others are, you know, dropping a lot of reactions about it being a backward way of thinking. I'll walk you through some of them very quickly. Chief Sam says, Peter Obi is the first Igbo man in the history of elections in this country to do a clean sweep in the southeast, and you people know it. But tribalism, propaganda, dishonesty, and wickedness is more important to you people than prosperity. Well, although this comment might be touchy, and you know, some other people are commenting due to the fact that he mentioned his endorsement being solely based on the fact that he is a Yoruba man and he sees competence in that. Other people are also picking candidates like Peter Obi just because he's an Igbo man. So what exactly does this mean for us? Where should we stand? Is this a good enough reason to pick the person that is going to lead you and determine a lot in your future for the next 4 years? From OLN, isn't this a confirmation that they are the most tribalistic people in Nigeria? Daddy One Boy says, many people in the Southwest think like this, and young people, literate and illiterate, it's all the same. And the next one, politics will humble you, from Onyocha Emeka. It's barely 24 hours. He won the election, and he has granted and given more than 3 speeches in support of Tinubu. All I can see here is a man being controlled. Next one from Kingmaker. The North was insulted and called backward for making political decisions based on religion. The Nigerian problem is a cultural one. Hence, why even the educated have shown clear-cut evidence of foolishness. Now from Oge Fash. He should just keep the information to himself, I beg. Words are very powerful, and he shouldn't mislead others. As for me and my household, we are campaigning, supporting, and voting for OK. That's Peter Obi and Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. Ireo. All right, the next one here, before I call it a wrap, is a very sensitive matter that affects us, especially in FCT. Abuja is sinking. Abuja is sinking. Indeed, a lot of people have been making jokes about Wike bringing River State to Abuja, literally, right, turning Abuja or allowing Abuja to turn into rivers. Literally, now I want you to focus on that. The fact that Abuja is a well-drafted state that was, designed, the landmark and everything was designed in the 90s, and it was supposed to be such a sophisticated city. And places in Abuja that never experienced such a flooding, like Wuse 2, are now going through this water clogging and, being raised up to car level. People who are not seeing where to put their feet when walking on the road anymore. It is such a sensitive matter now. And, it's bothering a lot of people, but it makes you wonder, is it just the government that should take accountability for all of this, or do we have parts to play in it? Because we have scavengers, we have young people that go at night and take out the cover of drainages, and this also causes problem, because when these floods rise, cars do not even know where to drive into. People could fall into those sewages. Now, it's a small detail with big consequences. Beyond the immediate flooding problem, residents are now asking a broader question. Who's responsible for maintaining and replacing this infrastructure? And why do stolen covers stay missing for so long? Abuja is becoming a mess. Isn't just about the rain, it's about the gaps in maintenance and accountability that make every rainy season more dangerous. All right, that is where I will call it a wrap for today. We've talked about very sensitive matters. I've brought you the news that have been trending on the internet. I think it is due to say that we all have a part to play, both in politics and in our social and economical growth. But for now, this is all the time I have to spend with you on TMI Social. My name is Enneja Wisdom. This is the end of TMI for today. Thank you for spending your time with us. Goodbye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting. as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okunji, and on today's edition of the Viewpoint, we're going to be talking about the special criminal court that was actually established by the Edo State administration. We will illustrate their activities since its inception, the purpose with which it was established, the benefit of the court to the citizens. That is basically all we're going to be looking at on today's Viewpoint. I am Caroline once again on Viewpoint. Let's go talk to some persons and hear what they have to say about the establishment of the special criminal court by the Edo State government.
I think as far as policy on paper goes, it's a great initiative, and it's something I support the concepts and the initiative. In advanced nations of the world, you have different courts for many different, shades of crimes and criminality. And the whole idea is to speed adjudication and ensure that justice quickly gets to the people. But I always have a problem with implementation of good concepts and policies, especially when they are knee-jerk policies that are set up without properly thinking through and factoring in the sustainability quotient. I think that's where we have an issue. So far, it's been a lot of jamboree. We've not been able to get a real framework of any value to say, this is how it's going to run post the governor, for instance. It's just been like a task force instead of an institution. You see, special courts should be integral institution in the state that would outlive the government. So it is to that extent, I don't want to discourage the governor. I just want to advise that he brings in more legal experts, and if possible, understudy advanced nations where these things work. We need special courts. In fact, we need more special courts for related offense. A situation where you are crowding a traffic offender and a felon, somebody who has committed felony in the same courtroom, waiting turns. You have people who committed traffic offense who have been in the police custody for months for mere traffic offense, just because the courts are crowded, and the judge will keep telling you that he hasn't had time for that case yet and all that. Does not go well for us. But if we are going to have to change a system, you don't replace it with another redundancy. You replace it with a functionality that will let people see the value of what you have done. That's on one part. On the part of the kind of punishment that is, proposed, the capital punishment that is proposed, for instance, for kidnappers, I can also understand the exigency of trying to remedy such a, wicked society vice that we have suddenly found, among ourselves in Nigeria. You will recall that until recently, we didn't even have any laws on terrorism and kidnapping in the entire country, until very recently when our National Assembly had to pass that. So you can understand that such exigency would overwhelm us. But I think that beyond the, as they say it, scratching of our body, according to the offense, by African mythology, beyond that emotional reaction from passion, which in this place I have not condemned, I think it's okay. But I think we should begin to think of how to convert this, our, resources, who have been able to convert their human resources to crime and to criminality. I think we should be able to reconvert them to economic uses. So I think that we should turn our criminals to production centers or productive elements, and that is achievable. Much of the waste in government and ostentation, because you see, in dealing with crime, people just look at the crime, but there are ancillary reasons that act as catalysts to crime. If you continue to flaunt your ill-gotten wealth, especially public funds, in the face of young men who have left school and are not getting jobs, it's an incentive to crime. And when you don't deal with those ancillary symptoms, then you are not going to be able to control crime in society. So if government will cut down its expenditure and its ostentation, I mean, some of the local government chairmen that were imposed by the governor as soon as he came in, the governor went to the market and bought them, SUVs that many would never have dreamt of driving. And better boys on the streets who did better in school and so on and so forth, who did not do those dirty things that they did to become so-called local government chairmen, are still looking for a job. What kind of reaction do you think that such youths are going to react to such situations? So, point I'm making is that if we cut down all of those kind of ostentation and waste by government and channel that money, we could actually be able to put off enough programs and correctional centers where we can, if we arrest these boys as kidnappers, cultists, and whatever, we try and see how we can, persuade them, educate them, retrain them, reorient them against the life they've chosen, and see how we can reintegrate them to a productive society. Because to put all of the blame on the criminals, and of course I'm very much against criminality and crime, to put all of the blame on criminals in our society is to be unfair to justice and equity. There is too much incentive for crime in the society. So we have to, think through and look beyond these first-hand emotional reactions and say, look, how do we really deal with crime in this society? Let us, first of all, disincentivize, crime by spreading our common patrimony to ensure that the society takes care. It is only those who refuse that care. If you go to America and Britain, it is those who refuse to work. The system has provided structure to support their population. It is those who cannot apply themselves that go into crime. So we have not been able to provide any support structure, and we cannot tell that our boys have not applied themselves meaningfully. So rather than just take them and waste them under the hands of bullets and then do that publicly, I'm also against killing people publicly. I don't know if that is part of the overall policy, but the governor mentioned it, that they will kid here at Ring Road. When you do that, you are going to desensitize people towards violence. People must be allowed to maintain that sensitivity towards violence. If you begin to show youths murder well, maybe it's not murder now, whatever name you call it, and you begin to kill criminals publicly, it will get to a time it will no longer mean anything to young ones to see life taken or for themselves to take lives. And not to desensitize them. They should still maintain that sensitivity. The firing squad should be done behind closed doors. I am for execution, but after they have refused reorientation.
The courts that had been set up to try kidnapping and cultism is not different from any regular criminal courts. It's a criminal court. And so the rules of court that pertains to the criminal justice system we apply to these particular courts. We already have criminal courts, and we have the Administration of Criminal Justice Act, and we also have rules of court that govern the criminal courts. So it will follow the same pattern. It's not the governor's courts. Speedy trial there'll be speedy trial because they really don't have many cases now like any other regular criminal courts. So when kidnapping cases come to them and they have gone through the DPP gamut of proof, check whether there's a prima facie case for them to be prosecuted, it will still go through the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution's Office in the Ministry of Justice. Before the Ministry of Justice legal officer, State Council will be the ones to prosecute those cases. And also, we also need the cooperation of lawyers from the DPP's office and private practitioners to ensure that there's speedy trial. Because most of the time, it's not the courts that are responsible for civil trials. Lawyers are key persons that are responsible for slow movement of cases in courts. They come with frivolous adjournments, and most of the time the court will just have to indulge them, because without the lawyers, the judge cannot just go and give a judgment just like that. So the problem is the lawyers, and so NBA should advise lawyers not to come with frivolous adjournments, frivolous reasons why their cases should not go on. And the same thing with the government lawyers, the DPP's office. And so the judges are always present in court. If you go to court, there's no day that the judges do not come to court. It's only on few reasons, maybe on the head grounds. But the problem is the lawyers. So we look at it like this, that the judges' courts are available to receive information from the Ministry of Justice saying that this person has committed a crime, and it is right for the lawyers to ensure speedy trials because the judges are always available. And so when these judges have heard this case, they will naturally give judgments. And so we expect speedy trials and lawyers to ensure that they do not be a cog in the wheels of justice.
Assessing the special court, to me, is still still at its fan stage, being that it was just created a couple of weeks ago. One cannot give a definitive assessment, but giving a preliminary assessment of what it has achieved so far or what it tends to achieve, I could say the state governments have done well, and for the chief judge of Edo State to had swiftly set up the court. And we saw recently that the alleged kidnappers that were arrested were tried in that special court. I would say kudos to the Edo State government. One cannot say whether it has achieved its aim, but the process is on. Like I said previously, that the court has its own procedural processes. What we saw in the last sitting of that special court, that the alleged kidnappers was before the court and they all pleaded not guilty, despite the fact that they had previously confessed to the crime, even on media. But they have the right to either plead guilty or accept the crime as being alleged. But as a procedural processes, when a suspect or a defendant before a court plead not guilty to a crime, the court will refer to Department of Public Prosecution for advice. That is why I said earlier that the 2 ways as said by the governor, it is not feasible for the court to hear a criminal case and dispense judgment within 2 weeks. Sometimes it takes days or weeks or months for the DPP to look into the issue and advise whether the accused persons have case to answer or not. We are monitoring keenly the activities and the processes of this special court. As civil rights activists, like I said, we are more concerned about the fundamental right of citizens. We wouldn't want a situation whereby the process will be abused by the state actors. We wouldn't want innocent citizens to be victimized by that special court, because we have seen recently that even the police and security agencies will now arrest innocent citizens and threaten them to either part way with money or they will be charged to that special court. That is what is trending. But in all, we will ensure that we work in synergy with the government and the judiciary to ensure that the special court that is set up to try the alleged kidnappers, cultists, and terrorists achieve its aim without abusing the process.
Special court means courts that have been set up or tribunals that have been set up to handle specific matters or issues of concern that are specific or peculiar to certain issues. This is not the first of its kind in the country and also in Edo State. Before, you can see special court like the robbery tribunal that was set up in 1970, yes, to try robbery cases so that they can be treated expediently. So the special court is a step in the right direction. Now, these courts have been constituted by Edo State to fight robbery, cultism, and kidnapping. Yes, and these are peculiar matters. Now, a leader is not someone that has the highest qualifications, but however, somebody that can identify a problem relating to a particular set of people and also do everything possible to solve it. Security issue has been a major problem in Edo State from time immemorial. There are a lot of places I can mention in Benin where this issue of cultism and kidnapping were very rampant until our governor, in his magnanimity, decided to set up this court, which was approved by the Chief Justice of Edo State, Honorable Chief Justice Daniel Okumbowa. Now, this court is situated at the High Court of Benin, and this court is just like every other normal court. But what is the difference? Just like you have the Election Petition Tribunal, that where matters or electoral matters are treated very quickly, expediently, with full speed, so as to be able to get the results on time. That is the same thing that is also ongoing in this special court, so that issues of cultism and kidnapping can be treated with enough speed, and the perpetrators of this act can be brought to book. This court can handle matters, let's say, in 6 months, 3 months, depends on the factors that are involved, and judgment to be given. The judges that are sitting over this court are judges that have been carefully chosen, who have a lot of experience in cultism and kidnapping and matters that are related thereto. So this court is something that is applaudable. And on the issue whether this court can actually be abused later on, it is simple. The laws that set up these special courts are also the laws that also regulate the normal high courts. The only difference is the time frame for these matters to be handled and settled, which is the Criminal Code and the Administration of Criminal Justice Act. Now, this court also runs with the rule of natural justice, equity, and good conscience. This court also runs with fair hearing. It's not like, oh, a criminal is just carried there and at the end of the day he's tried and is convicted. No, the same processes will be followed. Everything that ought to be done in a normal court will be done. And if these people are found wanting, they will be brought to book. So they are working and proper investigations are being carried out to make sure that these criminals are apprehended. Why? For the safekeeping. Okay, what is the primary responsibility of a government? It is the protection of life and properties. Yes, if a government cannot protect the life and properties of the citizen, that government has failed.
This special court to try criminal matters relating to kidnapping and courtesan. So nobody is happy when he's kidnapped. And nobody is happy with the monstrous, the satanic activity of court-related killings. It was about two years precisely. Yes, 2 years precisely. This was where a young man was killed. You understand that created unnecessary tension and panic in this area. Yes, with the creation or establishment of these special criminal courts, if we are sincere with ourselves, we should tell ourselves the truth that courts-related killings has reduced drastically, and even the activities of kidnapping has even reduced drastically. Yes, what I am pessimistic about is the issue that the police is now taking undue advantage to even plant fears in the mind of the people to further extort them. That this creation of special courts, if you don't cooperate with us, we'll charge you there, and you know that the governor is interested in the matter. You understand? The suspects will just go and look for money one way or the other to settle his way out. That is not the philosophy of the creation or the establishment of the special criminal courts. The courts was established to try matters related to kidnapping and court-related killings, and it should not be an issue that will not give impetus to security agencies to extort the people. For me, we have experienced it. We are not happy. Yes, that is why all hands must be on deck to support the administration of Senator Modu Bevolo to ensure that real kidnappers, yes, are arraigned or are charged to that special criminal court, and are real confessed courtists are charged to this special criminal court that will send further signal to people, to kidnappers, that those states is no longer comfortable. It will send signal to courtists that those states is no longer conducive for the activities of courtesan or court-related activities.
Well, first of all, let's commend the governor for doing what he thinks is necessary to checkmate insecurity in this state. Because before he came in, the situation was very bad, and the insecurity level in this country was almost, in this state in particular, was almost unbearable. People were just being killed and slaughtered like as if they didn't matter. So he has done a lot to checkmate insecurity, but there's still more to be done. I think that is why he has brought in the special court, so that in addition to arresting these persons, as soon as they are arrested, they should be given justice as demanded by law. We shouldn't just go and put them in the cell, because what we used to have is you just arrest somebody, go and put him in detention. After a while, maybe you get remand. Maybe if you are lucky, after a year he is out. Sometimes many things happen. The person, you just see him back in the society. So that is what the governor wanted to checkmate, or wants to checkmate. That's why he has brought in this special court, so that it will not just be a case of we arrested them, whoa, we stopped them yesterday. It will be a case of we put an end to it. That is why he brought in this special court. And one way to do it is by giving swift justice. That's where the special court now come in. The special court is a court that it does not listen to adjournments anyhow. You come to court today, the next time you are coming is October, the next one will be March next year. So that has aided the injustice in this country. I also helped a lot of accused persons to get away with criminality. You are doing a criminal case. There's one criminal case I am doing now. is 4 years, exactly 4 years. So it doesn't make sense. And criminal matters should not be delayed that much. Criminal matters are matters that by nature, investigation has been done. You have come to a conclusion on where things stand. You already have an idea of where everybody is standing. Just go ahead and do the case. Now the question is, what has been the impact of the special court? I would say it has helped, and I will tell you why I say it has helped. We were here when they did the July 7/7. We used to know what 7/7 used to be in this state. This state particular, they used to see those days as special days that people can do and undo, anything can go on. But it's no longer so. Now everybody is now, even the man who is the courtist will now tell you, come, I not be courtist too. He is avoiding the special court. He knows that if he's arrested today, tomorrow morning, he can be in court for trial. So he's avoiding it. I am aware that these people who were caught at the vegetable market for kidnapping that day, they have also been taken to that court, and their case has been sent to DP for advice, and swift advice is also to be expected from the DP's office, so that these people will not just go and stay in detention 3-6 months when nobody is looking, then they are released and they are sent back to society. No, special court is there to give you sharp justice. If you commit today, tomorrow you may be facing court. In another 1 month time, we may be hearing your judgment. So people are now more careful. However, there are some areas we need to also watch out for. The area of police now using special court to extort people is getting on the rise. That's where I feel people like the NBA, human rights organizations, need to wake up. Before any small thing that happens now, before you even argue with policemen, they will tell you, if you do anything now, we'll change this case for you. We'll change it for you. You'll see yourself in special court. A matter that does not involve special courts, they will find a way to wrap it up, and before you know, they are arresting you for courtism. No evidence of the courtism. They are arresting you for kidnapping. No evidence of the kidnapping. Just to harass, intimidate, and threaten people. Matters that should go to special courts should actually be matters that have gone through police to the DPP's office. It shouldn't even come from police to the special court. It should be through the police to the DPP's office. The DPP has screened it. It is the DPP that is going to try the person, not the police. It is the DPP that knows, is there any evidence that I can use to convict this person if I go to special court? Not for police to just from their office take somebody to special court. So I think we need to checkmate that part. We should remove the power of police completely from the special court. Because police, that we know, we know where we are coming from, we know who we are. A policeman will tell you to your face, I know you didn't commit any offense. I know you didn't commit any offense. You will still be there another 1 month because you have not done what you are supposed to do. I have said it, not like I was told. All matters go through DPP. Then the DPP, of course, DPP is a staff of the state government, direct staff. Unlike the police, that is not a staff of the state government. The DPP is a direct staff. He answers to the governor. The governor can call him to certain matters. So he can now work within the mandate of law because he knows what the law. DPP is a man who studied law and he has gravitated through the rigors of criminal justice to get to that office. He didn't just wake up suddenly and was made DPP. He has grown in the ranks. So when you now say, oh, this person is DPP, he has the ability to look at the file and say, this file is a file for special court. This one is not for special court. So that's one area I feel we should be very careful with. We shouldn't allow the special courts to become the tool for the police to extort our young boys. That's what it has become suddenly, but we should checkmate that one and ensure that on our own part, we keep the society safe from these kidnappers and courtists. Finally, before I leave you, let me just add this one. Courtism and kidnapping, they are offenses that are based on evidence. They are not offenses that are based on hearsay. Because of the serious nature of those offenses, we should not just be police should be. It has come to a point where we should bar police from arresting people from hearsay when it comes to courtism and kidnapping. Once somebody say, I know that my neighbor, somebody that you and I we have issue. You insulted my wife, I insulted your wife. I will not go and report that you are a courtist. The police should not make any arrests.
Having heard what some legal practitioners and some activists and citizens had to say about the establishment of the special criminal courts by the Edo State Administration. While some are still applauding the administration for establishing the court, some are still saying that the purpose with which the court was actually established should not be abused, and security agencies shouldn't use that as an opportunity to intimidate and exploit citizens of their rights. It is a Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, saying to you many thanks for watching.
ITV, certainly the best. Certainly the best.
On the news tonight, Edo State House of Assembly inaugurates committee to investigate former Speaker Blessing Agbibako. Edo State government commences remedial works on deplorable Siloko Igobazua Road. FCT Minister Yensam Wike orders immediate demolition of houses blocking waterways in Maitama. Army harps on teamwork, discipline among security personnel. NDLEA nabs social media influencer Casey Luxury for alleged 39 billion naira cocaine exports. Remember, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. You can follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And of course, sharing the screen with me tonight on ITV News, I have Joyce Ikago. Pretty Joyce, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing very well, Wilson. I trust you're doing okay.
Yes, you're doing just fine. And of course, from our Lagos studio, Iboje Ikoria. Iboje, it's a pleasant evening to you. How are you doing?
Good evening, we're saying Lagos is fine. I'm also fine. How is Benin? You're looking good tonight.
All of you are looking just so good. It's like the weather is just fair this time around, thanks to the August break approaching. All right, now moving on with the news. Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebolo has sworn in Dr. Washington Osifo as Commissioner for Education. Dr. Osifo, who once held the same portfolio, had resigned from cabinet to pursue his political ambition. Oluwafemi Farayola reports.
Speaking at the swearing-in ceremony, Governor Okpebolo said Dr. Washington Osifo was appointed based on his credibility and capacity to deliver on the responsibilities assigned to him. According to the governor, there was still much to be done in the education sector and urged the new commissioner to focus on the development of all levels of education in the state.
Let me congratulate you, Honorable Commissioner. We believe that you will do well in that field, and that is why we have to appoint you. There are a lot to be done in the educational system. So we want you to please help us to develop the educational system for the people. I want you to follow up all the aspects in education, primary, secondary, and tertiary.
The swearing ceremony also featured Mr. Hagedo Oscar Onaiwu, who was sworn in as a member of Edo State Local Government Service Commission. Responding on behalf of the newly sworn-in appointees, Dr. Washington Osifo pledged his loyalty to Governor Okpebolo and promised to contribute his best towards the development of education sector.
Nobody asked you, nobody lobbied you for me to be a commissioner. It was by your choice, and that is why loyalty to your ideas, your objectives, and your noble aspirations for this Edo, your wishes for this Edo, taking Edo to the next level and making Edo shine, it will also be my core objective. So, sir, I want to thank you, and I also want to thank God.
Oluwafemi Falayola, ITV News.
Edo State government has commenced palliative work on the failed portions on Igboba-Zua Road by Ohun Junction, Ego local government area, mobilizing men and equipment to ease movement for motorists and residents. Deborah Obeifun reports.
In the recent past, independent television and radio highlighted the plight of motorists and other road users plying the deplorable Siloko Igboba-Zua Road. Reports by independent television and radio bringing to limelight the worsening condition of the road, coupled with the harrowing experience motorists and other road users are subjected to, prompted the Edo State government responded by mobilizing men and equipment to the affected portion of the road to commence palliative work. The Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, was on the ground to supervise the rehabilitation with a view to ensuring the work is executed to standard.
In the interim, we've asked the contractor to come on site to do a palliative work, and the people of Vian Federal Constituency have been in jubilation for the past 24 hours. And so far, what the construction company has done, I believe Vian people are extremely happy.
Some residents and motorists who have been experiencing difficulties plying the road expressed appreciation to the state government for responding to their concerns and addressing the deplorable session.
As I hear say they don't repair, now make me concern me I contact me I call greet to now.
God go bless Governor Okpebolo. The way they handle this road, so we like him.
God bless you. I thank the governor.
Commenting on the rehabilitation, spokesperson for the contractor handling the palliative works, Toyebi Oluwatomiwa, explains the scope of the intervention and the measures being taken to tackle the failed portion.
We have introduced a civil engineering practice of a geotextile approach to resolve this problem, and that is what we are doing by laying hardcore and surface dressing it with three-quarter aggregate. The
palliative intervention is expected to improve accessibility and ease the movement of people and goods along the Igboba-Zua Road. In Benin, Deborah Ubefun, ITV News.
Edo State House of Assembly has confirmed 7 nominees into the State Public Service, marking the first round of confirmations on day 1 of the new Speaker, Right Honorable Yekini Diaye. Assembly correspondent Joy Obaisiabo reports that Speaker Yekini Diaye inaugurated a 5-man committee to investigate the activities of the former Speaker, Right Honorable Blessing Abibako.
In his inaugural directive, Speaker Yekini Ijayi ordered all replaced principal officers, especially their chief of staffs, to immediately return all official and government properties in their possession with emphasis on vehicles to the office of the clerk. Right Honorable Ijayi also dissolved all standing house committees with immediate effect and inaugurated a new committee headed by Honorable Bright Aitengwoba representing Oriomo 2 constituency to investigate the activities of the former Speaker, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebako. The committee has 2 weeks to submit its report.
So the former Speaker and the majority leader, including the former Chief of Staff to the office of Mr. Speaker, that all government properties, especially the vehicles in their possession, should be immediately returned to the office of the clerk.
The House screened and confirmed Dr. Shitu Shaibu as chairman of the Edo State Electricity Regulatory Commission, alongside Thomas Inegbedion, Abdurazak Abubakar, Edowon Yonaiwu, and Patrick Ilobe as members.
Engineer members of the Edo State Electricity Regulatory Commission say aye. Those against say nay. Ayes.
The Assembly also confirmed Professor David Usaumese Osifo, a former Commissioner for Health, as member of the Edo State Judicial Service Commission. Oscar Agedo was similarly confirmed as a member of the Edo State Local Government Service Commission. From the Edo State House of Assembly, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
The just concluded Osun governorship election has continued to attract reactions from legal practitioners and political stakeholders across the country, with issues surrounding electoral compliance, internal party democracy, and the conduct of participants taking center stage. As stakeholders assess the outcome, they called on for stronger democratic practices, accountability for electoral violations, and greater respect for the will of the electorate. Ahis Uhonamore reports.
Commenting on the just concluded Osun governorship election, Benin legal practitioners harp on the need for credible elections, strict adherence to electoral laws, and respect for the will of the people.
When we are talking of elections, do well to get your PVC, get accredited. Yes, we keep saying our votes won't count. It will count. It's when you don't go out there to vote that it won't count.
Chairman, Edo State Bursary and Scholarship Board, Honorable John Ahigbe, said those arrested for allegedly violating electoral rules should be properly dealt with and were found guilty, punished to serve as a deterrent to others. He commended President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his role in the conduct of the election.
The president must be commended. He has shown that, yes, whatever situation he finds himself, he can allow truth to stand. Because if you don't allow people to choose who they want to vote for, you force a candidate on the people. People will revolt.
From Warri, Delta State, Comrade James Etiang, a political analyst, while giving the Independent National Electoral Commission a pass mark for the conduct of the Osun election, urged stakeholders to be neutral and allow free, fair and credible election that would change the negative effects in election process in the country.
It's not only INEC that ought to deliver a good election for the populace. The politicians themselves and the security agencies who are not owned by INEC. So all these stakeholders need to support INEC for a credible election.
From Lagos, human rights activist Comrade Philip Obodo said contrary to the high expectations of voter apathy, the people came out, cast their votes, and defended it. The activist condemned the violence that occurred prior to and during the election that led to the death of many.
There was a good turnout of people that are ready this time, despite all the security threat, all the harassment, thuggery. the Osun people were determined.
The stakeholders called for greater commitment to democratic principles ahead of future elections. From Benin, Ehis Uhunamuri, ITV News.
Few days to the commencement of campaigns ahead of the 2027 presidential and National Assembly elections, political parties in Edo State are stepping up preparations for campaign and unveil their candidates to the electorates. Adeze Ibe reports that political parties fielding candidates for the election are set for the campaign schedule to kick off on the 19th of August 2026. The report is presented by Ehis Ohonamure.
With the campaign period set to commence on August 19, 2026, political parties fielding candidates for the National Assembly elections are putting their campaign structures in place as the candidates prepare to unveil their manifesto. At some party secretariat visited in Benin City, preparations focused on candidates, campaigns, strategy, and issues expected to dominate electionary period. Although representatives of the political parties were not on ground, ADC State Publicity Secretary Christopher Ojehere.
We have from the get-go been very, very relentless in mobilizing grassroots. We decided to build our party along the grassroots, that is what we call from the bottom of the pyramid to the topmost of the pyramid.
However, some political analysts, Honorable Dele Igbenedion, Barrister Gentleman Amego, and Comrade Julius Arimie, said it will be a huge relief from the past where candidates are expected to conduct themselves in a civilized manner.
What transpired in Osun, it is for we to enlighten our people concerning the forthcoming election.
Candidates should conduct themselves in a civilized manner, focus on the areas that they think they will make a difference without necessarily casting aspersion on candidates of other political parties.
The day has come now, and everybody will lay his cards on the table. It's not a question of I'm an octopus or what have you done for the people? What will you do for the people? This is a politicized democracy.
According to INEC timetable, campaign for presidency and National Assembly will commence on the 19th of August 2026. From Benin, Ehis Ohunamuri, ITV News.
If you just joined us, this is ITV News. We'll now move over to our Abuja studio where Joyce is standing by. Joyce, take it up from here.
Many thanks, Wilson. And right here in Abuja, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has ordered the immediate demolition of houses and structures found obstructing designated waterways in Maitama and other flood-prone areas of Abuja. FCT correspondent Joy Igoche Ehiakina reports that the minister issued the directive after inspecting flood-affected areas in Maitama on Tuesday.
Speaking shortly after the inspection, the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike directed that the demolition of properties obstructing waterways should commence immediately and continue through Saturday. He says the enforcement will proceed regardless of ongoing political activities or the status of the owners of the affected properties. Wike stresses that the FCT administration will no longer tolerate the obstruction of waterways by property owners, warning that structures found to be impeding the free flow of water would be removed.
Well, in the master plan, that is the right way where water is supposed to be channeled. People by their positions have blocked it, believing that nothing will happen. I have told people this, that nothing happened yesterday does not mean that something will not happen today. That it did not happen today does not mean it will not happen tomorrow. Now you have done your own by blocking the water channel and nothing has happened. Thank God the flood has come. You have done our attention to the place. Now something will happen. I'm going to bring those houses down. Any house that's found on the channel, water channel, will go down. From today to Saturday, if the women controls the like, let them find any excuse to run away. They cannot.
He acknowledged that previous administrations may have lacked the political will to enforce existing regulations, while some government officials may also have failed to discharge their responsibilities effectively. But Wike says that the era is over. From Abuja, Joy Igochie Hekina, ITV News.
And now to security matters. The Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, has called for early planning, intelligence-led operations, and effective coordination among security agencies ahead of the 2027 general elections. Musa made the call on Tuesday at the 8th edition of the Blueprint newspaper's public lecture in Abuja. Abigail Aderemi reports that Musa's call for early planning and intelligence gathering comes as stakeholders begin preparations for the 2027 polls, with security expected to remain a major factor in ensuring a free, fair, and credible electoral process.
Speaking on the theme, security challenges and integrity of Nigeria's 2027 elections, the Defense Minister, General Christopher Musa, retired, represented by his Special Advisor on Policy and Research, Major General Olufemi Akinjobi, retired, said election security cannot be achieved through last-minute deployments. He stressed the need for months of preparation and continuous assessment of potential threats. He said early preparations will enable security agencies identify potential threats and develop appropriate responses before they escalate.
Successful election security is not achieved through last-minute deployments. It is achieved through months of planning, intelligence operations, interagency coordination, effective communication, and continuous assessment of emerging threats, and above all, through the confidence that citizens place in the institutions established to serve them. Security should never be viewed as an event. It is a process that begins long before campaigns commence and continues long after the final vote has been counted.
Speakers focus on how to protect the integrity of Nigeria's 2027 general elections amid security challenges.
No matter how many of us come up as president of Nigeria, or governors in our various states, or senators and members of the House of Representatives, we can never make Nigeria a better place unless we have decided to change within ourselves to make Nigeria a better place.
It's something that belongs to each and every single one of us. It's not something for only the government. We have all got to take ownership of it and see what we can do, because we've got to make Nigeria the best black nation in the vision and the mission of our great forefathers.
The event brought together political leaders, government officials, and other stakeholders to discuss the security challenges that could affect the conduct and credibility of the 2027 general elections. From Abuja, Abigail Aderemi, ITV News.
In the meantime, the Nigerian Army has emphasized the need for effective teamwork and discipline among security agencies for efficient performance. John Tainer reports that the Director General, Nigerian Army Resource Center, Major General James Miam, retired, stated this at the commencement of a 5-day training for junior personnel from the military, paramilitary, and corporate organizations in Abuja.
Teamwork among personnel in every organization to a large extent influences its efficiency. This also applies to the military and paramilitary cycles, where teamwork and discipline remain key to effective performance. These are personnel from the military, paramilitary, and corporate organizations gathered for a 5-day intensive training as participants of the Work Ethics and Organizational Performance Course 8 2026 at the Nigerian Army Resource Center. The Director General, Nigerian Army Resource Center, Major General James Miam, retired, advocates improved social relationship to strengthen interagency collaboration.
Emphasizing the importance of diversity in the workplace, providing guidance on how to handle workplace conflicts and build a good team, as well as bringing out the place of effective communication in an organization and showing the place of leadership in enforcing work ethics in an organization.
General Miam further stresses the need for discipline among personnel of security agencies to enhance organizational efficiency.
Organizational culture and ethics, value-based leadership, decision-making, effective communication and interpersonal relations skills within the workplace environment. Others are performance management, achieving organizational goals and objectives, and also will be exposed to team building, motivating employees, respect and inclusion in the workplace.
The course is designed to inculcate positive work ethics and promote improved organizational performance among junior personnel of the armed forces, paramilitary, and other organizations. From Abuja, John T.
We'll now move over to our Lagos studio where Iboje is standing by. Over now to you.
Thank you, Wesen. Moving on from Lagos, the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says it has taken account of the largest cocaine seizure in the history of the agency and most significant narcotic investigation leading to the unmasking of an international cocaine trafficking cartel. The NDLEA, during a press conference in Lagos State, says the seizure is worth 30 billion naira. Briefing journalists in what he described as the largest seizure of cocaine in the history of the NDLEA, Chairman and CEO of the agency, Brigadier General Buba Marwa, retired, that 39 billion naira worth of cocaine was destined for export through a Korean logistic channel in Lagos. General Marwa, retired, said upon investigation, two key suspects identified as Lawal Mujad Kende and Afolabi Kasim Mike, known on Instagram as Casey Luxury, was identified as the Nigerian arrowhead of the international drug cartel.
Afolabi Kasim Michael used his glamorous public image as a shield to disguise the criminal enterprise responsible for moving cocaine along a trafficking pipeline stretching from South America through Nigeria to the United Kingdom, other parts of Europe, and Asia.
The NDLEA, while commending its international counterparts for also apprehending members of the cartel at the order, the suspects will be prosecuted and their property confiscated to the federal government.
Arrests of cartel members in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom demonstrate what is possible when law enforcement agencies across borders work hand in hand. The Special Investigation Team is working in synchronicity with a legal team and an assets and financial team, all working in tandem towards eventual prosecution and assets confiscation and forfeiture.
The NDLEA said the suspect, Casey Luxury, was arrested while trying to flee Nigeria with several foreign currencies found on him and is currently in the custody of the agency. From Lagos, Ibuji Horia, ITV News. The National Inland Waterways Authority and other stakeholders have launched the Clean Up initiative of the nation's inland waterways in Lagos State. Speaking during the launch, Lagos Area Engineer Sarat Brimor called on dredgers, boat operators, tank farm operators, and waterfront owners to stop the pollution of the nation's inland waterways, calling on all operators to ensure waterways cleanliness in all their operations. Engineer Brimor said Lagos State is the heart of Nigeria, and anything that wants to be done nationwide has to start in Lagos, that the project will be translated to other states.
The All Progressives Congress, APC, in Akoko-Edo local government area of Edo State has rallied its leaders and stakeholders ahead of the forthcoming elections, urging members to remain united and reject anti-party activities. The call was made at a meeting held at the party's headquarters in Igara, where leaders and supporters from the 10 wards reviewed the party's preparations for the campaigns and elections. Edo North Bureau Chief McDonald Irunokai reports.
The arrival of the APC House of Representative candidate for Akoko-Edo Federal Constituency, Otumba Oladele Bankole Balogun, was greeted with songs and dancing as party members, leaders, and stakeholders gathered in their numbers for the meeting. Addressing the gathering, APC Akoko-Edo chairman, Chief Monday Ose, declared that the party was fully prepared for the forthcoming election. Chief Ose said activities of opposition parties in the local government area will not threaten APC.
Give all your votes. Give them to the 3 people in this party, APC.
A leader of the party and chairman of the National Population Commission, Dr. Tony Ayejino, commended APC leaders and stakeholders for their contribution to democracy and party development in Akoko-Edo. The newly elected chairman of Akoko-Edo local government area, Mr. Robert Akande, also cautioned party members against working against the party or its candidate.
Without sentiment, Okada has the capacity to help to move Akoko-Edo to the next level. Let me use this opportunity to warn every APC member. Never you enjoy yourself in a party.
Anybody when it can't be different party and is here is on his own.
A major statement. One, APC is in full control here. APC everywhere. We are not going to compromise Edo State. We are not going to compromise Edo North. And certainly, we are not going to compromise Akoko-Edo. That is the message that the party has given out today.
The house is intact. We are united. We have always delivered this local government for the party.
The meeting ended with renewed hope for unity, aggressive grassroots mobilization, and total support for the APC candidate, as party leaders and stakeholders vowed to work towards victory at the poll. From Igara, the administrative headquarters of Akoko-Edo local government area, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
Following the resolution of a land dispute involving his property at Okoroma, Obage community in Ipoboka local government area of Edo State, the landowner Stanley Osadolo has expressed appreciation to the Edo State government and the committee that intervened in the matter. Osadolo, who had earlier raised concerns about the dispute, says the intervention has brought a lasting solution to the matter. Ofure Aneto reports.
The Financial Secretary, Ward 5, Ikubauha local government and owner of the disputed property, Stanley Osadolo, had earlier raised concerns over the land dispute involving his neighbor, Mr. Omogiate, located between Okeoma and Obage community. Following the intervention of the Edo State government and the committee set up to look into the matter, Osadolo says the dispute has been resolved.
Some time ago, to be recorded that I granted press interview a request of my disputed land along Okoma community. So today again, I'm granting the press interview to Abishe, the MD, Edo GIS, and the committee set up to look into the issue. Convene a meeting between me and my neighbor Mongiate to discuss on how to resolve the issue that bring lasting solution to the matter. I want to say thank you, sir. God bless you.
He appreciated the managing director and members of the committee for their effort in engaging both parties and working towards a lasting solution. Osadolo also expressed gratitude to Governor Monday Okpewolu for his intervention in resolving the crisis, saying the development has brought relief after the prolonged dispute.
And first and foremost, let me first of all thank my His Excellency Senator Monday Okpewolu. Father, I said thank you, sir. When you promised them that you are going to return our line, people say it was a fallacy. A lot of says it was a political statement, but today is a reality. I want to say thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. I appreciate you, sir. Thank you for coming to rescue us in those states. On behalf of the developers, I say thank you, sir. I did grateful. Thank you very much. I appreciate the governor. I appreciate the MD and the committee. I said thank you so much. Thank you very much, sir. God bless everyone.
In Ikubauha local government area of Furi and Neto, ITV News.
The recently introduced Edo State Revenue Harmonization Law 2026 has started to elicit reactions from members of the public in Benin City, with the legislation seeking to centralize the collection and management of government revenue through a unified account. While proponents say the measure could reduce revenue leakages and strengthen accountability, opponents want assurances that the new system will not translate into multiple taxation or increased financial burden on citizens. Donald Eimiye has details.
The new Edo State Revenue Harmonization Law is designed to bring government revenue under one coordinated system, ending the practice of separate revenue accounts operated by ministries, departments, agencies, and parastatals. Some Benin City residents who are reacting to development said the move could improve transparency, eliminate duplication, and reduce revenue leakages, provided collections are properly monitored.
One of such benefits is to curb incidents of fraud, reduce, such incidents, and also to make way for transparency and accountability. So it's when you harmonize your account or have a single treasury account where easy accessibility to such accounts in terms of fraud becomes very difficult.
The blockage of all those expenditure venues, they are now be unified to one. It gives room for accountability and transparent monetary system.
Every prudency that is being came out of revenue should be direct to the one account.
It's going to promote accountability. There will be transparency in the transaction of government. And thirdly, it's going to hasten the process of progression.
A financial expert, Felix Ahonsi, said the new law will correct financial abuses and misappropriation, among other benefits.
If the abuse have been also seen by government, so government has a right to also find a way of making sure that all its revenue is consolidated and accounted for within a small face of human beings.
The law repeals existing provisions permitting independent revenue accounts operated by state ministries, departments, and agencies. From Benin, Donald Eimiye, ITV News.
As road users and residents in government reservation areas, Benin City await the redesign of roads as promised by the Edo State government. An open appeal has gone to Governor Monday Okpebolo to carry out palliative measures to ensure access to the road prior to the reconstruction and rehabilitation work. Divine Orumese reports that most roads in the GRA are in deplorable condition and begging for urgent attention. The report is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
At different fora, the Edo State government promised to fix bad roads when the dry season sets. The government assured the public why it is yet to commence rehabilitation of roads in dire need of attention is because there is a plan to redesign the GRA. Road users and residents of some areas in the GRA, including Ihama, Commercial Avenue, Boundary, Adesua, Etete, Aideya, and Kapuna roads, are in dilapidated state and urgently begging for attention. They said the poor condition of the roads is having a negative effect on vehicles due to damages. They described the condition of the roads as terribly bad, resulting in frequent visits to mechanic workshop.
Actually calling on the government, the governor, the amiable governor of Edo State, Monday Okpebolo, to come and help us fix the roads in GRA. The roads are deplorable. So our vehicles are getting spoiled daily. We go to workshop day by day. So as a car man, I'm a boatman, as you can see. So we actually spend a lot. I spend a lot in fixing of the car.
You will suffer to buy a car. The road will spoil it. You can see that this road almost condemned my bumper just now. So please, Edo State government, please, let's try to fix this road so that the vehicles we've bought, at least it can last the test of time.
Please, our governor, we are begging you. We are business owners and we are just struggling to make ends meet. This road is affecting our businesses. This road, every year, it keeps getting flooded and they keep repairing it. Before you know, now they will repair it to get flooded again.
Motorists and residents harped on the need for the state government to commence palliative measures to bad roads in the GRA Benin City. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
We will take another break. Do stay tuned. Four Almajiris, Quranic school pupils, have died in Kano after eating food suspected to have been contaminated. The national chairman of the Sangaya Media Network, Alarma Sani Musa Nuhu, confirmed the incident in a statement on Monday. According to the statement, the affected students were from Malam Ilayasu Mai Sangaya Kadage Sharifai Ungogo local government area of Kano State. The statement explained that the affected students were rushed to Malam Aminu Kano Teaching Hospital following suspected food poisoning for medical attention. Nuhu stated that the students, however, reportedly died at the hospital on Sunday night, August 16, 2026. He further stated that the remains of the deceased were subsequently buried after approval was obtained from the district head, Dagechi, and the divisional police officers. In our talking business, headline inflation rate dropped from 15.90% in June to 15.43% in July, according to newly released data by the National Bureau of Statistics. In its Consumer Price Index report released on Monday, NBS noted that the July 2026 headline inflation rate showed a decrease of 0.48% compared to the June 2026 headline inflation rate. The Bureau said on a month-on-month basis, the headline inflation rate in July 2026 was 1.57%, which was 0.09% lower than the rate recorded in June 2026. Meaning that in July 2026, the rate of increase in the average price level was lower than the rate of increase in the average price level in June 2026. Meanwhile, NBS noted that the food inflation rate rose to 20.31% in July 2026 on a year-on-year basis. In the world of entertainment, the daughters of veteran Yoruba actor Taiwo Hassan, popularly known as Ogogo, have appealed for urgent medical assistance for their father, who they disclose is battling stage 4 cancer. Lima and Kira Taiwo made separate emotional appeals on their social media handle, asking Nigerians, well-wishers, and medical professionals with experience in cancer treatment to help the 66-year-old actor. Lima said her father's condition had deteriorated and that hospitals have reported the decline to continue treating him. Fighting back tears, she appealed to anyone with access to medical professionals or facilities that will be willing to take on the actor's case to come forward. According to Lima, the family only became aware of the severity of the actor's condition about 3 weeks ago, saying his physical appearance had not initially suggested how serious his illness was. Kira disclosed that the actor's cancer was at stage 4 and said the hospital treating him had indicated that it could no longer administer chemotherapy. And right now, we'll now move to our Abuja studio where Tolulope Oguntumei is standing by.
Together, senior military officers, members of the National Defense College faculty, course 34 participants, and other stakeholders in shooting sport. Hosted by the commander of the college, Rear Admiral Abdullahi Ahmed. The event featured the Chief of Defense Administration, Rear Admiral Gideon Kashim, as special guest of honor. Kashim described the competition as an innovative initiative capable of promoting discipline, physical fitness, mental alertness, and camaraderie among participants.
What we expect them to bring these works, get themselves up to date, different kind of weapons, get themselves professionally capable to use the weapon at the slightest opportunity when it arises.
Shooting is a very deliberate and disciplined action, and it's also a sport. So when you inculcate the procedures, the processes involved in shooting, and you apply it even to your daily life, it works wonders.
In his remark, the president of Nigeria Shooting Sports Federation, Commodore Shetima Mohammed Shekil, described the competition as another important step towards making shooting more popular and accessible to Nigerians.
To make the shooting federation popular and accessible to all Nigerians, but starting first with the military being the natural custodians of shooting wherever they are.
The event also provided an opportunity for participants to strengthen friendship and professional relationship built during the 10-month NDC Course 34 program. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutimen Tululapo Ogutimen.
Before we go, let's take a look at a recap of some of the major stories. Edo State House of Assembly has inaugurated a 5-man committee to investigate activities of former Speaker Blessing Adebako. And Edo State government has commenced remedial works on the deplorable Siloko Igobazuwa Road in Ovia Northeast local government area. And from Abuja, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike has ordered the immediate demolition of houses blocking waterways in Maitama. And that was the news. Thank you for spending a part of your evening with us. I'm Winston Marshall saying have a wonderful night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ugieni madonna in mazedino overo obviously agbe e manazo or ugieni madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to yet another edition of International Forum. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, today is all about the Korean Peninsula, where the South Korea President Lee Myung is talking about ending the war against North Korea's Kim Jong-un officially. You know, in the 50s, when they have this Korean war, they choose to sign a pact, not a peace treaty. But we're not saying that both should just hold hostilities. They shouldn't exchange hostilities. Nobody should fire. Nobody should do anything. Just be like that. But no treaty of peace was signed, so they can talk about peace. And that is where they are today. You've heard about DMZ, right? Demilitarized zone between North and South Korea, where you're not allowed to cross to the other, but there's like a border, a boundary, so to speak. So there will be this zone where you just can exchange fire. Whatever the time, you get to see South Korea performing drill because of the U.S. backing, and that has infuriated with North Korea and so much to the extent that they keep throwing missiles in the name of testing their intercontinental ballistic missiles, and that isn't going down too well with the South. Of recent, Donald Trump was pissed at South Korea, saying that South Korea didn't show any form of support to the U.S. as they engage Iran. That is not just happy with them anymore. And you know what that means. Lots of things are like, going on. Don't forget that in 2024, Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader, the supreme ruler of North Korea, said they want to recapture South Korea to make them part of the North, that they are one indivisible entity. Of course, South Korea, they resisted it, saying it cannot happen. And in 2024, America gave them a lot of backing. But what is happening today, right now? North Korea is still engineering its workforce. Talk about the workforce right now, manufacturing serious weapons. And the South also, they are known for their tech, for their beauty, all this kind of enhanced beauty. But it's not, they're talking about warfare. So what is Lee My-ung saying that we are not saying, which he said, look, let's really come and really study this thing once of all to officially end this war. So we think that the war between North and South Korea has ended. No, there isn't any treaty. So anything can happen. And we know the North is developing its arsenal, if not for the U.S. support. I keep on wondering where the South will be right now. Donald Trump is not happy now with the South Korean president, so he didn't do anything for them in this war against Iran. Is that the reason why this guy is calling for an outright official end of the war that was fought in the 50s? Anyway, with me here in the studio to talk about this is a legal practitioner, public affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Emmanuel Obakbolo. Barrister, thank you so much for making our time to be here in the studio.
It's a delight to be here. Good afternoon, Wilson. Good afternoon, Nigerians.
And virtually, if network permits, you know, where you are sometimes can just negate network workability. We're expecting the Chiosa Igebo to join us virtually, Honorable Chiosa Igebo to join us virtually, and of course we're expecting Ehigaiba also to join us virtually if the workability, when I say network interconnectivity, might just work, all right? But now, as they say in broadcasting, the show definitely must go on. Barrister, here we are right now, down into Korean Peninsula, where the South is trying to say, look, let's officially end this, because what we have, it is not as if anyone is trying to attack each other, despite the fact that they betray tantrums to each other. South Korea carrying out some wonderful drills and not also releasing missiles, saying they're testing their weapons and all that. The tension is palpable. You can feel it in the atmosphere. Right now, so we should come officially to make it official to end this war once and for all. But we'll start taking it off from there.
It's unfortunate that the once upon a time two brothers are now two enemies. The Korean Republic, as it used to be known, once upon a time, divided into two in 1945, where we now have the South Korea and the North Korea. And in 1948, both countries choose to run separate governments. And that has been the position since 1948 till date, as we have seen. And despite that, from 1948, there has been tense tension between these two countries. Their border towns go through a lot. There have been harassment, intimidation, wherein the North choose to go into proper weaponry. They begin to produce weapons, ballistic missiles, nuclear weapons, and at times they will just wake up in the morning and say, oh, we want to test our ballistic missiles today. They will not go to the sea and begin to do all of that, just to give signal to the South that, look, the day you choose to go into war with us, you will see something. But then the South, on their part, they also began to mind their business, begin to do what they feel like doing, and having the support of the United States of America as one of their super protectors, so to speak. So they don't care about the tense relationship they've had with the North Korea. And the proposed talk that has just greeted the world, particularly coming from South Korean president, I do not think will bring about peace. Peace is elusive for now between the two brothers once upon a time, because the peace will only just restore communication lines between the two countries, and that will now ease the tension, to my mind, the tension between them, and also in their border towns or border area, just to see how they could begin to do some talk. Because for now, both countries are sworn enemies. They've drawn lines. They've created boundaries wherein if you cross any of the boundary, you can be harmed or injured, as the case may be. So both countries, the South proposing a talk, to my mind, I think that is the best. That could be a start for communication, because once they begin to communicate, then they will they begin to take the proper steps to see how from there it could generate to something. But for now, every person, the world is just looking at them. Coupled with the fact that Donald Trump on his own begin to make some statements or utterances with respect to not having support from South Korea. I do not know why he needed support from South Korea, particularly with the war with Iran. South Korea is a country that needs more protection from our own once upon a time brother, which is North Korea, and America has given them that protection all the years. And I do not think that maybe America needed a moral support or an outspoken support. Maybe that was what Donald Trump was talking about. But if it comes to support, I think that South Korea has ever been with the United States of America, even for nothing, but as one of the babies of of the United States of America, has been protected by America. So when you look at this proposal, I think the North should embrace it and see how both countries can begin to talk. Probably with time we could get to a state like what happened between West and East Germany, wherein the Berlin Wall that was built was later destroyed to see how there could be peace between the brothers. And today, that was in the 80s. Yes, and today, once upon a time, both countries are now is now one country, and that is Germany, or United Germany, as you choose to call it. And today, they enjoy industrialization, they enjoy development to the extent that Germany is now recognized as one of the powers of the world. I think that unity has brought about that. So if the North and South Korea will be able to begin to ensure that there's communication lines is restored between them, then with time, I think we can be talking about peace. But for now, peace is elusive.
Let's take a look at South Korea. Someone saying that they're like, in quote, whether we do expect to get them like the wimp in that Korea president. And they say that they depend or rely more on the U.S. What do you think prevented them from manufacturing weapons like their northern brothers?
The thing is that it's not that they don't go into manufacturing of weapons. They do, but you know, the North is that type of country, particularly the leader, the supreme leader, so to speak, who would like to tell you, this is who I am, this is what I am, and this is what I have achieved. The South may not be making that noise, and also the South may be obeying and observing and obeying the United Nations rules with respect to production of weapon. So, but for the North will tell you the only thing we have, the only thing we can boast of, the only thing we can use to protect ourselves, the only alarm we can raise when the needs demand is to go into manufacturing of weapons. So I feel that weaponry with respect to the South is not that they do not have it, they do, but the only challenge that they have, that I think, is that depending so much on the United States of America, and America can choose to withdraw its support, particularly when a president of the United States of America is not in good condition or does not really like or love the South Korean state as it is, just as we see Donald Trump now complaining. And I know with time they will go back. Donald Trump just want to get their full outright support, so that the whole world will know that the South Korea is with the United States of America and not the hide and seek game as it is. So for the South, if you look at development, the South is more developed than the North. It's only that the North has more, as it has showcased, has more weapons, so to speak, in quotes now, more than that of the South. But if we want to look at humanity and the development of humanity, I think development is what humanity should go after.
So how come the South, so if they will not admit it openly, they are scared of the North? And of course, people the Korean Peninsula, Japan, and the rest of them, they are afraid also of what North Korea can do to them in that particular peninsula. What's the reason behind this fear?
You know, just now, we have two countries among the Asian tigers that have developed themselves in terms of weapons in the world. You have North Korea, you have China.
Yeah.
These two countries have been able to develop themselves more than other countries in the Asian part of the world. And you know, the strength of everybody cannot be the same, particularly with development. More so to do with the development on weapons, as we have with China and North Korea. And again, China and North Korea have become friends over the years, maybe because of their style of development, wherein they prefer to go into development of weapons. But you can see that China, as much as China is developing herself on weapons, China is also developing herself economically, because for you to have weapons, you also need economic power to do that. So the North Korea, in the case of North Korea have not been able to do that. Economically, North Korea have not been able to capture other parts of the world to build their economic progress
due to sanctions from the US.
Yes. They once upon a time, China also got that bite of sanction, but China now went ahead to develop herself economically. It was when China began to see that we are developing economically, then China, you know, if you want to rule the world, get economic strength.
Economic strength?
Yes, if you want to rule the world. And that is what the United States of America is doing. The United States of America does not showcase any weapon that she has, but she has been able to showcase the strength that economically we have power. And that is, do you know that the United States of America is the most indebted country in the world? But despite that, those countries that they are indebted to, or those states that are indebted to, or the economies that they are indebted to, know that they have the capacity to offset those debts because of what? Their economic strength. So firstly, you develop yourself economically. Thereafter, you can go in world pouring. But when you develop weapons, just like Iran has developed 80% of Iranian budget go for the manufacturing of weapons. But economically, the people are suffering. Same with Korea, North Korea. So if you now have weapons and you don't have economic strength, you can crumble. Because the day the secret, the antidotes to those weapons are founded by any other state in the world or country, as the case may be, then you are over.
But some of hear that if you have good weaponry, you have good military, that can invariably bring to you economic strength. If you can bully your neighbor, you can't get what you want. That seems to be the principle of North Korea.
I do not think so. China today, that is recognized as one of the world powers, it is not because of the weapons that China has. It's because of the economic strength that China has. That's why if you talk of countries today, world powers, you can count China and not even count Russia, because economically Russia does not have economic strength to impact the world. But when Russia has weapons, but you can count China, you can talk of the United States of America, you can even talk of Britain, you can talk of Germany, you can talk of France. Why? Because these countries have economic strength, and so much that they were able to look at some developing nations like the African continent, and they made the African market their own. Like China today, you see all China's products in the African market. How many of Korean products can you see in the African market? How many of Korean products can you see in Europe? But do you know, you can see China products in Europe. You can find it. You can even see in the United States of America. And that is why at the time Donald Trump was now increasing the taxes, the tariff on China's products, because China product was now taking every part of the United States economy or market, as the case may be. So I think that for you to really prove your prowess, for you to really prove your power, for you to really prove how viable you are, then you must have economic strength. Just having weapons to bully your neighbors because you know that your neighbors are not that powerful like you, but by the time your neighbors align with other superpowers, then all of the weapons that you have will amount to naught. And that's why anytime that North Korea tries to bully South Korea, the United States of America rises to the occasion. And before you know, the North will seize. Why? Because the North does not have that kind of strength economically to face. But if China bullies any nation, you see, the United States of America will choose to go into the negotiation table with China rather than going into war. So it goes to tell you that economic strength is what everybody needs.
We're coming back to that to really test that theory of just economic strength and having the military might. We'll go for a break. When we return, we'll continue this discussion. Don't go away. All right, now when Lee Myong is talking about, stopping the war officially, somehow China is painting a picture of a utopia where North and South Korea, though different countries, they can do trade. They can talk to each other, they can visit each other. But North is saying South is part of Korea, that if war should break right now, they are going to capture Seoul. Pyongyang said they're going to capture the capital of South Korea, which is the Seoul, and they want to be one. One is saying diplomacy, one is saying no, we have to take it by force. You see a showdown between the North and the South, as always happening between Russia and Ukraine right now.
Yes, the attempt being made by North Korea is to see how she can take over South Korea and make the Korea as it used to be before 1945, one republic or one state, as the case may be. Having seen what Russia is doing to Korea, to Ukraine, and even the United States of America, that seem to have the backup, the cover for Ukraine, is not now giving Ukraine all that Ukraine needs, particularly with the emergence of Mr. Donald Trump as the President of the United States of America. So maybe North Korea is trying to borrow relief from that to see how they can eventually spark up crisis, spark up war with South Korea, and watch the intention, the attitude, and character of the United States of America, particularly now that Donald Trump is already trying to sever relationship of some sort with South Korea, having known that even the United States of America depends economically in some other way on South Korea. United States of America is making economic profit from South Korea. So maybe North Korea is now saying, oh, let us toe the line of Russia. Let us toe the line of once upon a time Iran, when Iran invaded Iraq. Let us toe the line of some other countries who have invaded their neighbors, like when we saw here in Africa, we saw Ethiopia invaded Eritrea, but somewhere along the line, the Eritreans now said, no, we would rather die than to belong to Ethiopia. But then long time ago, Ethiopia and Eritrea, like, one country. So yes. So, and there was a division. So, if not, the question now will be, if you know of the economic value that South Korea has, why the division in 1945? why the establishment of two separate governments in 1948? That should be the question. So it is not just now they want to wake up from their slumbering or from their slumber to say, oh, now we've come to see that we have more economic value from South Korea, and we want to now capture them and probably run through them, just as a Goliath boost to run through Israel. But somewhere a little David came up. So maybe we are going to witness another little David between these two countries when that really comes to play. But just now, the wisest step has been taken by the president of South Korea, making a proposal for a talk to see whether or not there could be an attempt to peace in that region. But like I did tell you from the outset of this program, that for just now, peace is elusive in that part of the world. But there could be the restoration of communication lines between the two countries.
All right, as it stands right now, South Korea and North Korea, technically speaking, they are still at war. Because there was no peace treaty signed in 1945 to 1948. It's what they call, is it armistice? That's the word they use. Yes. That you not exchange hostilities, you won't throw bombs at me, I won't throw bombs at you. Let's just be the way that we are. Let's see if we can find peace. But when this suggestion was brought before Kim Jong-un, talking about the supreme leader of North Korea, he just rebuffed this. Does it mean that he has an intention, like what he said in 2024, that if war should break, they're going to capture soon the headquarters of South Korea to make the two nations one whole entity once again?
You know, some those leaders of different countries of the world who see, maybe because they venture into weaponry and they've seen that their arsenals have become so robust, so huge, so bogus, and they begin to look for little countries to in their own thinking that they can test some of those weapons, or they begin to trigger the element of war. No wonder the legendary Lucky Dube did say that leaders start the war anytime they want. Some for their rights, some for fun. You can see that some of these leaders really go into war for fun. Like the supreme leader of North Korea wants to go to war with South Korea for fun. But that may not happen, because leaders before him, even his own father, observed that treaty, that peace accord, that agreement they had in 1948, that brought about the establishment of separate two governments and two nations of the world. So today he is trying to see how he can trigger war between those two countries, because having seen his friend Putin of Russia going to war with Ukraine, even in Ukraine. But just now, I must tell you, even Russians are beginning to react, because a few weeks ago, we begin to see that bombs, missiles begin to hit Moscow, the capital of Russia. So he thought that he would just go to Ukraine and just capture the capital, Kiev, and make it another part of Russia. It may not be that easier for North Korea too, who is trying to go into war and begin to use the language of war, and see that, oh, I can just go to Seoul, the capital of South Korea, and capture South Korea and make it part of North Korea. Probably you cannot now at that time say that it is a North Korea. You will not say the Korean Republic. But I think if they should be wiser, they should emulate the East and West Germany as it was, where they have to come into a peace pact to ensure that both countries come together. And when the
South Korean President Lee is trying to propose, but not saying no to it. That's what they're saying. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, that is why I said that he's trying to test his weaponry, because he's feeling that, oh, I have a robust weaponry, I have a huge arsenal, I have all of this, I have that, I have this. But he may be surprised, just as Putin, to an extent, was surprised with what is going on just now, even in the war between Russia and Ukraine. So I think that peace is very expensive, and he should toe the line of peace.
All right, peace is very expensive. Kim Jong-un should toe the line of peace, but this man is trained into war. He's trained into arms. He's trained into ammunition. He's trained into the tactics that is used to unravel, orchestrate even war. We're talking about the provocation by South Korea towards the north. We're talking about the military drill. No matter whenever there's a military drill in South Korea, very close to the demilitarized zone, the north always responded by saying they are testing their weapons. They get to throw missiles into the ocean. Some strappers might get to South Korea, even as far as Japan. We will take a look at this when we return after this break. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staging visuals. Joined us. This is International Forum, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. So about the proposal by South Korea for there to be, yes, peace, so to speak, with North Korea. Now with me here in the studio is a barrister Emmanuel Obapola, analyzing issues pertaining to the Korea Peninsula. You get to realize that most time, nobody really triggers it. You get to see South Korea undergoing military drills very close to the demilitarized zone, testing weapons, going their soldiers running up and down, and that aggravates the North. And whenever the North sees them doing it, as a warning, they do start throwing missiles. Is that test of testosterone or test of strength, or what is really happening? Because the law is saying, if you must carry out your drill, don't do it close to the demilitarized zone. So why is it that sometimes, if not most times, the South Koreans are provoking the North by carrying out such a drill in that particular region?
You know, in terms of military population or military number, the South seem to have more military men than the North. But for weaponry, the North have showcased how powerful they are with that. So you can see this tension over the years between the two countries. This one want to show their military strength, while the other one want to show how powerful they are in terms of weapons, armory, and the arsenal they have. Both countries know what they are doing. You know, like I did say, as once upon a time brothers, they have lived together. They have once upon a time, there was no boundaries. Boundaries were not created between them until 1945, when they choose to create boundaries. And after 1945, they still did not run separate governments until 1948, when they came to an agreement that there should be an established separate government to run the two countries. Now, even after, between 1948 and 1950, they were still living together as brothers. The boundaries were not really created. The problem started in 1965, when both countries now say, oh, problems began to arise, accusations, allegations, left, right, center. And that was where they created boundaries permanently between them.
The Korean War.
Yes. And Having done that, the South went on development, economic development. The North emulated them and began to do that until the emergence of the present president's father, who now came.
The King's dynasty.
Yes, and came and said, no, we are going to develop ourselves because we have seen that if you have weapons, you can subdue your neighbors. And that was how they started building weapons. And that was where the tension increased between the two brothers. Now, having this problem between them, instead of it dying down, going down, the thing began to rise. The tensions began to rise. It became tense between them. And that's why you see today. Now, they'll be able to go into a treaty with some other turbulent countries those countries who choose to bully their neighbors. Countries like Russia, countries like China, countries like Iran. They'll be able to make treaty with them in terms of war. And you cannot see that from their character, what they discuss amongst them is nothing but how to subdue other countries, that neighboring countries. That is what they just feel, so that they cannot showcase and display how powerful they are. So that has brought about the tension and the attempted crisis or war in those regions. Now, having seen Russia invade Ukraine without any opposition, so they too are feeling we can invade South Korea and there will be no opposition. After all, we have China, who is the most powerful in the Asian continent, as our own friend. Hence, China is with us. We can go and do, because China on our own has also made attempt to capture Thailand, to take over Thailand. China on its own had made attempt to capture
Taiwan. Yes.
Taiwan.
Yes.
To run Taiwan and take over Taiwan. So you can see that these four countries who have made relationship amongst themselves are countries who like invading other countries.
Countries who like invading or want to survive, want to establish that dominance to free themselves from the clutches of the West.
Free themselves from the clutches of the West. You can do it by peace. It does not really mean you can go by war. War shouldn't be it. That's why I did say that war is expensive. Because when you go into war now, you may not be able to count the cost now. But in course of the war, when you begin to see losses, you may have no reason to revert back to where you started. Because already your ego has put you where you are. So that is the challenge. So I think that the best bet to go about it is to go by peace, to see how we can discuss this. Look at just now. Russia, South Korea is already making a proposal. And I think that proposal will lead to peace, can harmonize the two countries if it is done. Why didn't West Germany say we will not accept it, we will run through East Germany to capture East Germany to see how we can now have East Germany under our control? Why? No. But today, the two, once upon a time, separated a separate country, they are now one.
Now, some of the people say that this might not be possible because of the way North Korea is going about it. North right now is really compulsory in schools of the North to teach their children that the South is primarily their enemies. So how do you think this will work? We've seen that in everywhere. So tell you that these guys are traitors, these guys are the enemy. Whenever you see them, kill them, destroy them, do X, Y, Z to them. So how's it going to work?
We are talking of South and North Korea.
Yes.
What is going on? But we are still witnessing same in our own continent here, black world, South Africa. We are witnessing same. Where the indigenous or the citizens and I say, oh, every immigrant to our country, as long as you are a black skin, leave our country. So what is the difference? I just saw on the news crew that about 300 Nigerians will be coming from South Africa even tomorrow. So what are we talking about? That goes to tell you that the era that we find ourselves in this world is a turbulent era. But men should learn how to choose peace instead of war. The North Korean president is young. He's enjoying all that he needs to enjoy as a president of a country, and feeling that he can run through South Korea may not be that easier for him, or easy rather for him. He may be thinking that it will be easy for him. It may not. Putin thought so against Ukraine. But just now, it didn't go that way. Even we came here and do an analysis to the extent that some of us even opined that, oh, Russia will just run through Ukraine. Though Ukraine is bleeding, Ukraine is getting the heat. But Russia also has losses to count at the end of the day. So, why would you now want to run through a nation just because you want to capture that nation and probably name that nation as part of your own territory? You can do that by peace. The example set for us is East and West Germany. Today they are one. And the two nations is very peaceful. You cannot even go to Germany now and begin to say where was West Germany and where was East Germany. You cannot now, because the wall that separated them was brought down by them. So let men, like I said, learn how to toe the line of peace.
Somebody believe that if Russia and US can pull their support from the North and South Korea, because according to history, US supported South Korea, while Russia supported North Korea in the war. If both of them can just pull their influence, let these two countries be the probability that they might just come together once more. What do you feel about this proposal, will I say, ideology?
Now, if you look at, I think both countries also have foreign influence over them. That's why I did mention that the North Korea, because of the treaty she has with countries like China, Russia, and Iran. So they are now emulating the character of these countries. China attempted and is still attempting to take over Taiwan. Russia is already fighting to take over Ukraine. Iran attempted to take over Iraq. It was the United States of America that assisted Iraq to stop Iran. Now, the United States of America is still at the center of the storm. If not for the protection, the little protection now, the United States of America is also giving to Ukraine and some other world powers, probably this war, the war between those two brothers or brethren, as the case may be, might have ended. Or the losses will still be counting as it is still counting now. But the influence that Russia has over North Korea, and that America, the United States of America has over South Korea, they are two different ball games. The United States of America has economic influence on South Korea, and also to give them military backing in terms of protection. But that of Russia or North Korea is to encourage, strictly on encouraging North Korea to invade South Korea. But Russia never told them to invade. China also never told them to invade. They're saying just be well, build the economy, be strong. They don't want to develop. They're not saying Kim Jong-un, you have to destroy the South. All the nations never said that. All the nations that these countries have supported economically are they, except China. Iran, 70 to 80% of Iranian budget every year goes for production of weapons. How do you survive economically? If you go to Russia, economically, Russia is stable, but Russia is still getting the heat. Amongst these parties, it's only China that has economic strength
and military strength.
Yes, both together. To the extent that even the United States of America is conscious of the economic strength of China. So, as a nation that wants to rule the world, you must have economic strength, upon which you will build your military might. Right. But the one that North Korea is doing just now, bully your brother, South Korea, and making them to understand that militarily you can run through them.
Are they bullying or trying to show strength to prevent enemies from coming into that territory? Because they are doing all these things to strengthen themselves, knowing fully well that they have been bashed so much by so many sanctions occasioned by the West and of course the UN, that the only way to survive is to build up their arsenal, which they have been doing.
Build your arsenal to do what? You are building your arsenal and you are not building your economy. I do not see how you can bring that to book. I do not see how developing your armory alone would help to develop your economy.
Interesting.
I do not see it.
Now let's take a look at Korea Peninsula. As it stands right now, we have countries in the Korea Peninsula. We have the North Korea, South Korea, some part of it also fall to the border, so to speak, of Japan. Now, by North Korea working on the arsenal, I don't think they want to be known as a regional power. Even not succeeded in already establishing that fact that they are regional power in that Korea Peninsula.
That is just what they want to achieve.
And they've not achieved it.
They have not achieved it.
Why would you say that?
The reason why they have not achieved it, that part of the continent, they have a superpower there, which is China, in that part of the continent. So regionally, they want to see how they can subdue South Korea, subdue Japan, then they will now raise their ego. But mostly, you don't subdue nations by mere military might. You can subdue nations by economic strength. So when you have the economic strength, nations, you can now go over nations. Nations will know, in terms of economy, this state is powerful. They will even give themselves to you without knowing that they have done that. And this can be traced to even the Bible days. We saw when there was famine in Israel, the children of Israel left Israel for where? For Egypt. That was its total surrender. So if North Korea can build themselves economically, mind you, Japan has economic strength. Japan, in that region, Japan may not have the military might, which they are bringing, but because they say they're going to break the former oath of trying to follow peace. They're going back right now. Yes.
Some manufacturing.
Yes, because of North Korea.
They also said this, there is a lot of problems are going back into build weapons.
Yes, because of all this nonsense from countries like North Korea. And you know, once you have the economic strength, you can develop your military might.
Right.
So, seek first economic strength.
So seek first the money.
Yes. Thereafter, the power will come. So for this that the North Korea is doing now, if anything happens to our weaponry, North Korea will just go down.
Wow.
And our economy, your economy determines how powerful you are. That's why the United States of America can be at war with different countries at the same time. but it will not have impact on the economy. Even when it is having impact on the economy, you will not notice it. So why not develop yourself economically instead of going to develop yourself via armory to see how powerful you are? So China started by developing herself economically. Today, China has taken over the world market. So even if China goes to war with any country or state, as the case may be, today, China may not have the economic impact, because the economic impact will be what will make the people to surrender. Because the South Koreans can surrender to North Korea, where North Korea has economic strength. But also, look at it. I just mentioned that Japan has economic strength even in that region. More than North and South Korea, Japan has economic strength more than them. So how are you going to subdue Japan? And now Japan is proposing of going back because after the Hiroshima destruction and Nagasaki, Japan choose not to go into anything like war. But just now, they are beginning to make up their minds. Why? Because already they have economic strength. So they can build their weaponry.
All right, so as it stands right now, we're watching both North and South Korea. Let's see if they can really make ends meet. And guess what? Strangely, Japan was the nation, the only nation that was able to subdue North and South Korea. They were under Japanese protectorate until that Hiroshima and Nagasaki thing that happened. Ever since then, the North and South, with the Korean Republic, they became very, very strong. They fought against each other. They separated, but they did not ceasefire. Like, not a peace treaty. It's kind of a partial treaty that the war has not ended. So anything can happen. There could still be dust and bombs from both. And they just said, don't throw bombs, don't throw missiles. But that is not the same thing as peace treaty. So we are watching these two. Let's see if they really collide. If they should collide, who is going to wither away? Who is going to resist and stand strong and say, look, forget it. I am as strong as you are. Barrister, thank you so much for coming on to today's show. I appreciate the wonderful analysis. We are watching them. The current president right now is boiling little by little. Any spark, we just say, boom. We don't pray for that, but we're observing. Once again, next week Tuesday, God willing. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
RTV, certainly the best.
Waya bota la ni wa ugi bota wese ni ma du gi bota na du la no kwa ya de mode ma ya du gi ugi bota de na ni wa okay ka bo aka ma ya fe sisense kate awe okaigele iredu no mono ba je na tie ona tie ya fe ya na gba begwa eni ya fe ma gwa kan ni wa no ogun e ni ara ogun egwa yewe na ore ma wo tan re pastor kabaru na mo
Iye do no wo me wa be ne kai wa be idayo wa bi tota ofo igbo sa agba go yaro oba atokpe
ise awele wa le tuma le Victor Gisugbe
Dona uzomo wa wesiri wana gbe okoto ya dan he ewe matare urana kugbakere osologbo no ri honu wa ya hene wa be anwu na lele oba atokpe ise
me o sa boss je no ye no ri do ba yo ka we do ya fe ina be ha ka gbo ni ye worldwide me we go to wa ya fe o sa ba no de man ya fe
ise
oba atokpe
ise
anyway re ma gbo ka wọ́n wá wọ́n kà á lè dìde rẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ ọ̀pẹ́ ìmàkẹ́yìn ló kàn án ṣùgbọ́n láyé tó ta òkìkí náà nọ̀bọ̀nọ́bọ́lá jìnnà tí ẹ yá fẹ́ kéná yáyù láwẹ̀ náà kéná má yáyù láwẹ̀ wọn láti àwẹ̀jọ́ wèé ní agbá òde ní agbèwé ní orí yé ẹ̀ námẹ́kì náà dọ̀lẹ́ yẹ̀ sí ẹ̀mẹ́ náà ní wọn ọ̀kẹ́rẹ́ yìí náà kẹ́kẹ́ náà kà yù wá ọ́ na miewe ezo no ro lu wa we dadu wu orewo dadi gwe oni wa kan yi ke de ade kewe oto na we kin inu oto na kin inu ya niye ma ewo wo inu ya niye ma jo we ewo jo we ye inu ya niye ma oka ewo no ka oye inu ya niye ma logi ewo logi ye ena ya fe ni wa e ma ho na gwaka wo po iwa le ro dawe oba ma okare uwe ye lo kare no ba ma won ojo we o le we la dia o re ko meju we la dia o ma ke lu fi ke gbojo we wọ́n kẹ́kẹ́ fi èpè gbẹ́wò ń wò pa ìwà náà èmi ni ọmọdé yọ ni wọn sẹ́yà ó tẹ́jọ máa ń kìnnà láì ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀rí náà rẹ̀ èdán rẹ̀ wò láti ẹ̀ máa kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ akẹ́sọ́ adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ wẹ́ká adé kẹ̀rọ̀rẹ́ rọgbà adé máa ń kìnnà tẹ́ máa láì ọ̀rọ̀gbà ya kàn sẹ̀ èkó anábùkú ana ari Ghana ewona ke ga ari Sierra Leone o lo gba o yen ni ya fe wa mi ade do Daomi ona ade ona we yen ihun le Daomi isi Daomi obi sara nu ya wo no we konpo iyopo o bi edu pa no aza na che wa de Daomi isi Daomi ona do we yere ye wa ho ni ate di republic ana ko níwọ̀n wáyà sí ní yàfẹ́ no we o wá kẹ́yìn máa nù wọn ọkẹ́kẹ́ ni wá máa nù wà ọ̀kàyè ìrìnà tí wà bá ó tọ̀ wà rà ní ìgbú wa pa ọ̀rẹ́ ni wà kí ẹsẹ̀ inú náà ẹ̀ṣà ní ẹgbà wà ẹ̀ṣà ní ìgbú wa ọ̀ kó lè máa hàn sábà ní ìgbòkó láìwọ́n náà lẹ́yìn ni máa tó tọ̀ ní ẹ̀dúgbò wáyé yẹn na fi tọ̀ ní kúta lu ìyẹn arúgbó kó bọ̀ wọn àrídè ní àkùnrin máa yẹ gbélégbélé rè ní àkùnrin máa yẹ kẹwọn rè ní àkùnrin máa yẹ mádàgbáyò rè ní àkùnrin máa yẹ ẹnìyàfẹ rè ìyẹn àṣẹ ikó àrílẹ̀ rẹ̀ wò ní máa yá ẹ̀ èyí náà yàfẹ aláwọ̀ náà gbà wò dé wẹ̀ wò yé ẹ̀ náà tẹ́wẹ̀ pásítọ̀.
Dọ́mọ̀sá ilé ìdùnnú wà bẹ́ẹ̀ nà ká wà dáhùn ẹ̀ ní rí máa ìnáná bí náà yà gùn àkàmì ẹ̀ ìwìnà ọ̀rẹ́ ọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀. Nígbàwẹ̀ dèmí zẹ́ nọ̀kàgẹ́lẹ̀ nàrẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ nàrà mìíràn ìgẹ́lẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ dìọ́n gà ìtótà yòówó dìọ́n àkìnnà dó ẹ̀ ìkọ́gẹ́ náà wọ̀n ẹ̀ ìgẹ́lẹ̀ náà àágìẹ́ ní ayáwẹ̀ òwú ìmọ̀ àmìgàrọ̀ àágìẹ́ ní abode no yiyoko oge eruni nu dana miewe de mi na iga sunu emi wa edioma aberima iyeseti gijoha iyeseti gije kenuguje na ya igo ke na miewe igere lade obona emi wa edioma lade obolopa na wa yo bo waruwa oya de tota oro ara miewe igele mi ebu ya felu sokun ya me ọ̀ka lótù nati ọ̀ka igele sokun ọ̀ka igele ni ogwe edioma abe ni wan idu iko na ya eni na taba yeke pa ya gwe igele duko we eme no la dabe ike ni wan no de na ke o geni sokun aga zema no ga pe o asefeni no ya bode opiano erike na dionia o etochi no o no ya ka bode wa mi emi ni so no ri sunu la nia kege meme odomomu ya so re asefeni bun e mo domomu na nia ni bun na yi mi ewe ya dun ya mu na ke kidnapping e ka gele no ra se be ni wa vigele la wo abe owe aba video aba owe aba la wo ai te mi ere eyan domomu ni ki ase ke wa ya se ke oba agwali amune iya ilese na ni amua igwina ka de le ba se feni bun enigi edioma woni ojo we woni ozugboge da woni ozugboge ya woni na la wo emeri ma mo no ba na doku apolopolo nu da echi wa we na pagberu we na ra oyoto na ohie abode na ya he ni awe ni magari biye ni muni go ge mu maria emune mu saka le maria na pagbe na fe uwu na be kebo owe amiewe oruno na amiewe iyota ogale owe
osi
edwa atokpe
eni wa e nota omono ba ti awo ka ye le ya fe zero ni kata si ana gun yago nata mi ya ne dado eke kene ugula dado okagele wano oke kene wato bu wa kugbe wa ya ame konu wa do o me kene wa na do e wa ya kan ani wa ekwe so wo wa ya ne wa ekwe so tonu wa kan ya ne ba ya koko gba oge ekenu wo re edola otoroba otore Edo State que kate Benin City de Kenola no de quand au désert s'appelait Baron au désert minare gelegele au désert ni ya fere ayamu mami mai ma enya ne ma so nya we nya nyara nya mi mai esoro wo wedere wo ka o gelegele nya ma ko na mo yo wai gelegele iko eni were wa ya uzon we ya wanya ma e pe ni ake ariwa but supa ya nyato otene bizu gbezo
domo aba wa wese abina yunu kan na ko wa so mo nyeme otene ta bange e cavalry ona we te ku emu wa ho we iyotan oloho me na we ahie tani awe Okari tendo do yi we epin emu ewe idurowele na gbege ye na nya iyo tan na do alo epin na do amu ewe idurowele bo se gbe ibe ni ana ofuwe no a atilebi wa no a amati eni kwaro no a ra o hamu me no Owewo ho ga koye na woba ana mi we eyigele na gele pagbewe be mi ma ya si won dede gbe wa pagbewe wa ga yiri yana pagbewe ora lowo atemi we ogodo mu ogun no wa do gbe na gbiri na atemi we do vewa otedu huda owedo yuma sopon ewon pa eyin ata mami ri imanagele kukugbe mudawe akukugbe ora agbowe na manase ti buwen akukugbe ora agwize nege na fun na ahukwa mami orin pa omo ma bobo owo isoro to ame owo ni seyin mo owo na aye oto o ma re ki wayo oruwepo wa fun do ni yóò ní tuti abẹ́ ìka ìrẹ̀lẹ̀ náà bá zẹ́ ọba máa ń wà ọba yẹrù mùsùn wà ìbò ọba àdẹ̀lẹ̀rò àárín wà bá ọ̀hún náà máa ń hẹ́ fún wa láti yẹ gbẹ̀rẹ̀dógún ẹ̀dẹ̀lẹ̀rò yìí ọ̀hún wẹ ùsùn ọ̀pá nọba nẹ̀wé ẹ̀yìn ìrìnrìn ó ní kẹ́nu kàfù wẹ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ èmi ìwé yọ náà ta gẹ́lẹ́gẹ́lẹ́ àbí kíkìlì wá ilẹ̀ gà ọ̀ẹ́dọ̀ náà uga mion o ka he mete mu ni ha magume yijo mu hu da na re gba mi ye popa ara mu me o lo go se mi million ya fe gbe ladian ke ba di pa ni a de la na mi ewe orun pa cha ewe emi sunu we ni a o irele ya ve ladian ya la gele mu da we ire lo ha orin eronuwe na bio na yumura moto unwe ke no to wela unwe ke nu gbo ewe na yo olotun owe imawe ole degbe ni ya oru ni ese ti ha ni sowe ese ti ewo ese re oru ni la yin ewo so ma na so omoto unwe wo moto oro yeke rudo ni wala ho onye me no ma de yuvie ni wa kiegbewo na goba dolewo yi oba atokpe
ise eni wa ya iwa matana awo kagele e ma gbogun na ase gbigele ewo ase gbigele ewo ase gbuwa ni ani wa e manata na ni wa kugbe e ka wo gbe awe no idun no ewo no kuwe no kagele o weye unda wa gbune ba me uwu owe dadore e kinu wula we nu wo wa fi bola o kekan we wa gwe kan e o ko wo wa marie hana o ko wo wa do me we o ko wo wa adodo wa mu hore ekenu wore do lai ona gun kana na me we odomo mu ma do na wa mu yi no wa si okugbe we no ye na me we de okon inare amadu mamu mama ile ko awa wa ile ri do anu le buya Abuja ma do lu wa yi mo lo ba yi ta o wa dole ni wa to lowo de ma ya kan ko re ne de ya ye ro yen re ni bu wi ne so para gwa lo ara mi o mi ni no ro amio na ya mo egbe nu we ya ro ere udo ya agwo oge fa kan wo wa bi dun wo wa we wo o ma sun ne de nda ọba ọgbà oge ma ya fe èmi no we na ru aru kate oge na asu se re ewo na o se gege gbuwa ima wa yin wa dado re yiku gbagba ni ye ogba na mi we ku gba no ari gba ni ara ri osisi dawe ba we ara ri ope ya fi umo no we eni abu na na we ko ri opi ari ero owero ya zi owe keni ade oge no ni ata yen di ya mi ilasiwa ebi bi so yin aro yaro o are wo na we ewa to boy no we gbere na no ya kan ko ni bu ya fe ya yiro ni wa na me we ma de ewo na yesi ne lo wi ma kan we kan bo ni
edunu pẹ̀lú edionwe okairu kebe okaigele osanogo do ayuwa we unta ni da se fe ni unta we gbirage ogo fuwe no nunda eri ma mo no ba na doku apolopolo wo ize okaigele osanogo do azo dionwe ana miewe oba we gbezo kao enigi le la se fe ya utedo be na ga ya dole boyi no na ya fuwe o tornado bi we bi mama agege fuwe akine ya ariwo ye po be na mana be o we oligi we zo ma si hotebu unda ede na ya miewe o ga gi seve mo ri de wa do wa gbe gui kawe ba isi ayo to fe ma eke no ma ke ni afi unji ya ga fi uyo ewe soro no kaye leye ewe ya kaye leye ne dio weye anu karapila la ru pisen na dolu poji so para ki enu to ewe soro ro owe nu we ka be otene ka ba we ekwe no be pe adu amu egbe wo yo ka do egele unda na ye igele ka ni ki abode emeki emenwa emegbejo alera asi ane bi adu yo babo eni ni wina no ka je na begele ki eni na la wowo eni ma tuwa o ma do tuwa o o be tenu wa emi ze no sabo bana zuwa yira le na sa wa ka we no ko te are ye gburo lawa ara enye danere yo aladi ababa iwe na rijena ari ni ma no kode no wa bode ebe ne de da dudun ake ode
da de wa ko
so de e wa ko de ni meje ugbokun gi e wigi ni ugbokun dare one ebe so wa ro ugbokun gbo ya gbo gbiyan ojira alara ya dunya yi ifanu ibi ara ya bi e imuna ni amuna be de be ba ki aba so ya re anya era bi aba la dia ya ka no wa ru gbo ni wa so gbe ka e ma no ba ko de ogbo so wa ke fu ge ogie e ya wa ro awa nwa yi abiosi mo bo ana do mi ewe e na so ni ide na ga mu mi ya ni mo so agiga ime so won o sa ba ye na agiga ri na aba mo position na were na ro a do mi ewe ona do yo to ye so ro be mo na ko de le dugbo da na ko de ade ko le wi ma de na so ye ipa dakota yari obafi yari dako obafi de e motorcycle ni amu ugbeso e doesn't is say ọgọgẹdẹ arun wẹ ní agbe lọsísí ní ayọsísí gbé o doesn't is ọgọgẹdẹ ayọsísí gbé ọba arun wẹ motorcycle amagbe awọ nana ẹgbẹ náà ìgbà wa ní ẹgbẹ èèmọ ìbò akọọdẹ òdúgbò alága múni apọ̀pọ̀ lára òwò mú gbẹ́ ògbọ̀gẹ̀dẹ̀ lára òwò mú gbìyà wọ́n bá mìyàn ń fánà ìyàn ọ̀gá akínyàkínyà òdẹ́ ọba yóò sísí fìyà àwọn ọba mú ẹmú yẹn amúhàrídọ́ ọjọ́ wèé gbèsè àgbèsò àbúrò gbèsè àgbèsò àdébọ̀rẹ́ inú náà ẹgbẹ́ lè rí yìí ẹ̀rọ mẹ́rin lè má ra ó lé tọ̀ èyí dáṣẹ́ ti sùn wá èyí yàmì àárín yẹn tèmi mú ẹ̀rìn náà yóò tọ̀ náà láwọ náà sí mi náà tó wa mọ̀rútù ewé máa dé náà ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀nọ́pàrútù mariabe gbàgbé ayé sí gbèlégbé náà wàbí akúgbe lóòdẹ́wò màmá dánimá ẹ̀rọ dé náà mímọ́ àwọn ní aráàlú apámísìkàwé ẹ̀yìn àbùrẹ̀dọ́dẹ ara rẹ̀ rà yìí ẹ̀tì wáyà gbèlégbé náà wà mẹ́rẹ̀ẹ́lẹ́ náà wàbí agbèrè àwòdà yìí hàn wàbí máa mọ́kù ọ̀dà yìí hàn ẹ̀yìn máa dọ́ àwọn ìgbégbégbé máa kọ́ núra ọ̀hánà mú ìmẹ̀ náà níyàwó bẹ́ẹ̀ni mọ́tò yàrá ọ̀tẹ́gbò ni màmá gbégbé máa kọ̀ kí á tó àgbè wíwá ló bọ́ kí yá bani awẹ́ wàyà gàn yàrá síra yàrá mi wà náà nẹ́rẹ́ tọ́ yà yẹ tẹ̀bí ayé sí fi ẹgbẹ́ wa òmùmàmá rẹ̀ ní kọ́ ni màá bá rẹ̀ yọ ẹ̀fẹ́ ni òbí yẹn lọ́dọ̀ kóhùn kò sábà lọ́dọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ òbí yẹn kóhùn ọ̀pá àtọ́pẹ́
iṣẹ́ ìníwọ̀n ya ìwàdà ẹ̀rìn màtánà àwọ̀ká rẹ̀ ẹ̀rọ ọdún wèé àwọ̀ká àwẹ̀ nígbà ọ̀rẹ́ wò wa ẹ̀yìnmọ̀ wa gúgun àná ọ̀dà ìrìnàṣẹ́ mọ̀nátánà rọ̀mà pẹ́nà ní mọ̀nàbá tí wà yá fẹ́ ọ̀nà tí wà yìí kọ́ ọ̀nà gúwà gan wẹ̀gẹ̀rẹ̀ nẹ̀wò yìí ẹ̀ wà hẹ́ dò náà ṣe máa wà wàwẹ́ ìrìnsọ ẹ̀ nọ́wẹ́rì ẹnu wà nọ́wẹ́ ìrìnnú wà wẹ́ ìrìnnà náà hẹ́rẹ̀ nùwẹ́yà miẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀ má tàyẹn tàyẹn gí wà hùn nẹ̀ náà àkúgbé arọ̀ ọ̀nù wà ẹ̀yìn mọ̀nà ìwé ìgbéwé ya ìbò náà na kugbogele arọ ọnụ nuwa ọtẹmẹ ẹgbẹ ihe abụọ ni.
àmì abọ́ kàrílè kékeré ìgọba dọ́lẹ̀bù ààyè gun akànnà abọ́ kàrílè púpọ̀ náà kó amúwá yìí náà ọ̀wọ́n àná bá gé òun ugan náà kó àyẹ̀ ha yìí ni nígbà àádúẹ̀kẹ́ ọba náà fi àbọ̀ náà yóò hàn mí rí ẹ́ èrè yẹ́ rọ̀ mà náà ló sàmúdìàké òhàn ẹgbẹ́ ọgbẹ́ ìrùn àmùdíà ní yóò kó tọ́bùn píọ̀rọ̀ àmùdíà náà rẹ̀dẹ̀ tọ́bùn hàn wá. èrò wọn bá tó kí n asúwọ̀ ẹ̀rọ ìnù tó sàré kí n rí asúwẹ̀ ń lágbèlè mọ̀ gbé lórí àwọn iná. awọ kàírèlè wúwú dáadọ́ ẹ̀bù àyẹ̀kùnú wú dáadọ́ rẹ̀ la tèmọ̀rá rí zẹ́ múdáwẹ̀ wà múdìàyọ̀wẹ̀ amásìmí àyà ó yà á fi bọ́yọ̀ rẹ̀ rẹ̀ uwe na ọya baku adụwe n'ebutu egwe shift ground ọ na-asịkọ bọnahịrị n'ọkpara sikọ bọnahịrị gbee ọgwọ ma adịsị ba gbee afọ igbo ye ibe atụ ekesu bi egbugbo oge ịva ugwe kpatakpata adụfin eyi ịva ahụ ihe ọnụẹbọ nwee egwu mmata onye ahụ ọ na ihe dere n'ọgba ọmara egbu ya ahụ kpa ọrọ ahụ na nafiagwu ọrọ ayé nanatọ ọwẹ utọ mẹrẹ gbowakọ gbomiwe utọ mẹrẹ rọ wúnọwẹ di náà náà àti ọni nọmákin ọmọ ayọ pẹtẹpẹ ọmọ àgbà wúwẹ náà ọmọ àgbà wúwo ìyá wẹ àgbà kọ wúyẹ wa tọ ni wúwà yà fún ìbẹyọ ẹgbà ọwọ àni máa gbọ mọ ọmọ ìgbó wọn ní ọ̀nà mìíràn ọkẹrẹ ọba àtọpẹ
yìí. Anyway, I walk out of Bogugwana. Mammy been Tumapa Mary, Okaoite, Maro, Okaoite, I can't draw ye, we get no pay, you walk out, okay, no one, no care. Okayele, away, Wamia Mobo, level be Yasik Bear or John Way. In my whole matter, down, where Omaka can wagui, only Yaru wẹ náà kàgẹ́lẹ̀ wẹ̀ ọkà ọdún wòye tó bú wẹ̀ mú wa ní ọpa èyí tó pa ọkà òye ọkà òvé ní bóyá fẹ́ ọdún wòye ọkà ayákòókò rẹ̀ wíkú gbé òtó tẹ ọdún wòye ọkà òye òtó tẹ ọkà ọdún wèye ọdún wèye ọdún ẹ̀ ní ẹ̀wò sọ̀rọ̀ ọkà n'oge arọ ọkà arọ ọdún arọ n'oge ya ìzẹ́ ọkà ìzẹ́ ọdún wèye kìlọ̀sẹ̀ sọpá ọdún wèye nàkànà ọ̀rọ̀ gbẹ̀dùn ọ̀nà àwọn èmi yóò tó bọ́ ọ̀sẹ̀ èmi yẹn àmọ́ wẹ́ ọbẹ̀wò náà sọ̀bọ̀ ló mú gẹ̀ ọkà sọpá èyí ẹ̀kọ́ èrè náà yóò náà níyàn ọwọ́ bá kẹ́yàfẹ́ ọkà ọjọ́ níwọ̀n ẹ̀ yàfẹ́ nọ̀kà ọ̀yẹ́ wà tó bó wà nọ̀kà n'orí tẹ̀nà wà gbé ọkùtọ̀ àwẹ̀ tó wà yàfẹ́ nà wẹ̀ nọ́ gèfà wẹ̀ lẹ̀ wọ̀ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀ wẹ̀ ní adé gbé wọ́ ǹdà ọmọ kẹ̀kẹ́ náà wà ní tẹ̀ wà dòlúgà wẹ̀ òdẹ̀wẹ̀rẹ̀ gbé ní màtánà nàkúgbẹ́mi kì náà rọ̀ ọ̀nùwà ẹ̀yà kí ni wọ́n ẹ̀ màkà bọ́ pọ̀ mẹ́ ẹ̀mọ́ yàfẹ́ ní dà yìí mà ùgí ọ̀rẹ́ ìbòtà ní bàtà dín náà náà ẹ̀mọ́ àwọn amúgí ìbòtà dín náà yóò tọ̀ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is an Egbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's another beautiful episode of your favorite rendezvous for guys on television, and I'm talking about the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, Southside Nigeria, West Side Africa. Now, for starters, the Guys Hangout Show is a very, very interesting show that teaches men to put themselves first in a society where nobody cares about the feelings of men. All right, so we encourage men to prioritize themselves. I believe that it's only when you invest in yourself that you can give out to those around you. After all, you can't give what you don't have. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on another beautiful episode of the show. Now, tonight I've got two gentlemen with me. Of course, they've been with me before, and we're doing this again. And let me begin with the one that sits far away from me. All right? To my far left is someone that is really passionate about everything that concerns guys. Okay, he goes by the name of Osas Zabi.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. It's great being here again today.
And it's great to have you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, and of course, seated next to Zabayo is someone else who is also very passionate about masculinity. He goes by the name of Benedict Ochagu. It's good to have you on the show, bro.
Were you thinking about it?
No, I was actually looking for a better way to introduce you.
Oh,
yeah.
All right, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure being here, knowing that you are listening and watching us from the comfort of your home.
Absolutely.
Yeah, once again here.
Okay, so gentlemen, we have something really serious to talk about. It's one of those very controversial subjects. And of course, you know that we live in a controversial era where certain things tend to offend certain people. Okay, so as guys, we come across some terms that we use, and some persons just get offended. And one of such terms is, jealousy and insecurity. All right. Now, there seems to be a thin line between both. How would you define jealousy, and how would you define insecurity? Some persons believe that both of them are the same thing. Now, what's your take? How do you see both words? Do you think, they are the same, or do you think one is good and the other one is bad? So let me just hear your thoughts on it. Let me begin with you, Zabi.
Yeah, okay. Like you said, actually, there's really a thin line between both of them. For someone being jealous and someone being insecure.
Yeah.
But they come from two different emotional standpoints. So I believe for jealousy, jealousy is actually the very evil one. Everybody talks about evil is the sin, but the Bible has never talked about insecurity. The Bible has not told us that insecurity is a sin. But for jealousy, the Bible stands against that. Even the Quran.
Is jealousy a sin?
Yeah, of course, it's a sin. It's a sin. Now, how is jealousy a sin? Now, I see you progressing. I see something in you that I want. And because of that, I start hating.
Okay.
I start getting angry. I start having what ladies call, what ladies call mood swing.
Okay.
Because I'm seeing something in you that I need but I can't have. So that is the standpoint of jealousy.
Okay.
Now, insecurity, basically, for me, I think or I believe that insecurity comes from me not having something, but you feeling I have something to offer, and then I now have to try to prove to you that I have something to offer, knowing deep down within myself that I'm totally empty. So at that moment, I become very insecure. So, insecurity as an emotion is something that can actually be worked on, and no, there are no casualties in the game. But for jealousy, then you might record casualties.
Oh, really?
You might record casualties. But for insecurity, you might not record casualties. It's just that maybe you can learn on yourself, maybe balance up where you're lacking and all that. But for jealousy, there most likely will be casualties. When I make casualty, someone might definitely get hurt, or you might want to go into any means to make sure that. I think we're having a discussion backstage about a particular firm where most persons are fighting themselves and all that.
Okay.
This stems from jealousy, not insecurity.
Not insecurity.
You understand?
So jealousy is the bad one, not insecurity.
Exactly.
All right,
that's how I want to put it.
Okay.
let me put that disclaimer.
That's a fair way to put it. But let me hear what Benedict has to say. He just said that insecurity is not necessarily a bad thing, but jealousy is actually the destructive one. What's your take on that?
I don't agree.
Okay.
The reason is, for me, first let me say that I think you have broadened the context of this discourse.
Okay.
I thought I don't know whether I'm the one that misread it.
Okay.
It was supposed to be about in the context of love, relationship, and all that.
Yeah, of course, you could also do what you narrate to
which is
romance,
which is a nice thing to do. But again, like Zabi tried to talk about the fact that jealousy is the bad thing. No, for me, jealousy is not bad. What Zabi was explaining in his analysis is envy. Jealousy is not a bad thing. Even God is a jealous God.
Yeah, I was going to make reference to how the Holy Book says that God, the Creator himself is jealous.
Yeah, there is jealousy is not a bad thing, but again, in context, in grammatical context, some people seem to use interwove envy and jealousy.
I think it's the same thing that people do to the word pride. When you say someone is proud, you could be proud in a good way, like I'm proud of who I am, I'm proud of my accomplishments. But proud could also mean arrogance, right? So I guess that's the same thing that applies to.
So there is, in context, for me, jealousy, if it is for romance, jealousy is not totally a bad thing.
Okay.
Because when you love, there will be elements of jealousy triggered in you. No matter how much you try to say, me, I don't care. If another man wants to have her, the man should have her. There must be something triggered in you. That is an offshoot of love.
Okay, so that's healthy.
That's healthy. But when it is taken beyond the boundary of relevance into insecurity, like he was trying to say, tends to be something, to be a function of an inner defect, and so we cannot excuse it.
And what inner defect are we talking about? Could it be
inner defect of emptiness, like he
Mm.
talked about emptiness and low self-esteem. And so, and when it comes to men, when it comes to low self-esteem for men and emptiness, we must stay and address it, because we cannot allow men to be empty.
Yeah.
We cannot allow men to be bereaved of ideas. And so because of the position, the sacrosanct nature or the sacrosanct position that men occupy, because of how important the position of men in society are, I will always advocate that men deal with the problem of insecurity. Because what breeds witchcraft sometimes is insecurity. It may seem to be an innocent word, but if it is unbridled, it can lead to a whole lot of other things. Like Zabi was trying to say that it can be managed, which is the correct thing. Every man has an element of insecurity in him. You can't pretend about that. But if you have also the ability to manage it and put it under control, means that you have something beyond the insecurity itself. It means there's an element in you that is more powerful than insecurity. But if you are stuck with insecurity alone, that's a big problem.
Okay.
Right? So that is what we are trying to say, that love comes with a portion of jealousy. But insecurity with men, especially when it comes to do with a general workplace, can lead to so many things. For me, I want to say that instead of being insecure, work on yourself. Grow. When you grow, you will now find out that the next person is not your problem. That your problem was actually lack of growth.
Okay.
If Zabi is trying to do certain things, the reason why I will be feeling insecure when Zabi comes around to do his thing is that there is no value currency that I can also bring that will make me relevant around Zabi.
So you feel threatened by his presence?
I feel threatened by what he's doing. But if I have value currency, and then he's shining his shine, and I'm shining my own shine, then that self-esteem narrative will be, gradually to erode away, and will become best of friends, will become partners, and not just competitors.
Yeah. All right.
So can I quickly let me strike on a part, because I believe that's where most of us want to really miss it. Okay. We believe that anything that has God in it is good. When the Bible says God is a jealous God, that doesn't make jealousy good. Because what happens to the people, if you now read it completely, what happens to the people that defect? The Bible tells you what happened to them, right? Okay. So that shows you that jealousy is bad. Because God now being a jealous God means that if you now give what is due him to somebody else, there's a repercussion.
Okay.
Which something happens.
So the problem is with the repercussion.
Then there is always a repercussion. Okay. There is always something. Right. So that's what I'm talking about. There's always casualties.
Okay.
So just God being a jealous God, there's always casualties.
Okay.
Well, Christians are not casualties.
All right. I think I quite agree.
You're not getting
sometimes just in language, lexical context.
Yeah.
Sometimes the Bible was interpreted from the Hebrew and Greek.
Okay.
Sometimes the right word may not even be jealousy.
You see.
You understand? But okay, we are not here for Bible study.
All right, in case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, and the topic for tonight is jealousy versus insecurity. Now, you just said, Zabi, that wherever there's jealousy, there is likely going to be casualties, right? Yeah. Okay, now I would like to ask you this. What would you rather have? A woman who's not jealous, a woman who doesn't quite care what you do with other women, or one who raises an eyebrow the moment she suspects that you're entertaining the advances of another woman?
Okay. So, so I think we're bringing into the context of relationship right now. So, but for relationship, I would always want to look at marriage, not dating. Okay. Because dating, anything can happen, anything goes. Nothing is cast. Nothing is cast. So I can just see your hairstyle and I'm done with you. I'm done with this relationship. You understand? Okay. But in marriages, there's nothing like I'm done with it. You're there. You're stuck here forever. You understand? So when it now comes to jealousy, then and insecurity in marriages, I believe that this naturally comes with the percentages are more from the feminine side than the male side. But whenever it comes from the male side, it's always very disastrous. Okay. That's where you see issues like wife beating and all that. But I believe that it's actually unnecessary because before settling down with somebody, it depends on what you saw with the person. Now, if you saw, if for example, when you were dating, what attracted you to the person is what will attract everybody. No, so I believe that's why most of the times guys are advised to go for ladies that have inner beauty. When we say inner beauty, actually, we don't even talk about beauty inside. We're just talking about some particular traits, some particular values and traits.
Women who are less physically attractive.
No, not that actually. Not that actually.
I think I tried to play safe here.
All right. So the point I'm trying to make is I don't know, they go for ladies that they have the value that everybody can see.
Okay.
And then another person sees the value and tries to admire it, and then you become insecure or you become jealous. So I'm trying to use both of them together now. So I believe that this is, like I said, insecurity is something you can work on. But jealousy is not something, they're bound to be casualties. Now, if you are being insecure, it's normal. For example, I have a very curvy wife, and then she's working ahead of me, and I'm behind, and I'm seeing guys trying to like, wow. Definitely, what's going on here, you understand? But that doesn't mean I'll not start getting angry with my woman. Because it's the same thing I saw that I came after. You understand? But when you become jealous, you are seeing that she's attracting favors that you cannot attract. And then that devilish spirit of jealousy starts breeding in you. And when it starts breeding in you, you start taking actions, doing things you're not supposed to do. You start venturing into areas or angles you're not even supposed to look into. But for insecurity, it's bound to be there, definitely bound to be there, because you're seeing that, what's going on here, you understand that kind of thing. But jealousy, it's like I keep saying, is the actually bad one, and I believe we try as much as possible to just kill it or don't even venture towards there. But for insecurity, it's normal. Everybody has one particular area they're insecure. I can go into, like I've told them, I can go into a gathering where everybody is discussing football. I become insecure there because I don't really know much about football. You understand? But I can go into a gathering where of like minds, and I will flourish. You understand? So the same thing. I'll be in a gathering flourishing, and then somebody is there, doesn't understand what's going on. I must be insecure. Like, what's going on? You understand? So it's normal.
So just to be clear, you're saying that there is nothing good about jealousy.
There is nothing.
Jealousy can't be healthy in any way.
Never. I still stand by it. There's nothing. It doesn't build anything good.
Benedict, let me get your thought on this. What are the subtle ways, right? The very infinitesimal ways that people exhibit traits of jealousy, not just in relationships, but in interpersonal dealings.
Well, the thing is, I'm trying, because there is a whole lot, but sometimes when I'm on air like this, I also try to keep a lot so that somebody will not go and begin to pinch on innocency of another person and say, this was what I heard on air. This was what you understand. Because somebody, what I may say here may be just an innocent expression from another person. And then because you heard it here, you just begin to say, okay, it means the way this person
begin to mirror somebody else's life against it.
That is the word. So I'm always very careful in making general examples. I just like to establish an open-ended kind of thing, and then you make out of it whatever you will. But again, I think not being excited about somebody's success to the point where you want to do something to stop the person's success. That is one of the biggest ways. For me, at that point, like I always say, Zabi chose jealousy, me I chose envy at that point. Yeah, I call it envy.
All right.
So at the point where you be, naturally, if we are being sincere, when people are succeeding around you, there is a trigger in you that where you're now like, why this is not happening to me? Yeah. Because every man wants good thing to happen to them. And so when you are seeing it around, you tend to question yourself, why am I not getting this thing? You feel a kind of a bit discomfort at some point, not always, at some point. And then also, knowledge will not teach you that everybody has their turn. Then immediately you will come up as, oh, let me celebrate those that he has gotten to their turn. Right? Then that is somebody who will really go far. The person that it will eventually get to his turn. For the one who always take it a step further, that I must stop there, that failure is sweet when everybody is involved. That's why it will never get to that person's turn. So, I would like to restrict it there. I don't want to expand the analysis so that people will not begin to mirror people, like I said earlier, people's innocent expressions as, a kind of trait of jealousy or envy, whatever language you put.
All right, thank you very much, Benedict. Now, Zabi, let's take a look at the role of social media in all of this. We are in an era of, in fact, we're in the digital era, and much of what happens in our day-to-day lives, is made manifest on social media. So what influence do you think social media has on people and the way they express themselves vis-a-vis jealousy and the insecurity?
Yeah, so I think in 2019, we had a discussion like this on radio, and I made reference to a point because I'm an added user of LinkedIn. And then you go on LinkedIn, you see somebody posting BSc at 18, MSc at 20, PhD at 25, and then you're looking at yourself like, where did I miss it? You understand? So this is for persons you don't know. But for your circle, you're seeing progress. You're seeing these guys aiming, achieving this, achieving that.
Smashing goals.
Smashing goals. So I think I'm going to use myself as an experience and then as an example, and then I just break it down with the experience. Now, instead of going to jealousy, like, I'm supposed to be having this, I'm supposed to be getting this, I think what I personally do, I study the process of how they get there.
How they go there. Okay.
So back then when I was working with a firm, I met top thinkers and big thinkers, and I started seeing how they're making progress. And would I say it's jealousy? No, definitely not jealousy, because I started going through the background to see how they made it and how they got it. Started doing my research, started going through their processes, the certifications they've done, the trainings they've gone through and all that. And I started taking myself through those trainings and the certifications. So I think that's what draws the thin line between jealousy and then realization, like, I want to be like this person now. Most persons will think, oh, you're jealous in the person, you want it. But no, I know there's a process. Okay. And then I can go through that. If this person can go through this process, I too can go through the same process and be like this person.
All right.
Yeah, so I think that's what draws the thin line. That's what actually casts the difference between being jealous and then being realistic.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Benedict, what he just said borders more or paints a picture of laziness on the part of some persons. Okay, he took his time to study the people in question and figure out how they achieved their goals and all of that. Does that not give us the impression that some persons just don't have, should I say, the energy to follow through to get to the point where, the people that they are envious of, so to speak, went through? Do you think laziness has a thing to do with this?
Yeah, it does. The one thing is the laziness, mental laziness, the laziness of the mind, the function in the thought processing mindset. For example, like he was trying to say that he saw some persons doing great thinkers and then I find out, okay, what's the process? As a guy, one of the ways you know that there's problem, that you might not go far if you don't deal with it, is when you embrace people's glory without trying to find their story.
Their story, okay.
Yeah, you must find out people's stories, and their story may not be basically exactly like yours, but you must also find a pathway of that story to create your own story and know that it's not going to be an easy thing in the process. So you have to find out, like he said, he need to also go and try getting certificate. It may not necessarily be that he got exact certification as some of them got. But again, when they eventually met at the table, it means that he has gone through his own process and this one, and is now qualified to have conversation with them.
So he became relevant in the scheme of things.
In the scheme of things, not necessarily because he got exact qualification, but also because he has also learned the principle of paying price to also get some of those things. So me, I feel if you look at it as what makes this person outstanding, then you also need to find out your own strength. One of the things that breeds jealousy is that people want to be envious of people who are not even going their direction. Yeah. For example, if you are saying, like my pastor would say, if you are saying I am envious of you, find out whether what interests you is what interests me.
Okay.
You may buy
in other words, might not even be the same.
You may buy a car, and I come around, maybe you see my features, you feel I'm being jealous. Maybe car is not even my dream in the next 1 year. That's not my pursuit. So find out if a car is my pursuit, or maybe you bought a brand of car. Find out if I do fancy that brand of car before you say I'm being jealous. So sometimes what you need to do is find out where you are going to. Find out, create a roadmap, and then look forward to becoming better. If you can focus on becoming better in your own life, So all of this envy, jealousy will really die down. Because people can be doing well in their own choosing line. That may not be your line. And so one time this one succeed here, you are envious of this one succeed, you are envious of this one. Before you know what happened, you are in the game of trying just to pull everybody down and everything just. So it's about building yourself. So that when Zabi comes and Zabi is speaking as a mathematician, for example, I know he's very good with calculation. You understand? And then I speak as a journalist. My drive is not to be a better mathematician, for example, than Zabi. My drive is to be a better journalist than I am today.
Because that's your profession.
You understand? Than I am today. Or maybe, okay, going into the business line, because Zabi is also a businessman. But we are not into the same line of business. I'm happy seeing him do what he does, and then I am also happy doing what I do.
Okay.
Right? My goal is to be better doing what I do. And then, again, I will also be happy that he gets better, so that when we meet at the echelon, the top echelon, we'll be able to have conversation. And life is easier at that level.
Okay, life is easier at that level. Now, Zabi, what do you think, or how do you think communication can reduce jealousy and insecurity, in relationships, not just in romantic relationships, but, across board?
Education?
Communication, yes.
Communication,
yes.
Okay, yeah. So I think I'm a very big advocate for communication, not just communication, effective communication. You can actually be communicating and then it's not being effective. So I think when it comes to jealousy and insecurity, most of the times, majority, 100% of the time, is people don't study or understand the process that the person used in getting whatever the person got, you understand? So I think I was just thinking about this earlier, like, I think in fact, the only way that kills jealousy and insecurity is understanding the process.
Okay.
So if I would really advise most persons that are actually making it out there, and I think LinkedIn has been a very good platform for that, where people tend to maybe explain the processes of how they got it, especially for legal means. When it comes to, for example, we grew up in Benin City, you see a lot of guys succeeding, and then you are a bit like, wow, you're supposed to be age mates, this guy is succeeding, and then you go back and look at the process, and then you now tell yourself, God forbid I do this. You understand? So there are so many sources you see, and then you just tell yourself, God forbid I do this. And then you become contented. Because you're like, definitely I can't go through this process. Okay. Just the same way for some ladies too, they see their colleagues rising up in the office, not knowing that the colleague is sleeping with the boss. And then you're already envious, you're already jealous. And then you now find out the process, and you're like, so you immediately become contented. Okay. So I believe when we communicate much, like for example, I'm seeing you, and I like what I see, and I'm communicating. I communicate with Bennett, like, I like what I say, and they're like, don't look at what that guy went through. You can't go through it. Yeah. I don't understand the process. So I believe effective communication actually helps to reduce and kill jealousy and insecurity.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, as we begin to wrap up, in fact, we have less than a minute, so you're going to be saying this in less than a minute, Benedict. What's your final word, to young people out there who feel intimidated by their peers and probably don't have the energy to forge ahead? Just in less than a minute.
Be patient with yourself and take it easy on yourself. And then again, try to get better. Your speed, your pace may not be like theirs, but if you are getting better daily or weekly, before you know, you will get to a point where you just tell yourself that I have done well for myself. Okay. If you can get to that point, then you have conquered.
I like the part where you said, I have done well for myself. You're not doing well for anybody.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's yourself you're doing it for. Yeah. So that will help you to curb the spirit of jealousy and envy or insecurity, okay? We are all going to succeed individually. The only thing that matters is what Benedict said, that we get to that point where we are all relevant on the same table, right? Not a situation where you think that other person's success is a threat to your own success, okay? We don't all have the same calendar. That other person is running in his own lane and you're running in your own lane. The most important thing is that we all succeed at the end of the day. And not just succeed, but succeed in the right way. Well, I want to say a very big thank you to my guests, Zabi Osas and of course Benedict Ochagu, for doing me the honor of being on the show with me tonight. And I hope that the next time I call on you, you'll oblige me. All right, thank you so much. My name is Harry Igboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, ensure that you do the right thing always, okay? Do not dabble into anything that you'll regret in the future. Of course, if you look around you, there are lots of young people that are doing crazy things just to succeed. You don't want to look back, in the next, say, 10 years and begin to ask yourself why you took the route that you took. Do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and bye for now. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. All right, and before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. All right, well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Abuja FCT Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do this? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done is set and reps. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, well, also, let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, after Before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep on dashing. That means this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll be doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies, there are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. people feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osare Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated, according to tradition and customs. Those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.